confused as if they had misheard. We will send a 5-person team to establish operations on Zerion 7, Lisa continued. Captain Jake Murphy will command the mission. Dr. Amy Collins will handle biological research. Engineer Pete Rodriguez will manage environmental systems. Sergeant Katie Bell will provide security. Medic Danny Walsh will handle medical needs. Thax recovered his composure quickly. Excellent. The Council applauds human courage. We will provide the transport ship New Frontier and standard colonial supplies. Lisa nodded. She had read the supply manifest. Standard colonial supplies meant the cheapest, oldest equipment the Council could find without looking completely unreasonable. The New Frontier was a cargo hauler from the previous century, barely spaceworthy. When do we depart? She asked. As soon as your team assembles. The sooner we begin this experiment, the sooner we can gather valuable scientific data. As Lisa left the chamber, she heard alien voices rising behind her. They were already discussing how to divide Zerion 7's resources after the humans died. Some debated whether humans would last longer than the Vorthak. Others wondered if they should send cameras to record the deaths for educational purposes. Lisa activated her communication device as she walked through the station corridors. Priority message to Earth, she said quietly. Tell Jake and his team to pack everything they can carry. These aliens expect us to fail, but they don't know humans very well. She paused at a viewing window that showed the stars stretching endlessly in all directions. Somewhere out there, Zerion 7 waited like a hungry beast, ready to devour another group of would-be colonists. They think they're sending us to die, Lisa whispered to herself. Maybe it's time to show them what humans do when someone writes us off. The transport ship New Frontier shuddered as it entered Zerion 7's atmosphere. Captain Jake Murphy gripped his command chair while alarms screamed throughout the bridge. The ship's hull groaned under pressure that would have crushed most alien vessels. Hull temperature rising fast, called out engineer Pete Rodriguez from his station. The acid in this atmosphere is eating through our outer plating. How long do we have? Jake asked, watching the planet's surface grow larger on the main screen. Dark clouds swirled everywhere, lit by constant lightning. Red patches showed where lava bubbled up through the ground. Maybe an hour before we lose life support, Pete replied. This old bucket wasn't built for this kind of punishment. Dr. Amy Collins looked up from her scanner readings. I'm detecting massive electromagnetic storms across the entire continent. The lightning down there is 10 times stronger than anything on Earth. Sergeant Katie Bell checked her weapons for the 5th time. What about those stalker creatures the aliens mentioned? My sensors can't penetrate the atmospheric interference, Amy said. We're going in blind. Medic Danny Walsh opened his medical kit and started preparing emergency supplies. Well, at least if those things kill us quickly, we won't have to worry about the acid rain. Jake almost smiled. His team had volunteered for this mission knowing they probably wouldn't come back. But they were all military veterans who had survived impossible situations before. If anyone could make this work, it was them. There, Jake pointed at a rocky plateau rising above the storm clouds. That ridge might give us some protection from the worst weather. Pete, can you get us down in one piece? I can try, Pete said, his hands flying over the controls. But this ship is going to be scrap metal in a few hours no matter what we do. The landing was rough. The New Frontier bounced twice on the rocky ground before settling with a grinding crash. Immediately, the hull began steaming as acid rain hit the heated metal. Environmental suits, everyone, Jake ordered. Full protection. The team suited up quickly. Their equipment was old and patched, but it was human-made and built to last. Unlike the fancy alien gear, human technology was designed by people who expected things to break at the worst possible moment. They stepped outside into hell. The gravity hit them first. Each step felt like walking through thick mud while carrying a heavy pack. The atmospheric suit's cooling systems worked overtime against the extreme heat. Through their helmet visors, they could see a landscape that looked like the end of the world. Jagged rocks stretched in every direction, stained red and black by acidic rain. Steam rose from pools of boiling liquid that might have been water or something far worse. In the distance, lightning struck the ground every few seconds, leaving glowing scars on the rocky surface. Air analysis complete. Amy reported through the radio. The good news is there's oxygen mixed.
The first thing the alien recruits noticed about the human was that he looked tired. Not weak. Not scared. Just tired. Like someone who had worked too many years under too many suns and simply didn't have the energy left to be impressed by anything. The Adaptive War Training Station orbited a neutron-heavy dwarf star, chosen specifically because the surrounding gravitational distortions made it perfect for breaking soldiers and rebuilding them stronger.
The Grand War Chamber of the Veloxi hegemony was a place designed.
Official report Earth military assessment. Classification most urgent. From Commander Pax Lura, Zentari Federation Military Intelligence. To my most esteemed High Command. I must begin this report with an urgent recommendation. Under no circumstances should we ever consider military action against the humans. What I witnessed today at their so-called educational facility has shaken me to my very core. Let me explain the horrifying details of my diplomatic mission to their West Point Terra Academy. As you know, I arrived on Earth with the absolute certainty of our superiority. After all, we Zentari have perfected warfare through precise calculation and perfect order. Our troops march in immaculate formation. Our battle plans follow strict mathematical principles. Even our uniforms stay mysteriously spotless during combat. I expected to find a primitive training facility filled with bumbling bipeds attempting to mimic proper military discipline. The transport landed at 0700 Earth hours. The air was thick with that peculiar mixture of nitrogen and oxygen they somehow managed to breathe. I adjusted my atmospheric processor and straightened my ceremonial medals, all 27 of them arranged in perfect geometric precision on my chest. A small greeting party awaited me at the landing pad. Welcome to West Point Terra Academy. Commander Pax Lura, the human female who stepped forward, wore a crisp uniform with far fewer medals than mine, which I noted with satisfaction. I'm General Sarah Winters, Academy Commandant. We're thrilled to have the Zentari Federation's interest in our humble training methods. Her use of the word humble confirmed my preconceptions. I fluttered my secondary breathing membranes in what I believe to be a gracious manner. Yes, the Federation is most curious about how you manage to produce functional soldiers with such limited resources. The General's smile widened, showing far too many teeth. I would later recognize this as what humans call a predatory grin, but at the time I mistook it for submission. Oh, we manage somehow. Shall we begin the tour? I believe the first-year cadets are just starting their morning warm-up. Warm-up, I inquired, my primary translation gland throbbing slightly at the unfamiliar term. Yes, she replied, that unsettling smile still in place. Nothing too strenuous. Just a light 12-mile run carrying full packs, followed by what we call the Murderer's Mile obstacle course. Then they'll have breakfast. I laughed, assuming this was an example of human humor. The General did not join in. The small party of officers behind her maintained equally serious expressions. A cold feeling began to spread through my tertiary nervous system. You are joking, surely I managed to say. Commander General Winters replied, her voice carrying a note of what I would soon learn was pure human delight in the face of another's discomfort. We never joke about training. Now, shall we head to the course? The cadets should be reaching the barbed wire and live fire section soon. As I followed her toward what would be the first of many horrifying revelations that day, I made my initial note to High Command: these humans are not what we thought they were. May the cosmic consciousness have mercy on anyone who underestimates them. If only I had known that this was merely the beginning of my ordeal. The path to the training grounds led us past perfectly manicured grass, which I initially took as a promising sign of order. That was until I noticed the cadets. Sweet cosmic consciousness, the cadets. Down and give me 50, the booming voice nearly caused my secondary heart to stop. A human instructor, who I would later learn was the legendary Sergeant Major Marcus Steele, towered over a group of mud-covered trainees. His voice could probably be heard in the next solar system. Excuse me, I interrupted, my translation gland working overtime. 50 what? Sergeant Steele turned to me with an expression that made my exoskeleton want to molt prematurely. 50 push-ups, Commander. Standard punishment for breathing too loudly during stealth training. I watched in horror as 20 young humans dropped to the ground and began rhythmically pushing their entire body weight up and down. But that's extremely inefficient. In the Zentari forces, we simply dock their nutrition credits. Nutrition credits? General Winters raised an eyebrow. Oh no, Commander. Hungry soldiers are cranky soldiers. And cranky soldiers might just forget to save your tentacles in combat. Before I could process this disturbing statement, we reached the infamous obstacle course. My optical processors struggled to make sense of what I was witnessing. Humans were swinging across pits of bubbling mud on ropes, while others crawled under razor wire as live plasma rounds sizzled overhead. Some were scaling walls using nothing but their bare hands, and others, by all that's sacred, were they fighting each other on top of a narrow beam suspended 20 feet in the air. "Don't worry," General Winters said, misinterpreting my horrified expression. "The plasma rounds are set to stun, usually." Incoming, a voice shouted from somewhere above. I looked up just in time to see a human cadet plummeting from the sky. My emergency teleport beacon began beeping frantically, but before I could activate it, the cadet landed in a roll, sprung to their feet, and sprinted off toward the next obstacle. "Excellent form," Cadet Thompson Sergeant Steele bellowed. "But next time try to avoid the anti-aircraft turrets." "Anti-aircraft? But they're on foot," I protested weakly. "Exactly," General Winters beamed. "Can't expect them to always have aircraft available in combat situations. So we teach them to dodge anti-aircraft fire on foot. Builds character." A small group of cadets jogged past us, chanting what I assumed was some sort of military cadence. I don't know, but I've been told, "Alien worlds are mighty cold. Sound off, 1-2. They were singing, while running, through an active weapons range, and smiling. Perhaps I suggested, trying to maintain my diplomatic composure, we should move on to observing something less intense. Your theoretical training facilities, perhaps. General Winters checked her chronometer. Perfect timing. The advanced problem-solving class is about to begin. They're working on improvised weapons today. Improvised weapons? My voice rose several octaves. Oh yes, you wouldn't believe what these kids can do with a paperclip and a rubber band. Last week, Cadet Martinez took out an entire simulation squad with nothing but a sock full of butter and some dental floss. As we turned toward the classroom buildings, I made another note in my report update: previous assessment of human unpredictability severely underestimated. They appear to view chaos as a military doctrine. Exercise extreme caution. Little did I know, the improvised weapons class would soon seem like a peaceful meditation session compared to what awaited me in the afternoon training exercises. The physical education facility, if one could call it that, resembled what humans might term a nightmare factory. I arrived just in time to witness what they casually referred to as light sparring practice. "Remember your training," Sergeant Steele's voice echoed through the massive gymnasium. "If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a plasma bolt." To my utter disbelief, actual wrenches were flying through the air. The cadets, instead of filing a formal complaint or calling their legal representatives, were laughing while dodging the metal projectiles. "Is this sanctioned?" I whispered to General Winters. "Oh, this is nothing," she replied cheerfully. "Wait until you see the advanced class. They dodge wrenches while solving differential equations. Multitasking is essential in modern warfare." A young cadet approached us, covered in what appeared to be a mixture of mud, paint, and some unidentifiable fluorescent substance. "General Winters, permission to demonstrate the new combat maneuver for our distinguished guest." "Proceed," Cadet Riley. General Winters nodded. What happened next defied several laws of physics and probably a few of interstellar warfare. Cadet Riley proceeded to perform what they called a parkour combat sequence, which involved running up a wall, backflipping over 3 training drones, disarming 2 practice opponents mid-flip, and landing in a perfect fighting stance while reciting the entire Earth Geneva Convention backwards. "Most impressive," I managed to say, while discreetly checking if my optical processors needed recalibration. "But surely this is an exceptional case." "Oh no," General Winters laughed. Riley's still working on their form. You should see them when they're really trying. We moved on to what they called the endurance training area. I use quotation marks because in any civilized society, it would be classified as a torture chamber. Cadets were running on devices that simulated various planetary gravities, from Mercury to Jupiter, while others were swimming in pools filled with what appeared to be carbonated mud. The mud bath is actually quite popular, General Winters explained. Helps build resistance to environmental hazards. Plus it's refreshing after the lava walking exercises. The what exercises? Oh, don't worry, we use synthetic lava. Most of the time. Just then, a group of mud-covered cadets emerged from an underground tunnel, carrying what appeared to be giant logs on their shoulders. They were singing, again, something about a duck, an antimatter drive, and a bottle of hot sauce. Ah, the Special Forces Training Group, General Winters beamed proudly. They've been underground for 3 days, navigating by echolocation and living off of nothing but coffee beans and pure determination. But why, I asked, my professional composure finally cracking. Why not, responded a mud-covered cadet cheerfully as she jogged past, somehow maintaining perfect balance despite carrying a log twice her size. It's Taco Tuesday in the mess hall. That's motivation enough. I watched in mounting horror as another group of cadets entered what they called the Motivation Enhancement Chamber through the observation window. I could see them facing off against training robots while the room itself randomly altered its gravity, temperature, and atmospheric composition. Don't worry about the robots, General Winters said, noticing my expression. They're programmed with a safety protocol that prevents them from causing permanent damage. As if on cue, one of the robots flew through the reinforced window, sparked briefly, and mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like error human too unpredictable before shutting down. Most of the time, she added with a shrug. I made another note in my report. Urgent update: human training methods appear to be designed by combining their action entertainment videos with fever dreams and implementing them in reality. Their definition of physical education borders on voluntary torture, which they somehow interpret as fun. They are, in short, completely insane. The day wasn't even half over, and I had already filled my emergency data storage with increasingly panicked observations. But nothing could have prepared me for what came next, the infamous mud crawl incident that would haunt my nightmares for cycles to come. Now, Commander General Winters said with that terrifying smile of hers, how would you like to experience some hands-on training? Fortunately, I was saved by the arrival of Professor Nathan Burke, head of Psychological Warfare Studies, who insisted it was time for my scheduled observation of their strategy classes. I had never been so relieved to attend a lecture in my entire military career. Surely, I thought, this would be a return to civilized military education. How wrong I was. I entered the classroom to find what appeared to be complete chaos. Cadets were arranged in small groups, each stationed around what they called gaming tables. On the main display screen was an image that made my third eye twitch: today's lesson, weaponized absurdity and creative combat solutions. Welcome, Commander Professor Burke exclaimed, bouncing on his heels with disturbing enthusiasm. Today we're exploring unconventional warfare through the lens of human entertainment media. Cadet Wilson, please share your team's strategy for defending against a superior force using only items found in a typical human restaurant. A young cadet stood up, activated a holographic display, and began speaking with complete seriousness. Sir, our team has developed a multi-phase defense strategy utilizing condiment-based area denial, improvised coffee maker explosives, and tactical application of banana peels. We call it Operation Food Fight. I waited for the professor to reprimand such obvious nonsense. Instead, he clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. Especially the bit about weaponizing the soup of the day. Though I might suggest considering the tactical advantages of spreading marbles near the salad bar. Another cadet raised their hand. Sir, what about using the soft-serve ice cream machine as a makeshift riot control device? Now that's thinking outside the box, Cadet Martinez. Make sure to account for different viscosity settings. My translation gland was starting to develop a stress headache. Surely, I interrupted, you don't actually implement these theories. Professor Burke's eyes lit up with an unsettling gleam. Of course we do. In fact, we're about to begin today's practical exercise. Everyone, to the paintball arena. The next 30 minutes were a blur of technicolor horror. What I witnessed in that arena defied every principle of conventional military doctrine. Cadets were using psychology misdirection and what they termed meme warfare to completely devastate their opponents. One team had somehow rigged a series of speakers to play something called Never Gonna Give You Up on loop, thoroughly demoralizing their opponents. Another group had developed what they called tactical dance moves, to dodge incoming fire while simultaneously confusing the enemy with, as they put it, sick beats and sick strategies. Observe the beauty of human ingenuity, Professor Burke said proudly as a cadet used a pizza box as both a shield and a frisbee, like throwing weapon. We encourage them to think creatively. But this isn't warfare, I protested. This is. Exactly, he beamed. The enemy expects warfare. They don't expect to be defeated by a squad performing a choreographed dance number while simultaneously executing a perfect flanking maneuver. Psychological warfare isn't just about breaking the enemy's will to fight. It's about making them question their entire understanding of reality. Just then, a team of cadets breached a defensive position by creating a diversion involving 3 rubber chickens, a bottle of glitter, and what they assured me was a totally theoretical mind control device made from a modified karaoke machine. Sir, a cadet approached us, covered in rainbow-colored paint but grinning wildly. Permission to demonstrate our new sonic warfare technique. Before I could object, the entire class broke into something they called sea shanties, their synchronized singing creating a surprisingly effective sonic attack pattern that somehow incorporated advanced battle strategies into the lyrics. I frantically added to my report, critical update: humans have weaponized chaos itself. Their approach to psychological warfare suggests either brilliant insanity or insane brilliance. They appear to gain tactical advantages from actions that, by all reasonable military doctrine, should ensure their immediate defeat. Most disturbing of all, they seem to be enjoying themselves. Professor Burke gathered everyone for the post-exercise briefing. Remember, cadets, in tomorrow's class we'll be covering advanced meme theory and its applications in modern warfare. Please bring your collection of CAD videos and be prepared to discuss their potential tactical applications. Professor, I managed to ask, do these unusual methods actually work in real combat situations? The entire class turned to look at me with identical grins that made my exoskeleton want to crawl off and hide. Would you like a demonstration, Professor Burke asked innocently. Before I could decline, the blessed sound of the lunch bell saved me from what I'm certain would have been another traumatic experience. However, I quickly discovered that even human meal times were far from the civilized affairs I was accustomed to. The cafeteria, or mess hall as they called it, was a vast chamber that seemed to operate under its own special laws of physics and social conduct. I watched in fascination and horror as hundreds of cadets piled in, creating what appeared to be carefully controlled chaos. Today's special is triple atomic chili, announced the head chef, a towering human named Jack Thunder, who I later learned was a former demolitions expert. Remember, kids, sign the waiver before attempting the extra spicy version. Waiver? I inquired nervously. Oh yes, General Winters explained, filling her tray with something that was actively bubbling. The extra spicy version is technically classified as a chemical weapon in 17 star systems. A group of cadets nearby were engaged in what appeared to be a friendly competition involving their hot sauce collection. My environmental sensors began screaming warnings before I even got close to their table. Hey Commander, one particularly enthusiastic cadet waved me over. Want to try our new tactical condiment? We call it the supernova sauce. I politely declined, especially after noticing that the sauce had eaten through 3 layers of their reinforced training plates. What happened next would forever change my understanding of human social dynamics. Without warning, a cadet stood up and shouted, incoming, before launching what appeared to be a dinner roll across the room with sniper-like precision. Instead of the expected disciplinary action, this sparked what they called a tactical food distribution exercise. General Winters calmly flipped her table for cover, proving it was designed specifically for this purpose. Standard training drill, she explained, catching a flying sandwich without looking, teaches resource management, projectile trajectories, and team coordination. Plus, it helps the cadets bond. I watched in amazement as the chaos unfolded with surprising strategic precision. Teams formed spontaneously, alliances were made and broken over dessert rights, and someone was using spaghetti as a rappelling rope from the second-floor balcony. "The key is the hot sauce," Sergeant Steele explained, suddenly appearing beside me in full gravy-proof gear. Nothing motivates a cadet to perfect their dodge training like avoiding the supernova sauce. Just then, a glob of the aforementioned sauce landed near my feet, instantly melting through the floor tiles. My threat assessment glands went into overdrive. But the waste of resources, I protested weakly, ducking under a barrage of tactical tater tots. Waste General Winters laughed, expertly deflecting a meatball with her tray. "This is the third most efficient way we've found to teach orbital bombardment calculations. Watch Cadet Thompson's pi trajectory." Sure enough, the pi in question described a perfect parabolic arc before finding its target with devastating accuracy. The targeted cadet responded by unleashing what they called their secret weapon, a bottle of hot sauce that required 3 separate safety locks and a biometric scan to open. I added another frantic note to my report: emergency update, human sustenance practices double as combat training. They have weaponized their food. Their digestive capabilities alone qualify them as a potential galactic threat. The hot sauce, by all that's sacred, the hot sauce. As if sensing my thoughts, Chef Thunder approached with a special plate. "Made something special for our guest. We call it the Earthling Welcome Platter." I stared at the dish, which appeared to be actively challenging me to a fight. The vegetables had been arranged in what I recognized as a tactical formation, and the sauce was glowing. "Don't worry," General Winters said, misinterpreting my terror as hesitation. "This is the mild version." Before I could sample the terrifying dish, an announcement echoed through the facility: "All cadets report to the advanced combat arena. Today's demonstration: adaptive warfare and creative weaponry." The cadets moved with frightening efficiency, clearing the mess hall in seconds. I noticed several of them pocketing hot sauce bottles with disturbing grins. General Winters led me to an observation deck overlooking what appeared to be a massive training arena. "Now, Commander, you'll see how we teach weapons adaptation," she said proudly. "Sergeant Steele, begin the exercise." "Listen up," Cadet Sergeant Steele's voice boomed through the speakers. "Today's scenario: defending Earth with whatever you can grab in 30 seconds from a typical human bedroom." My confusion turned to horror as I watched the cadets transform ordinary objects into weapons of mass destruction. One group had turned a bedsheet into a surprisingly effective capture net. Another was using pillows as improvised smoke screens, somehow having modified them to release tactical cover on impact. "Is that cadet wielding a lamp as a lightsaber?" I asked, my translation gland starting to malfunction from stress. "Oh yes, Cadet Parker specializes in turning household lighting into directed energy weapons," General Winters beamed. "Wait until you see what they can do with a disco ball and some Christmas lights." The demonstration continued with what they called the pillow fight protocols, which bore about as much resemblance to sleeping accessories as a supernova bears to a match flame. The cadets had somehow weaponized comfort itself. "Standard issue military pillows," Sergeant Steele explained, noticing my shocked expression. "Stuffed with a classified material we call Freedom Fluff. Perfect for both tactical combat and power naps." The team of cadets demonstrated their latest innovation: synchronized pillow artillery. The impacts left dents in reinforced steel walls. Another group had created what they called a blanket fort defense system that repelled all conventional attacks while simultaneously providing what they termed optimal snoozing conditions. "But this defies all known combat doctrine," I protested as a cadet used a teddy bear as an improvised grappling hook. "Exactly," General Winters replied. "That's why it works. The enemy expects missiles and plasma rifles. They don't expect to be taken down by tactically modified bedroom accessories." The final demonstration involved what they called extreme adaptive combat. The arena was flooded, electrified, and filled with various obstacles. The cadets were given random objects and told to complete their mission. I watched in mounting horror as they turned rubber ducks into surprisingly effective aquatic assault vehicles, modified alarm clocks into timed explosive devices, used slippers as improvised underwater propulsion units, converted a bookshelf into what they called a knowledge-based ballistic delivery system. And now Sergeant Steele announced with obvious glee the grand finale. The lights dimmed. Music started playing from somewhere. And then I witnessed what they called Operation Sleepover Storm, a full-scale combat operation using nothing but typical items found in a human teenager's bedroom. I frantically updated my report critical alert. Humans can weaponize anything. Their ability to adapt ordinary objects into combat tools suggests either terrifying creativity or creative terrifyingness. They have turned comfort itself into a weapon. The pillow fighting techniques alone violate 16 intergalactic weapons treaties. Impressive, isn't it? General Winters said, watching a cadet surf across the electrified water on what appeared to be a modified ironing board. And this is just the basic class. I turned to her with all three eyes wide. Basic. She nodded enthusiastically. Wait until you see the advanced class. They work with office supplies. Those words were the final straw for my already strained sanity. The mere thought of what these humans could do with paperclips and rubber bands triggered my emergency evacuation protocols. I believe I said, backing slowly toward the exit, I have seen quite enough for a comprehensive report. But Commander General Winters protested, we haven't even shown you the advanced classes yet. The quantum paperclip techniques, the stapler artillery division, or the legendary rubber band snipers. Or the administrative assault course, Sergeant Steele added enthusiastically. Today they're learning how to overthrow a planetary government using nothing but sticky notes and motivational posters. I broke into a run. My official report, transmitted at maximum priority to the Zentari High Command, reads as follows. Final Assessment Earth Military Academy. Classification: burn after reading, then burn the ashes. To the distinguished High Command of the Zentari Federation. I must begin with our most sacred oath. I swear by the 7 moons of Zentara that everything in this report is true, though you will wish it wasn't. Humans are not merely dangerous. They are chaos incarnate. They have turned disorder into an art form, weaponized comfort items, and somehow managed to make their food more deadly than our most advanced biochemical weapons. Key observations. 1. Their training methods appear to be designed by combining fever dreams with tactical manuals, creating something that shouldn't work but terrifyingly does. 2. They consider activities that would qualify as war crimes in most civilized systems as light morning exercise. 3. Their snack foods can melt through reinforced hull plating. They eat these voluntarily. 4. They have developed combat techniques using every conceivable object, including but not limited to bedding, office supplies, eating utensils, and something they call rubber ducks. Recommendations. 1. Immediate cancellation of all planned military actions against Earth. 2. Reclassification of hot sauce as a weapon of mass destruction. 3. Emergency ban on exporting pillows, office supplies, or rubber ducks to human space. 4. Serious consideration of preemptively surrendering, just to be safe. Additional notes. The humans have somehow weaponized fun itself. Their cadets learn orbital mechanics through food fights. They calculate ballistic trajectories using pillows. They turn their sleeping quarters into combat zones and seem to enjoy it. Most disturbing of all, everything I witnessed was apparently from their basic training program. The thought of what their advanced classes might contain haunts my nightmares. As I make my final retreat from Earth, I overheard 2 cadets discussing plans for something called a graduation prank involving 3 paperclips, a rubber chicken, and what they called a quantum probability drive. I did not stay to learn more. Some knowledge is too terrible to bear. Final recommendation: maintain minimum safe distance of 3 solar systems from all human military installations. If encountered, offer snacks and retreat immediately. Signed, Commander Pax Lura, Currently requesting immediate transfer to the far side of the galaxy. Yes. If anyone needs me, I will be in a quiet corner of the Andromeda Galaxy, trying to forget what I saw in their cafeteria. EPPS. The humans wanted me to pass along a dinner invitation to the High Command. I strongly advise declining, unless you've updated your digestive system's armor plating. End report. As my ship broke orbit, I received one final message from General Winters. Thanks for visiting. Don't forget your complimentary bottle of supernova sauce. The cadets made it specially for you. I ejected the bottle into space. Some say that sector is still considered a navigation hazard due to unexplained spatial anomalies. The humans call it progress. The rest of the galaxy calls it insanity. I call it a reason to retire. Official report Earth military.
The lecture hall smelled like recycled air and lavender disinfectant, a combination that made Kira's stomach turn every single morning. She sat in the back row, shoulders hunched, fingers drumming against the synthetic wood of her desk while Professor Velis droned on about quantum mechanics and warp field theory. Around her, 200 students from 40 different species scribbled notes, tapped holographic keyboards, or simply existed in that unique state of academic boredom that transcended biology. Kira was human. The only human in the entire Galactic Academy on Station Zenith 7 that made her something between a curiosity and a liability, depending on who you asked. Miss Chen, are you paying attention? Professor Velis's voice cut through the monotony, his triocular gaze fixed on her from the podium. He was Velian, tall and spindly with skin that shimmered like oil on water. Absolutely, Professor, Kira replied, not bothering to look up. You were explaining how warp bubbles collapse under gravitational stress. Riveting stuff, a few students tittered. Velis's middle eye narrowed, but he continued his lecture without further comment. Kira suppressed a grin. Small victory. Next to her sat Mira, a Quellan with 4 arms and an unfortunate habit of chewing on her stylus when nervous. She leaned closer, whispering through her translator, "You really should not antagonize him. Humans already have a reputation." "What reputation?" Kira muttered. "That we're loud, aggressive, emotionally unstable, all of those, yes." "Great. At least they're consistent." Mira's antenna twitched with what might have been amusement. Despite everything, she was one of the few beings on this station who treated Kira like an actual person instead of a walking disaster waiting to happen. Humans had only joined the galactic community 18 months ago, and the galaxy was still deciding whether that was a brilliant idea or a catastrophic mistake. Kira suspected most were leaning toward the latter. The morning crawled forward. Velis transitioned into discussing theoretical applications of faster-than-light communication, and Kira's mind drifted. She thought about Earth, about the smell of rain on pavement, about her younger brother's terrible jokes. She thought about how strange it was to be light years away from home, surrounded by beings who breathed different air and dreamed in colors she couldn't imagine. Then the alarm sounded. It wasn't the soft chime of a fire drill or the polite buzz of a schedule change. This was a screaming, bone-rattling wail that turned the recycled air into pure adrenaline. Red emergency lights flooded the hall, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. Kira's desk cracked. She looked down and realized her hands were gripping the edges so hard the synthetic material had splintered beneath her fingers. Splinters. From a desk designed to withstand the weight of species 3 times her size. Around her, chaos erupted. Students screamed, scrambled, knocked over chairs in their panic. Professor Velis was shouting something about orderly evacuation, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. Mira grabbed Kira's arm with 2 of her hands, eyes wide with terror. "What is happening?" Kira didn't answer. She couldn't. Her heart was hammering so hard it felt like it might burst through her ribs, and every muscle in her body had gone rigid. This wasn't fear. This was something older, something written into her DNA by 1 billion years of evolution on a planet that had tried very, very hard to kill her ancestors. The station's automated voice cut through the noise, cold and mechanical. "Alert. Hostile forces detected. All personnel proceed to designated shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Hostile forces. Invasion." Kira stood, shoving her chair back so hard it flew across the aisle and clattered against the wall. Students nearby flinched away from her, and she realized she was breathing hard, nostrils flared, every sense suddenly razor-sharp. Kira, Mira's voice was small, frightened. Get to the shelters, Kira said, her voice coming out rougher than intended. Now, what about you? I'll be right behind you. That was a lie, and they both knew it. The lecture hall emptied in a stampede of limbs and wings and appendages Kira didn't have names for. She waited until the last student had fled, then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Not toward the shelters, toward the observation deck. She needed to see. The corridors of Zenith 7 were a maze of gleaming metal and soft lighting, designed to be calming and efficient. Now they were a war zone. Emergency teams rushed past her, shouting orders in a dozen languages. A Kree engineer nearly collided with her, his exoskeleton clattering as he adjusted course. Wrong way, human, he barked. Kira ignored him. The observation deck was supposed to be off-limits during emergencies, but the door slid open when she swiped her student ID. Apparently, the station's security protocols hadn't accounted for someone stupid enough to run toward danger. She stepped inside and her breath caught. Through the massive, transparent dome, space stretched out in every direction, beautiful, infinite, and currently filled with ships, not galactic community ships. These were angular, brutal things, all sharp edges and glowing weapons arrays. They moved with predatory grace, circling Zenith 7 like sharks scenting blood. Kira counted 12. No, 15. Maybe more emerging from behind the station's curve, her hands clenched into fists. Zerathians, a voice said behind her. Kira spun. A woman stood in the doorway, tall and broad-shouldered, with close-cropped black hair and eyes that had seen too much. She wore the insignia of station security, lieutenant's bars on her collar. Commander Hayes, Kira breathed. Commander Sarah Hayes was the only other human on Zenith 7, a career officer who'd been assigned here as part of Earth's diplomatic contingent. Kira had seen her exactly twice before, both times from a distance. You should be in a shelter, cadet, Hayes said, but there was no heat in her words. She moved to stand beside Kira, staring out at the enemy fleet. So should you. Hayes's mouth twitched. Probably. They stood in silence for a moment, watching as the Zerathian ships tightened their formation. Energy signatures bloomed across Kira's vision, weapons charging. They're going to attack, Kira said quietly. Yes. Can the station defend itself? Hayes was quiet for a long moment. The defensive grid was designed to repel pirates and small raiding parties, not a full battle fleet. She paused. We've sent a distress signal. Help is coming, but it'll take hours, maybe days. And Zenith 7 won't last that long. No, it won't. Kira's jaw tightened. Then we need to buy time. Hayes turned to look at her, really look at her, and something shifted in her expression. Recognition. Maybe. Or understanding. You know what they call us, don't you? Out there in the galaxy. What the other species whisper when they think we can't hear. Deathworlders, Kira said. Deathworlders, Hayes echoed. Because Earth tried to kill us for millions of years and we refused to die. Because we evolved in gravity that would crush half the species in this station. Because our immune systems treat biological warfare like a minor inconvenience. Because we are, by every measurable standard, absolutely terrifying. Your point? Hayes's smile was sharp enough to cut. My point, cadet, is that those Zerathian bastards are about to learn why you don't invade a station with humans on it. The first weapon struck the station's shields, and the deck shuddered beneath their feet. Alarms wailed. The lights flickered. Kira felt something unlock inside her chest. Something she'd been keeping carefully contained since the moment she'd arrived at this station. The other students were fragile. The professors were cautious. Everyone walked on eggshells around her, afraid she might snap, might lash out, might prove every terrible stereotype about humans true. She'd been so careful, so controlled, but now there was an enemy. Now there was a threat. Now she could let go. What do you need me to do? Kira asked. Hayes pulled a sidearm from her holster and offered it handle first. First, arm yourself. Second, follow me. We're going to show these xenocidal pricks what happens when you pick a fight with Earth. Kira took the weapon. It was heavy, solid, real. Her fingers wrapped around the grip like they'd been made for it. More impacts rocked the station. The shields were failing. Somewhere in the distance, metal screamed as hull plates buckled. Commander, Kira said as they moved toward the exit. I should probably mention I've never actually fired a gun before. Hayes laughed. Wild and fierce. Don't worry, humans are natural-born killers, Chin. It's in your blood. You'll figure it out. They ran. The corridors had transformed into a nightmare. Emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red, smoke billowed from damaged systems. A section of wall had collapsed, revealing sparking wires and hissing pipes. Bodies lay scattered, some moving, some not. Kira's training should have kicked in. First aid, triage, help the wounded. But Hayes was already past them, moving with military precision, and something in Kira's gut told her that stopping now would doom everyone. The only way to save these people was to stop the attack. They reached an emergency lift. Hayes jammed her security card into the reader and the doors hissed open. "Where are we going?" Kira demanded as they descended. "Hangar Bay. The station has a small complement of defense fighters, but they're not armed." Not officially. Not officially." Hayes's grin was vicious. "I may have acquired certain weapons systems during my time in the Navy. Kept them in storage. Just in case. You smuggled military-grade weapons onto an educational station." "Yep. That's incredibly illegal. Also incredibly useful right now, wouldn't you say?" Kira couldn't argue with that. The lift doors opened onto chaos. The hangar bay was enormous, designed to accommodate everything from cargo haulers to diplomatic shuttles. Right now it was filling with smoke and panicked personnel. A Zerathian breaching pod had punched through the outer hull, and armored soldiers were pouring out, weapons blazing. Hayes drew her sidearm and fired 3 shots, so fast they sounded like one. 3 Zerathian soldiers dropped. Holes burned through their helmets. "Move!" Hayes shouted. They sprinted across the bay, using cargo containers for cover as energy bolts sizzled past them. Kira's heart was trying to pound its way out of her chest, but her hands were steady, almost eerily steady. A Zerathian soldier stepped out from behind a shuttle, weapon raised. Kira didn't think. She raised her sidearm and pulled the trigger. The recoil surprised her. The accuracy didn't. The shot took the soldier square in the chest and he went down hard. Hayes glanced at her. "Not bad for a first-timer. Thanks, I'm terrified." "Good. Fear keeps you alive." They reached a secured storage unit at the far end of the bay. Hayes pressed her palm against the biometric lock and the door slid open, revealing racks of weapons, ammunition, and what looked like modified fighter armaments. "Grab what you can carry," Hayes ordered. "We're loading up 2 fighters, and we're going out there, into space, against a full battle fleet. You got a better idea?" Kira looked at the weapons, then back toward the hangar where more Zerathian soldiers were establishing a beachhead. She thought about Mira terrified and hiding in a shelter, about Professor Velis and his insufferable lectures, about 200 students who were just trying to learn and grow and maybe make the galaxy a little bit better. "No," she said, "I really don't." They loaded the fighters in 4 minutes flat, working with a synchronization that felt almost supernatural. Maybe it was adrenaline. Maybe it was something deeper, some shared human instinct for violence that the rest of the galaxy feared. Kira climbed into the cockpit of a sleek Raven-class fighter, her hands finding the controls with surprising ease. The neural interface synced with her implant, and suddenly the ship felt like an extension of her body. "You ever flown before?" Hayes asked over the comm. "Simulator training. Nothing real." "Well, congratulations on your graduation. Try not to die." The hangar doors were damaged, stuck half open. Hayes blasted them the rest of the way with her fighters' forward guns, and then they were launching, shooting out into the black. Space combat was nothing like the simulators. It was faster, more disorienting, more viscerally terrifying. Zerathian fighters swarmed around them immediately, weapons blazing. Kira banked hard, instinct guiding her, and felt laser fire miss her hull by meters. She returned fire, watched with grim satisfaction as one of the enemy fighters exploded into debris. "Not bad, Chen," Hayes shouted. "Stick with me." They dove toward the Zerathian capital ship, 2 tiny fighters against a vessel the size of a city block. It was suicide. It was insane. It was working. The Zerathians hadn't expected resistance. Their fighters were scrambling to intercept, but Hayes and Kira were already past them, streaking toward the capital ship's exposed underbelly. "Targeting the reactor core," Hayes said, her voice tight with concentration. "When I give the signal, fire everything you've got." Kira's hands tightened on the controls. "Copy that." They were so close now she could see individual hull plates, could see crew members moving behind reinforced windows. "Now!" Hayes screamed. Kira fired. Every weapon, every missile, everything. The capital ship's reactor didn't just explode. It tore itself apart from the inside out, a chain reaction of catastrophic failures that turned the entire vessel into a miniature sun. The shockwave hit Kira's fighter like a physical blow, sending her spinning end over end. Alarms shrieked. Her vision went white. When her sight cleared, the Zerathian fleet was in full retreat, scattering like startled fish. "Hayes?" Kira gasped. "Commander Hayes, do you copy?" Static. Then, faint and crackling. "I copy." Still alive. Mostly. Kira let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. They'd done it. Against all odds, against every reasonable expectation, they'd actually done it. She guided her damaged fighter back toward Zenith 7, watching as station security moved to secure the hangar bay, as medical teams rushed to help the wounded. She'd saved them. She'd actually saved them. The fighter touched down roughly, and Kira practically fell out of the cockpit. Her legs were shaking. Her hands were shaking. Everything was shaking. Hayes appeared beside her, blood running down one side of her face from a cut above her eye, grinning like a maniac. "Welcome to the war, cadet," she said. Kira opened her mouth to respond. That's when the second invasion fleet dropped out of warp, twice the size of the first, and every weapon trained on the station. The comm systems exploded with panicked voices. Station command was shouting evacuation protocols. Defense coordinators were screaming about insufficient firepower. Someone was praying in a language Kira didn't recognize. Commander Hayes grabbed Kira's shoulder hard enough to bruise. "You get back in that fighter. Now." "They'll slaughter us," Kira said, but she was already moving. Her body had disconnected from her brain, running on pure survival instinct. "There's no way 2 fighters can take on that many ships. Then we don't take them on. We buy time." Hayes was climbing back into her cockpit, blood still streaming down her face. The distress signal went out. "Galactic Defense Forces en route. We just need to keep this station in one piece until they arrive." "How long?" 40 minutes. 40 minutes. An eternity in combat. A blink in any other context. Kira sealed herself into her fighter, felt the neural interface reconnect. The ship's systems were damaged but functional. Barely, she had maybe 60% weapon capacity, and the shields were operating at a fraction of their normal strength. Through the cockpit canopy, she watched the second Zerathian fleet arrange itself in an attack formation. These ships were larger, more heavily armed. The smaller craft that had retreated earlier were regrouping with them, doubling their fighter complement. "They're really committed to destroying this place," Kira muttered. "Zenith 7 is the premier research and education facility in this sector," Hayes replied through the comm. 40 species represented, thousands of the brightest minds in the galaxy. "They're not trying to conquer it, Chen. They're trying to send a message." "What message?" "That the galactic community is weak, that we can't protect our own, that unity is a fantasy." His voice went cold. "The Zerathians have been isolationists for 3 centuries. Now they're making a play for dominance, and this is their opening move." The lead Zerathian vessel powered up its main cannon. Energy readings spiked across Kira's display, climbing higher and higher. "That's a planetary assault weapon," Hayes said quietly. "One shot will crack this station like an egg. Then we stop them from firing." "With what?" Harsh language. Kira's mind raced. 2 fighters. Damaged fighters. Against a fleet that could atomize them without effort. The math was impossible. The situation was hopeless. Human specialized in hopeless. "Commander, what's the one thing every species in the galaxy agrees about humans?" Hayes was silent for a moment. Then she laughed, sharp and bitter. "That we're insane." "Exactly. So let's prove them right." Kira opened a channel to the Zerathian fleet. She had no idea if they'd even listen, but she had to try. "Zerathian vessels. This is Cadet Kira Chen of Earth. You are in violation of galactic community law. Withdraw immediately or face consequences." The response came 30 seconds later, translated through her ship's computer. The voice was cold, mechanical, utterly without mercy. "Earth, the species that believes itself equal to civilizations millennia old. You are irrelevant. Your warning is irrelevant. Prepare for annihilation." "Irrelevant," Kira repeated. "That's their mistake right there." She plotted a course directly toward the lead vessel, the one charging its planet killer. "Commander, I need you to hit their sensor array. Blind them. Just for a few seconds." "And then what?" "Then I'm going to do something incredibly stupid." "Kira, wait." But Kira was already accelerating. pushing her damaged fighter to maximum burn. The Zarethian fleet opened fire, and space around her became a lattice of death. Energy bolts and missiles filled the void, each one capable of vaporizing her ship. She dodged. Not through skill, not through training, through something deeper, something her body knew before her mind caught up. Earth gravity was crushing compared to most worlds. Earth predators had been fast and deadly. Humans had survived by being faster, smarter, more adaptable. Kira's ancestors had dodged saber-toothed cats and cave bears. These energy bolts were just bigger teeth. Hayes's fighter streaked past, weapons blazing, and the Zarethian flagship's sensor array exploded in a shower of sparks and debris. For exactly 4.3 seconds, the massive ship was blind. Kira used every one of those seconds. She dove beneath the flagship's ventral hull, so close she could have reached out and touched the metal if not for the canopy. Targeting systems locked onto the charging weapon's power coupling, the one weak point in its heavily armored structure. She fired everything. Missiles, lasers, kinetic rounds, everything. The coupling ruptured. Energy meant for the station backfed into the weapon itself, and Kira was already pulling up, pulling away, pushing her fighter past its maximum stress tolerances. The Zarathian flagship's main weapon exploded. Not the controlled detonation of a reactor breach, but a chaotic, violent failure that tore through internal systems like a cancer. Secondary explosions rippled across the hull. The ship began listing, life support failing, crew evacuating in escape pods. The rest of the fleet hesitated. Just for a moment. Just long enough. "That's 2 capital ships, you arrogant bastards." Hayes snarled over the comm. "You want a third?" The Zarathians did not in fact want a third. Their formation broke, ships peeling away, fighters retreating to defensive positions. But they didn't leave. They regrouped, recalculated, prepared for a second assault. Kira's fighter limped back toward the station, systems failing one by one. Red lights covered her dashboard. The neural interface was screaming warnings directly into her brain. "Chen, your ship's falling apart," Hayes said. "I noticed. Get back to the hangar. You're done." Not yet, because she'd seen something. A pattern in the Zarathian formation, a gap in their defensive screen, and 37 minutes left until reinforcements arrived. She changed course, vectoring not toward the station but toward the enemy fleet's left flank. 3 heavy cruisers hung there, weapons charging, prepared to pound Zenith 7 into scrap metal. "Kira, what are you doing?" "Buying time. You'll die, probably." She thought about Mira hiding in some shelter, wondering if her sarcastic human friend was still alive. About her brother back on Earth, who'd cried when she left for the academy. About Professor Velis and his boring lectures that she'd never complain about again if she survived this. About the 200 students who deserved to live. Her fighter was screaming now, every system on the verge of catastrophic failure. She aimed for the gap between the cruisers, threading the needle at speeds that would turn her into paste if she hit anything solid. The Zarathians saw her coming. They fired. She dodged. Not all of it. One energy bolt clipped her starboard wing, tearing it half off. Her fighter began spiraling, centrifugal force trying to pull her apart. Kira roared, fighting the controls, forcing the dying ship to obey her will. She wasn't religious, but in that moment she prayed to whatever gods might listen. Human gods. Alien gods. The cold mathematics of physics itself. The fighter stabilized. Barely. She was inside their formation now, past their heaviest defenses, and she had exactly 1 missile left. 1 shot. 1 chance. The lead cruiser's bridge was directly ahead, command staff visible through reinforced windows. She could see their faces. Alien features twisted in shock and rage. They hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected someone to be this reckless, this desperate, this human. "For Earth," Kira whispered and fired. The missile struck the bridge dead center. The explosion was relatively small, contained, but it severed the cruiser's command structure. Without leadership, its automated systems went into defensive mode, weapons powering down, engines reducing to station-keeping burns. The other 2 cruisers broke formation, scrambling to compensate, and then the cavalry arrived. Warp signatures bloomed across Kira's sensors, massive signatures, the Galactic Defense Force dropping into real space in perfect formation. 12 dreadnoughts, 50 destroyers, hundreds of fighters. The Zarathian fleet didn't wait to engage. They jumped to warp in seconds, abandoning their damaged ships, fleeing into the deep black. Kira's fighter finally gave up the ghost. Systems died. Life support failed. She was coasting now, drifting in vacuum, trapped in a metal coffin. Chen. Hayes's voice crackled through the dying comm system. Kira, respond. She tried. Her mouth wouldn't work. Everything hurt. She was pretty sure she had at least 3 broken ribs and possibly a concussion. The cockpit was getting cold. Really cold. Rescue teams are en route, Hayes was saying, but her voice sounded distant. Hang on, cadet. That's an order. Hang on. Kira's eyes drifted closed. She'd done it. They'd won. Everyone would be okay. That was good. That was enough. When she woke up, she was in medical bay, wrapped in more bandages than she'd thought possible. Every breath hurt. Moving was out of the question. But she was alive. Mira was sitting beside her bed, all 4 hands wringing together nervously. When she saw Kira's eyes open, she made a sound that the translator rendered as relieved sobbing. "You complete idiot," Mira said, which wasn't what Kira expected. "You beautiful, insane, terrifying idiot." "Hey," Kira croaked. "I saved everyone." "Yes, by nearly dying multiple times." Mira leaned forward, antenna trembling. "Every species in this station is talking about you. About Commander Hayes. About what humans can do when threatened. Are they scared? Absolutely terrified. And also grateful. It is a confusing combination." Kira managed a weak laugh that turned into a cough. "Where's Hayes?" "Giving reports to Galactic Command. She has been arguing with them for 6 hours about military protocols and rules of engagement. I believe she may have used several Earth profanities that the translators cannot process." "That sounds like her." The door slid open and Professor Velis entered, moving with the careful dignity of his species. He stopped at the foot of Kira's bed, 3 eyes studying her. "Miss Chen," he said formally, "I have been asked to deliver a message from the Academy Council." Here it comes, Kira thought. Expulsion for recklessness, criminal charges for taking military action, deportation back to Earth. "The Council wishes to extend their deepest gratitude for your actions during the attack," Velis continued. "Furthermore, they have unanimously voted to create a new position, Head of Emergency Response and Combat Protocols. The position is yours, should you choose to accept it." Kira stared. "I'm a student. I split a desk in half this morning because I got startled." "Yes," Velis said, and his tone was almost warm. "And when the alarm sounded, when everyone else panicked, you acted. You understood that violence, controlled and directed, is sometimes the only answer to violence. The galaxy needs individuals who understand this, individuals who can protect the rest of us when negotiation fails." He paused, then added more quietly, "I apologize, Miss Chen, for treating you as a potential danger rather than a potential defender. It was small-minded of me." "It's okay," Kira said. "I kind of am a danger to our enemies." "Yes. We are beginning to appreciate the distinction." After he left, Mira squeezed Kira's hand gently. "So, you are famous now. The human who saved Zenith 7. How does it feel?" "Painful," Kira admitted. "Everything hurts. That is very human of you. To save everyone and then complain about the consequences. Complaining is also very human." "This is true." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Through the medical bay window, Kira could see Zenith 7's curve, could see repair crews already working on the damaged sections, life continuing. Learning continuing. Because of what she'd done, because of what Hayes had done. Because humans, when pushed back harder. Commander Hayes appeared in the doorway several hours later, looking exhausted but satisfied. She'd cleaned up, changed uniforms, and the cut above her eye was sealed with medical adhesive. "Cadet Chen," she said formally. Then she grinned. "Or should I say, Head of Emergency Response. I haven't accepted yet." "You will." Hayes pulled up a chair, sitting with the careful posture of someone whose body had also been through hell. "Because you're a fighter, Kira. Because when the alarm sounded and everyone else ran toward safety, you ran toward the fight. It's not training. It's maybe it's a bad instinct. Maybe. But it's the instinct that kept humanity alive on Earth. And it's the instinct that's going to keep the galactic community alive now." Kira thought about that, about her broken desk and her reputation and the weight of expectation that had been crushing her since she arrived at this station, about how in the moment of actual crisis that weight had transformed into purpose. "The galaxy's still afraid of us," she said. "Good. Let them be afraid. Fear keeps people honest." Hayes leaned back, "But they're also grateful. and gratitude builds trust, and trust, given enough time, builds understanding. You sound optimistic. I sound realistic. Humans aren't saints, Kira. We're violent, aggressive, emotionally unstable deathworlders from a nightmare planet. But we're also loyal, courageous, and we don't abandon our own. The galaxy needs to learn that we're both the monster under the bed and the guardian at the door, sometimes simultaneously. Kira looked at her hands, at the bandages covering knuckles that had gripped a fighter's controls so hard she'd bruised bone, at fingers that had pulled a trigger without hesitation when lives were at stake. I split my desk in half, she said quietly, just from grabbing it when the alarm went off. I know. It's already a meme on the station network. Someone made an animation. Oh God, it's actually pretty funny, you should see it. Despite everything. Kira laughed. It hurt, but it was worth it. The door opened again and a junior medical officer entered. Some species Kira didn't recognize, holding a datapad. Excuse me, Head Chen, there are 63 media requests for interviews, 27 academic journals asking for articles, and apparently the entire freshman class wants your autograph. Kira looked at Hayes helplessly. Hayes was trying not to laugh. Tell them, Kira said carefully, that I'm just a student who got lucky, and that any credit belongs to Commander Hayes as much as me. Already told them that. Hayes said. They didn't believe me. Humans apparently make good heroes, or good monsters. Like I said, sometimes both. The medical officer left, looking vaguely confused by human humor. Mira had fallen asleep in her chair, exhausted by stress and relief. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly past, infinite and ancient. Kira closed her eyes, letting exhaustion pull her back towards sleep. She dreamed of Earth, of rain and gravity and a world that had tried so hard to kill her species. She dreamed of space combat and enemy fleets, and the cold mathematics of survival. She dreamed of her desk splitting beneath her fingers, and understood finally what it meant. Not that she was dangerous, not that she needed to be contained or controlled or feared, but that she was strong, that humanity was strong, that when the alarm sounded and the invasion came and the galaxy needed protection, humans would be there, raking desks, raking enemy ships, raking expectations, being exactly what they'd always been. Survivors, fighters, heroes and monsters and everything in between. When she woke again, Zenith 7 was whole, the students were returning to class, and Professor Velis was posting new lecture notes about applied combat physics. Kira smiled, closed her eyes, and let herself rest. The galaxy could wait. She'd already saved it once today. Tomorrow, when the alarm inevitably sounded again, she'd save it again. That's what humans did. Claude is AI and can make mistakes. Please double-check responses. The lecture hall smelled like recycled air.
The massive Imperial flagship Eternal Dawn emerged from hyperspace like a steel mountain against the stars. Its polished hull stretched for 12 kilometers, bristling with weapons that could shatter planets. At its command center, Grand Admiral Vale stood with perfect posture, his decorated uniform reflecting the soft blue glow of tactical displays. Primitive human vessels detected near the asteroid belt. Admiral, reported his sensor officer. 5 ships, approximately 400 meters each. They appear to be mining. Vale smiled. This would be his easiest conquest yet. Humanity had only recently been detected by Imperial scouts, and their addition to the Empire was long overdue. Every species needed to learn its place in the grand order of things. Open communications, Vale commanded. Let's show them the might they face. The human ships hung in space, looking small and vulnerable against the massive asteroid they were harvesting. Their vessels were blocky and functional, with various mining attachments extending from their hulls. Nothing like the sleek Imperial designs that had conquered 1,000 worlds. Inside the lead human vessel, Olympus, Admiral James Porter was enjoying his morning coffee when the communication alert chimed. He set down his favorite World's OKest Admiral mug and nodded to his communications officer. The holographic display sparked to life, showing the Imperial Admiral in all his decorated glory. Vale's voice boomed through the bridge, translated perfectly into English. Attention, inferior human vessels. You face the might of the Eternal Empire. Your species has been deemed worthy of absorption into our grand civilization. Surrender immediately and prepare for inspection. Resistance will result in your immediate destruction. You have 5 minutes to comply. Porter took another sip of his coffee. He looked at his crew, who were trying very hard to keep straight faces. Some were already snickering behind their hands. His first officer had to turn away, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Did they just try to threaten us with that museum piece? Someone whispered, setting off more barely contained giggles. Porter cleared his throat and activated the response channel. This is Admiral James Porter of the Earth Mining Federation vessel, Olympus. Hello there. I apologize, but could you repeat that? We want to make sure we recorded it properly for posterity. Vale frowned at the casual response. You dare mock the Empire? Our weapons can reduce your ships to atoms. Oh, I'm sure they can. Porter replied cheerfully. Hey, is that a Mark 7 plasma array on your port side? Haven't seen one of those in a museum since I was a kid. Still in working order. Impressive. The Imperial bridge fell silent. Vale's face turned an interesting shade of purple. You recognize our weapons? Oh sure, Porter said, taking another sip of coffee. Classic design. Very reliable for its time. We used something similar for industrial cutting about 70 years ago. Still great for asteroid mining, actually. The laughter on the human bridge was now impossible to contain. Even Porter was grinning broadly. The Empire's sensors couldn't detect the layers of quantum shielding around the human ships or the compressed singularity drives that powered them. They certainly couldn't detect the planet-cracking weapons hidden beneath civilian mining equipment. You will regret this insolence. Vale thundered. You have 3 minutes to surrender. Porter sighed, still smiling. Look, we're a bit busy with this mining operation. Tell you what, why don't you shoot at us if it makes you feel better? Just try not to hit the asteroid. We've got a quota to fill. The Imperial translator must have malfunctioned. Surely no primitive species would dare. Admiral Vale, his science officer interrupted, face pale. I'm detecting some unusual readings from their ships. The energy signatures are impossible. Porter finished his coffee and stood up. Well, if that's all, we really should get back to work. Feel free to stick around and watch if you'd like. We're about to test our new quantum extraction beam. Should be educational. The human crews returned to their work, occasional chuckles still echoing through their ship's halls. Behind them, the mighty Imperial flagship hung in space, its crew trying to understand how their greatest moment of conquest had somehow turned into an embarrassing first day of school. Sometimes, Porter thought, the best defense was a good sense of humor. The Imperial High Command's meeting room was silent except for the soft whir of holographic projectors. 12 of the most powerful beings in the galaxy watched the recording of their encounter with the human ships for the 10th time. Play it again, ordered High Commander Marcus, his golden robes rustling as he leaned forward. Focus on the human captain's reaction. The image showed Admiral Porter sipping coffee and smiling. Oh, is that a Mark 7 plasma array? Haven't seen one of those in a museum since I was a kid. Marcus slammed his fist on the table. How? How do they even know what our weapons are? In another part of space, humanity was having a very different meeting. Captain Robert Stone's casual response to the Empire had become the most watched video in human space. His memorable words, nice like show, but we're trying to work here, had already been printed on thousands of t-shirts. The memes are spreading faster than we can track them, reported Communications Director Lisa Brown, trying not to smile. My favorite is the one where they put Imperial ships next to children's toy spaceships. The toys look more advanced. The Earth Defense Council chamber erupted in laughter. Holographic screens showed social media feeds filled with jokes about the Empire's scary weapons. Someone had even created a game where players had to pretend to be scared of obsolete technology. Back on the Imperial flagship, Vale's research team made a disturbing discovery. Sir, a nervous analyst reported, we found human entertainment broadcasts dating back 50 years. They're making fun of technology exactly like ours. They've been joking about these kinds of weapons since before they met us. Vale watched an ancient human science fiction show where the heroes easily defeated weapons just like his best cannons. Impossible. They must have spies in our empire. That's the strange part, sir, the analyst continued. We found no evidence of human spies. But we did find this. He played a recording from an old human space station. It showed Imperial scout ships passing nearby, completely unaware they were being watched. The humans on the station were eating popcorn and rating the Imperial ship's designs on a scale of 1 to 10. The humans have been studying us for decades, Vale realized, his face growing pale. While we thought we were discovering them. They were watching us like a nature documentary, the analyst finished. There's a whole series called Galaxy's Funniest Military Blunders that's just recordings of our training exercises. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Emily West of Earth's diplomatic corps was preparing for her first official meeting with the Empire. She stood before a mirror, practicing. No, I can't smile that much, she told herself. Remember what happened to Jim when he couldn't stop laughing during the Centauri trade talks? Her computer chimed with a new message. The Empire was demanding an explanation for humanity's behavior. They attached detailed scans of human ships, hoping to prove the humans were lying about their technology. Emily read the scans and had to sit down, shoulders shaking with laughter. The Empire's best sensors had only detected the outer hull's recycling systems. They had completely missed the quantum engines, the dimensional shields, and the AI cores that ran every human ship. Like checking a smartphone's capabilities by measuring its case, she muttered, wiping tears from her eyes. The Empire's psychological warfare experts were meeting an emergency session. Their best minds tried to understand why their threats had no effect on humans. Perhaps they don't understand the concept of fear, one suggested. Maybe their brains process danger differently, offered another. None of them considered the simple truth that humanity had moved so far beyond Imperial technology that their threats were like a child wielding a toy sword. As the Empire scrambled to understand their failure, Admiral Porter's coffee mug became the most popular design in human space. The words "World's Okayest Admiral" were now printed in 20 languages. The Empire was about to learn a valuable lesson. Never try to intimidate someone who's been laughing at you for years. Grand Admiral Vale stood on his bridge, his face set in grim determination. After 3 days of being laughed at by humans, he had finally received permission to demonstrate the Empire's ultimate weapon. Prepare the Star Splitter, he commanded. Let's see them laugh at our most powerful cannon. The massive weapon extended from the Eternal Dawn's bow, gathering energy from 3 suns. Lights dimmed across the Imperial fleet as power flowed into the giant barrel. This weapon had destroyed moons. It had shattered fleets. It would surely make the humans tremor in fear. On the human mining ship Olympus, Lieutenant Mary Cooper was eating lunch when her tablet chimed. "Hey, Admiral," she called out to Porter. "They're charging up the big gun. Want me to put it on the main screen?" "Sure," Porter replied, finishing his sandwich. Anyone want to take bets on how long the charging sequence takes? These old models were pretty slow. The crew gathered around, many holding phones to record the moment. Some had even brought snacks. The Imperial weapon continued charging, its glow becoming brighter than a sun. Vale's smile grew wider. "Now they will learn respect," he whispered. A message popped up on his screen. The humans were broadcasting something to his ship. He opened the transmission, expecting pleas for mercy. Instead, his bridge was filled with scenes from ancient human movies. Each clip showed weapons exactly like his Star Splitter, some from entertainment made over a century ago. In every scene, the heroes easily defeated or dodged such weapons. Are they using our most feared weapon as entertainment? Vale's first officer asked in disbelief. The Star Splitter reached full power. Vale straightened his uniform. "Fire," he commanded. A beam of pure destruction, hot enough to melt planets, shot toward the human mining fleet. This was the moment that would finally silence their laughter. The beam hit the lead human ship, and splashed off an invisible shield like water hitting a window. "Hey," Lieutenant Cooper called out, not looking up from her lunch. "I think they just shot at us." "Did anyone feel anything?" "Nah," replied another crew member. "The old Mark III shields didn't even flicker." "Should we tell them?" Porter sighed and pressed the communication button. Imperial vessel Eternal Dawn. While we appreciate the light show, we must point out that firing weapons in an active mining zone violates Section 47B of the Basic Space Safety Code. I'm going to have to write you a citation. Vale stared at his sensors in shock. Not only had their greatest weapon failed to damage the human ships, but now they were being given a safety violation. Also, Porter continued, your weapon's efficiency rating is only 12%. You're wasting a lot of energy there. If you'd like, we can recommend some good engineers to help you upgrade to something more environmentally friendly. The human crews had already started sharing videos of the attack. Someone added cartoon sound effects to the beam bouncing off their shields. Another person set it to classical music. Lieutenant Cooper sent a personal message to the Imperial flagship. Cute light show. Reminds me of the laser pointer my cat plays with. Vale received a priority message from Imperial High Command. They had detected the weapon's use and demanded an explanation. He didn't know how to tell them that their ultimate weapon had just become a source of entertainment for human social media. Sir, his sensor officer reported quietly, I'm detecting some unusual readings from the human ships. It seems they're using our weapon's energy to power their coffee makers. In the Olympus's break room, Porter poured himself a fresh cup of coffee, made with recycled energy from the Imperial attack. You know, he said to his crew, we should thank them. The coffee tastes better when it's brewed with converted weapon energy. The Empire's most terrifying weapon had failed to destroy the humans. Instead, it had made their beverages more enjoyable. Somewhere in human space, a new t-shirt design appeared. The Empire shot first. And all I got was this perfectly brewed coffee. After the embarrassing failure of the Star Splitter, the Empire decided to try a different approach. They would scan the human vessels to find any weaknesses. Full spectrum analysis. Vale ordered, his pride still hurting from the coffee maker incident. I want to know everything about these ships. The Empire's best scanning equipment activated, probing the human vessels with waves of energy. On the bridge of the Eternal Dawn, dozens of analysts waited for results. Inside the human ship Olympus, the crew's eye assistant, Bob, spoke up. Excuse me, Admiral Porter, but someone is scanning us with primitive technology. Should I help them out? Porter looked up from his crossword puzzle. Why not? Give them a peek at the basic stuff. No need to show them anything that might scare them. Very well, Bob replied. I'll let them see the recycling system and the backup coffee makers. The Imperial analysts stared at their screens in confusion. Sir, one called out to Vale, these readings can't be right. The human ships, they're bigger on the inside than the outside. Vale rushed to look at the data. The first scans showed normal ship compartments, but deeper scans revealed impossible spaces, rooms that shouldn't exist, and energy readings that made no sense. What do you mean they have a quantum fold in their storage bay? Vale demanded. Exactly that, sir. Their cargo hold. It contains more space than physically possible. And there's something else. The analyst's voice trembled. They're using our scan as a power source. They're charging their entertainment systems with it. On the Olympus, Lieutenant Cooper was watching an old Earth movie on a screen powered by the Imperial scans. Thanks for the extra power. She sent in a message to the Imperial ship. The resolution is much better now. Vale's day got worse when his science officer made another discovery. Sir, remember how we thought their ships were primitive because of all the mining equipment? Yes, Vale replied, dreading the answer. That's not mining equipment. Well, it is, but it's also everything else. Each piece can transform into about 50 different things. They're using technology that makes our most advanced systems look like stone tools. The Empire's best scientists were called in to study the human ships. Each new discovery made them more uncomfortable. How are they powering their engines? One scientist asked. Which ones? Another replied. They seem to have 5 different drive systems. One of them is, apparently, running on laughter. That can't be right. Porter received a message from Earth Command. Stop letting them scan so deep. You're making them nervous. Bob, Porter called out to the AI. Maybe dial it back a bit. Show them something simpler. Too late, Bob replied cheerfully. They just found the quantum ice cream maker. They seem very confused about how it creates infinite flavors. The Empire's scanning team was indeed baffled. Their best equipment showed human technology that seemed to break every law of physics they knew. Worse, the humans were using this incredible technology for things like making better ice cream and storing extra snacks. Sir, Vale's first officer reported, we've detected their defensive systems. And, Vale asked, clutching his chair, they have 3 layers of shielding. The first layer is more advanced than anything we have. The second layer seems to be there just for show. And the third layer, the officer paused. The third layer appears to be made of pure mathematics. We don't know what that means. Meanwhile, the human crews were taking bets on how long it would take the Empire to find their actual weapons. So far, the Imperial scanners had completely missed the really interesting stuff, like the pocket universe in the engine room or the time loop in the waste disposal system. Should we tell them about the dragons? One crew member asked Porter. Let's not, Porter replied, feeding a quantum biscuit to the ship's pet dragon, which existed in 7 dimensions at once. They're still trying to understand how our coffee makers work. Besides, Bob is having too much fun showing them the decoy systems. The Empire had wanted to learn about human weaknesses. Instead, they were discovering that humanity had been playing with technology beyond their comprehension all along. Vale stared at the latest scan results and muttered, how do they fit a water park in there? After a week of failed scans and increasing confusion, the Empire finally requested a formal meeting with human representatives. They needed answers, even if those answers might hurt their pride. The meeting was set on a neutral space station. The Empire sent their finest diplomats, led by Ambassador Roy from their most prestigious diplomatic academy. Humanity sent Tom Wilson, a retired history teacher who now worked part-time as Earth's ambassador because he thought it would be fun. Please, Ambassador Roy began, his voice stiff with formal dignity, explain how your species achieved such advancement without our knowledge. Tom leaned back in his chair, sipping from a mug that read, Galaxy's Most OK Ambassador. Well, funny story, actually. We invented faster-than-light travel about 3,000 years ago. The Imperial diplomats stared at him. Ambassador Roy's mouth opened and closed several times before he could speak. That's impossible. The Empire has only existed for 800 years. Oh, we know, Tom replied cheerfully. We watched you form. Quite interesting, really. My granddaughter did her middle school history project on your first expansion period. Got a B+. She would have gotten an A, but she forgot to mention your 3rd emperor's favorite color. The Imperial diplomats looked like they might faint. One was frantically checking historical records on his tablet. You see, Tom continued, pulling out an ancient paper book, we decided to stay quiet and observe after our first few contacts with alien life. Fascinating stuff. Watching civilizations develop. We have a whole department of galactic anthropology now. He opened the book, showing them photographs of Imperial ships from centuries ago. Look, here's your first attempt at a star cruiser. Very creative design for beginners. We all thought the purple stripes were a nice touch. Ambassador Roy's face had turned an interesting shade of green. You've been watching us. All this time? Oh yes, Tom nodded. We have a tourist spot on Europa where people can watch Imperial ships pass by. The gift shop does quite well. The plush toys of your warships are especially popular with children. The truth hit the Imperial delegation like a quantum brick. Humanity hadn't just achieved technological superiority. They had been so far advanced that they treated the Empire like an interesting historical curiosity. But what about the threats out there? Ambassador Roy sputtered. The cosmic horrors. The space monsters. We protect the galaxy from them. Tom's smile became a bit gentler. Ah, about that. Those space monsters you occasionally fight. They're actually the ones we let through. The small ones. The cute ones. Like keeping a manageable number of mice to help train cats. He pulled up a holographic display showing creatures that made the Empire's worst nightmares look like puppies. These are the ones we deal with. We call this fellow Bob. He tries to eat reality every few centuries. Nice chap once you get to know him, though. Plays excellent chess. The Imperial diplomats watched in horror as Tom showed them footage of humanity casually containing threats that could swallow solar systems. So you see, Tom explained, pulling out a cookie jar from seemingly nowhere, we're not laughing at you because we're mean. We're laughing because it's like watching our own ancient history. Cookie. He offered the jar around. They're baked in a quantum oven. Each one tastes like your favorite flavor. One brave Imperial diplomat took a cookie. His eyes widened as he tasted it. It tastes like my mother's cooking from when I was a child. Neat, right? Tom grinned. Simple application of probability manipulation and memory extraction. We figured that out back when we were first learning to make toast in higher dimensions. As the meeting concluded, Ambassador Roy had one last question. Why reveal all this now? Tom stood up, straightening his "Just here for the snacks" t-shirt. Because it's time for the galaxy to move forward. Also, our Department of Galactic Development thought it would be good for your cultural growth. And honestly, maintaining our primitive species disguise was getting tiring. Do you know how hard it is to pretend our ships don't run on laughter? The Empire had come seeking answers. Instead, they found out they were living in humanity's galaxy aquarium. And the fish had just learned to talk back. 3 days after the truth about humanity was revealed, the Imperial High Council called an emergency meeting. Their entire civilization's status was at stake, and they needed to find a way to maintain their dignity. High Commander Marcus stood before the council, sweating slightly in his ceremonial robes. We must offer them an alliance, he declared. A generous one, before other species realize what's happening. Meanwhile, in the human diplomatic office on Earth, Ambassador Tom Wilson was playing holographic solitaire while floating a few inches above his chair. How generous do you think they'll try to be? He asked his AI assistant. Based on Imperial psychological patterns, the AI replied, they'll offer us exactly 23.7% more than they've ever offered anyone else. They'll also throw in 3 symbolic systems and their priceless collection of ancient technology. Tom chuckled. You mean the collection they bought from that human antiques dealer last year? The one full of old toasters and microwave ovens? The same one, the AI confirmed. They still haven't figured out why the sacred relics have defrost settings. The Empire's delegation arrived right on schedule in their grandest diplomatic vessel. They had spent hours practicing their most impressive entrance. The ship's doors opened with a majestic whoosh, releasing perfectly timed clouds of dramatic smoke. Tom watched them while eating a sandwich that existed in 3 time periods simultaneously. Should we tell them their smoke machine is from a human Halloween store? He whispered to his assistant. Let them have this one, the AI replied kindly. Ambassador Roy stepped forward with practiced grace. Noble representatives of Earth, he began, his voice echoing through the chamber. The Eternal Empire wishes to extend its most generous offer of alliance. Oh, good, Tom said, wiping future crumbs from his present shirt. We were hoping you'd want to be friends. Much better than this whole surrender or die business. The Imperial delegation launched into their carefully prepared speech, complete with holographic displays of their territory and resources. They offered protection, trade rights, and access to their advanced technology. And of course, Ambassador Roy concluded triumphantly, we would share our military might to defend your worlds. There was a moment of awkward silence. "That's very kind," Tom replied diplomatically, "but I should mention that we turned Jupiter into a sentient defense system last Tuesday. It keeps asking for crossword puzzles to solve between defending the solar system." The Imperial delegates blinked in confusion. You weaponized a gas giant." "Not weaponized," Tom corrected. "We just gave it consciousness and a subscription to several puzzle magazines. It gets bored otherwise." "Nice fellow, really. Tells terrible dad jokes, though." Before the Empire could respond, messages started pouring in from across the galaxy. Other species had learned about humanity's true status. The Zorb Confederation wanted protection. The Linked Worlds sought technology trading. The Crystal Mines requested human teachers. Ambassador Roy watched his carefully prepared offer crumble as more and more civilizations turned to Earth for leadership instead of the Empire. "Don't worry," Tom said kindly, seeing their distress. "We've actually prepared our own alliance offer." He pulled out a document that unfolded into impossible shapes. "Pretty simple stuff, really. You keep managing your local sector, we help upgrade your technology, and everyone gets access to our ice cream makers." That's it," Ambassador Roy asked suspiciously. "No demands for surrender. No humiliating conditions." "Well," Tom admitted, "we did include a requirement for your ships to have better coffee machines. The ones you're using now are practically medieval. Also, Jupiter insists that everyone subscribe to at least one puzzle magazine." The Empire's representatives huddled together, whispering frantically. Their choices were clear: accept humanity's surprisingly reasonable offer, or become irrelevant as the rest of the galaxy rushed to ally with Earth. "We accept," Ambassador Roy said finally, trying to maintain his dignity. "Excellent," Tom beamed. "Let's celebrate. Would anyone like a cookie? They're baked in a pocket dimension where calories don't exist." As the Imperial diplomats cautiously tried the impossible cookies, they realized something important. Being friends with humanity might be strange, but it was definitely going to be interesting. And delicious. 6 months after the Empire signed humanity's alliance treaty, the galaxy had become a very different place. Change was everywhere, especially in the former Imperial capital, where a human tech support office had become the busiest building in the city. "No, Your Highness," explained Mike from tech support to a frustrated Imperial governor. "You can't feed your quantum computer after midnight. That's why it started singing opera." He paused, listening. "Yes, I know the opera is quite good, but that's not what the computer is for." Across the galaxy, scenes of cultural exchange were playing out in unexpected ways. On a former Imperial warship, Captain Jane Baker was teaching the crew how to upgrade their engines. "And this," she said, holding up what looked like a small teacup, "is a basic infinite energy core. It runs on happy thoughts and cat videos." "But that's impossible," protested an Imperial engineer. "Impossible," Jane laughed. "We figured this out before we invented shoes that tie themselves. Which, by the way, took us embarrassingly long. Sometimes the simple things are the hardest." In Earth's primary school classrooms, children were now taking basic galactic history. Today's lesson was about the Empire's first contact with humanity. "And that's why we have Bring Your Imperial Friend to School Day," a teacher explained to her class. "Remember, kids, don't make fun of their old technology. They're learning." The Empire's former military headquarters had been converted into a museum. The infamous Star Splitter weapon was now a popular exhibit, right next to humanity's first faster-than-light coffee maker. The placard read, "Both these devices run on similar principles. One destroys planets, the other makes a perfect latte. Guess which one we considered more important to develop?" Admiral Porter, now retired, sat in his garden watching Imperial ships learning to navigate Earth's solar system. Jupiter, now fully sentient, and a crossword puzzle champion, kept giving them directions. "A little to the left." Jupiter's huge voice boomed across space. "No, your other left. Look, just follow the helpful dolphins I created from hydrogen." Yes, those glowing ones. The Empire scientists were having the time of their lives. Humanity had opened thousands of research centers where they could learn about advanced technology. The only rule was that everyone had to take regular breaks for ice cream and jokes. Today, announced Dr. Smith at the Galactic Science Academy, we'll learn why time is actually more like a bowl of spaghetti than a straight line. But first, who wants to see a cat that exists in all dimensions at once? Even the Imperial High Command had changed. Their once serious meeting room now had a casual Friday policy and a quantum vending machine that could produce any snack from any point in history. Your reports are late, High Commander Marcus told his officers, but I'll accept them yesterday. He paused. That's not a figure of speech anymore. Just use the temporal mailbox in the lobby. Ambassador Tom Wilson, still working part-time because he found it amusing, received a message from the Imperial Council. They had finally finished reading humanity's complete technological database. Did they understand it? He asked his AI assistant. They got through the introduction to the introduction. The AI replied. They're very excited about learning there's more than 3 dimensions, though they're a bit worried about the part where we mentioned that numbers have feelings. The galaxy was changing, growing, and learning. Former Imperial citizens discovered that life was much more fun when you didn't take yourself too seriously. Other species found that humanity's way of mixing advanced science with simple pleasures made the universe a more interesting place. And somewhere in deep space, Vale, the former Grand Admiral who had first encountered human ships, was enjoying his retirement. He sat in his garden, drinking coffee from a quantum-powered maker, watching his grandchildren play with a pet dragon that humanity had given them as a peace gift. You know, he said to the dragon, which existed in 7 dimensions, and loved playing fetch, I'm glad we didn't succeed in conquering them. This is much better. The dragon agreed, then asked if he wanted to play interdimensional chess. Vale smiled. Life in humanity's galaxy was strange, but it was never boring. And the coffee was excellent.
The Grand War Chamber of the Valoxy Hegemony was a place designed to make visitors feel small. It floated in orbit around the gas giant Theros 9, a massive crystalline station that caught the light of 3 distant suns and scattered it across walls that stretched higher than most buildings on most worlds. The ceiling disappeared into shadow above. The floor was polished to a mirror shine. Every surface, every angle, every carefully placed light was built to remind anyone who entered that they stood in the heart of the most powerful civilization in the known galaxy. And today, it was full. Representatives from over 60 conquered species filled the observation galleries. Military commanders from a dozen Valoxy battle fleets occupied the central ring of seats, their iridescent scales catching the light as they shifted and murmured among themselves. Advisors, strategists, weapons engineers, and political officers crowded the upper tiers. The air hummed with the low buzz of 100 different languages being whispered through translation devices. At the center of it all, raised above everyone else on a platform of black crystal, sat Supreme Arbiter Calyx Vone. He was impressive even by Valoxy standards. Nearly 3 meters tall when he stood, with 4 arms folded across a chest covered in scales that shifted between deep blue and bright silver depending on how the light hit them. His eyes were large, golden, and carried the look of someone who had never once in his life been told no. He had conquered 11 species. He had overseen the expansion of the hegemony across 2 full galactic arms. He considered warfare not as a challenge, but as a simple math problem, and he had never gotten the answer wrong. Today was supposed to be routine, a strategic summit, a review of border territories, resource allocation, fleet deployments, the kind of meeting that happened every cycle and produced the same predictable results. Then Scout Commander Yvril asked to speak. She was young. That was the first thing everyone noticed. Young and small for a Valoxy, barely 2 meters, with scales that had not yet darkened to the deep colors of maturity. She stood at the speaker's platform below Calyx Vone's seat and looked up at the assembled power of the hegemony, and her hands were shaking. She had just returned from a deep-range reconnaissance mission. 6 months in the Orion Arm, operating alone in a stealth vessel, cataloging species in a region the hegemony had never bothered to explore properly. Most of what she found was unremarkable. Pre-spaceflight civilizations. Minor spacefaring species with no military capability. The usual collection of worlds that would eventually be absorbed into the hegemony when it was convenient. But there was one species that was different. She called them Terrans. They are bipedal, warm-blooded mammals, Yvrel began, her voice carrying through the chamber's amplification system. She could hear how thin it sounded in this enormous space. Carbon-based, oxygen breathers, average height approximately 1.7 meters. They originate from a single temperate world in the Sol system, third planet from their star. She paused and looked at her datapad. The numbers still made her stomach turn. Their homeworld has a population of approximately 8 billion individuals. The chamber went quiet for exactly 2 seconds. Then someone laughed. It started in the upper galleries. A short, sharp bark of disbelief from a Valoxy fleet commander. Then another laugh from across the room. Then more. Within moments, the sound rolled through the war chamber like a wave, bouncing off the crystal walls and multiplying. 8 billion on one world. The entire Valoxy hegemony, spread across hundreds of systems and dozens of species, had a total population of 12 billion. And this young scout was telling them that a single planet of soft-skinned primates held 8 billion. Calyx Vone did not laugh. He smiled, which was worse. "Scout Commander," he said, and his voice cut through the laughter easily. The chamber quieted. "And you are certain of this number?" "Yes, Supreme Arbiter. I conducted multiple independent counts using different methodologies. The number may actually be conservative. Their census data, which they broadcast openly, suggests the true figure could be higher." "They broadcast their census data?" one of the commanders asked from the central ring. "They broadcast everything," Yvrel said. "Their communications are almost entirely unencrypted. News, entertainment, personal messages, military communications. They seem to have no concept of information security on a civilizational level. I was able to monitor their entire electromagnetic output from the edge of their system without any stealth protocols." More laughter, a species that could not even keep its secrets. This was what the scout was worried about. Yvrel pressed on. She could feel the room slipping away from her, but she had a duty to deliver her report. Despite their open communications, their military capability should not be underestimated. The Terrans have been a spacefaring species for only a short time relative to most hegemony members, but their rate of technological advancement is unusual. They went from their first powered flight to nuclear weapons in approximately 40 of their years, from nuclear weapons to functional spaceflight in less than 30, from their first colony ships to a network of established worlds in under 2 centuries. She pulled up a chart. The curve of Terran technological progress was almost vertical compared to the gentle slopes of other species. More importantly, she continued, the Terrans do not specialize their population the way most species do. In the hegemony, military service is performed by a dedicated warrior class, typically comprising between 2 and 5% of a species' total population. Among Terrans, military service is open to their entire adult population. Many of their civilians maintain combat training. Their culture places high value on physical fitness, competitive aggression, and what they call resilience. She took a breath. They have been fighting wars among themselves for their entire recorded history. Thousands of years of continuous armed conflict, often involving millions of combatants simultaneously. They have developed weapons capable of destroying their own planet and chose not to use them, not because they lack the will, but because they developed strategic doctrines to manage the threat. They practice war the way other species practice agriculture. It is their single greatest area of expertise. The laughter had stopped now, but not because the room was taking her seriously. It had stopped because the room was growing bored. Yvrel could see it in the way commanders shifted in their seats, in the way aides glanced at their own data pads, in the way Calyx Vone's smile had become fixed and patient, in the way of someone waiting for a child to finish speaking. She tried one more time. "Supreme Arbiter, I am formally recommending that the Terran species be classified as an existential consideration. I recommend that all hegemony operations maintain a minimum buffer of 50 light-years from known Terran territory. I recommend that no contact, hostile or otherwise, I'd be initiated until a full strategic assessment can be completed by a dedicated analysis team. She lowered her datapad. I believe that a military confrontation with this species would be catastrophic for the hegemony. The silence that followed was the worst kind. Not the silence of consideration, the silence of pity. The kind of silence that fills a room when everyone present is embarrassed on someone's behalf. Calix Vone leaned forward in his seat. "Scout Commander Yvrel," he said, and his tone was gentle in the way that a blade is gentle before it cuts. "I appreciate your thoroughness, truly. Deep-range reconnaissance is difficult and lonely work, and the hegemony values the dedication of its scouts." He paused. "However, you are young, and you have, I think, made the mistake that many young officers make when they encounter their first unknown species. You have confused quantity with quality." He stood, all four arms unfolded, and he gestured broadly at the assembled chamber. "The hegemony has faced large populations before. The Grellic had 6 billion on their homeworld when we arrived. They had nuclear capability. They had a warrior culture. They lasted 6 rotations. The Vren had 4 billion in orbital defense platforms. They lasted 8. Numbers, Scout Commander, are meaningless without the technology, the strategy, and the will to use them effectively." He looked down at her. 8 billion soft-bodied primates on a single temperate world, broadcasting their secrets to anyone who listens, fighting among themselves like animals in a pit. This is not a threat. This is a species that has not yet learned to be quiet in a dangerous universe. The laughter came back, louder this time, more confident. Commanders slapped their hands on the arms of their seats. Someone in the gallery made a crude joke about Death World primates that got a roar of approval. Yvrel stood at the speaker's platform and felt something cold settle in her chest. Not embarrassment. Something deeper than that. Something that felt like standing at the edge of a cliff and watching someone walk toward it with their eyes closed. "Supreme Arbiter," she said quietly, "with respect. The Grellic did not have faster-than-light travel. The Vren did not have artificial intelligence. The Terrans have both, and they have had them long enough to build things with them that I could not fully catalog in 6 months of observation. I saw shipyards in their system that were producing vessels at a rate that exceeded our most productive facilities by a factor of..." "That will be sufficient, Scout Commander." Calix Vone's voice had lost its gentleness. "You have delivered your report. It has been heard and noted. You are dismissed." The word dismissed landed like a door slamming shut. Yvrel stiffened. She looked around the chamber one last time, searching for a single face that showed doubt, concern, anything other than amusement or indifference. She found one. In the far corner of the central ring, partially hidden behind a column of dark crystal, sat Drenok. He was a Torvan, one of the few non-Valoxi permitted at the war table, kept around because his species had a talent for pattern recognition that even the Valoxi grudgingly respected. He was old by any species standards. His gray-green skin was scarred from campaigns that predated most of the officers in the room. His 3 eyes watched Yvrel with an expression she could not quite read. He was not laughing. Yvrel gathered her datapad and left the speaker's platform. The chamber buzzed behind her as the summit moved on to resource allocation reports and border patrol schedules. Her report was already forgotten, a footnote, a joke that would be retold in officers' clubs for cycles to come. The young scout who came back from the Orion Arms scared of monkeys. She was halfway down the corridor outside the chamber when she heard footsteps behind her. Heavy, uneven footsteps. Torvan footsteps. She stopped but did not turn around. "Scout Commander?" Drenok's voice was like gravel being poured into a metal container. He moved to stand beside her. He was shorter than her but twice as wide, built like something designed to survive impacts. "You did well in there," he said. "I was laughed at and reprimanded. Yes, those two things are not mutually exclusive with doing well. You delivered an accurate report to people who did not want to hear it. That is the definition of doing your job." Yvrel finally looked at him. His 3 eyes studied her with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. "You believe me?" she asked. "I believe your data. Data does not care whether anyone laughs at it." He paused. "I have a question. Your report was thorough, but there was one thing you did not describe in detail." "What?" "Their ships. You talked about production rates and fleet numbers?" You did not talk about the ships themselves. Yeah, what did they look like? Yvrel was quiet for a long moment. She had not included detailed ship descriptions in her report because she had not known how to describe what she had seen in terms that would make sense to the war chamber. The hegemony built beautiful warships, elegant curves, flowing lines, gleaming hulls that reflected the light of whatever star they orbited. Hegemony vessels were designed to inspire awe, to make enemies understand, at first sight, that they faced a superior civilization. Terran ships were not like that. Wrong, she said finally. Their ships looked wrong, like they were built by something that expected to die and did not care. Dranak said nothing for a long time. His scarred face was unreadable. I was at the Vren campaign, he said eventually. I was at Grellick. I have fought 7 species for the hegemony, and I have won every time. And I have never once heard a scout describe an enemy's ships the way you just described theirs. He put one heavy hand on her shoulder. Keep your data, Scout Commander. Keep your reports. Keep everything. I have a feeling someone will want to see them again, and when they do, they will not be laughing. He turned and walked back toward the war chamber, his uneven steps echoing down the crystalline corridor. Yvrel stood alone in the hallway for a long time. 3 days later, the orders came down from the Supreme Arbiter's office. A standard subjugation fleet of 200 warships was being assembled and dispatched to the Terran border system designated Artemis IV, a minor colony world. Minimal strategic value. The operation was classified as a corrective incursion, intended to test Terran military response times and claim resources for the hegemony. 200 warships. For a species the Supreme Arbiter considered barely worth noticing. He had told his staff it was overkill, that 50 ships would probably be sufficient, but there was no reason not to be thorough. Yvrel read the orders on her datapad in her quarters aboard the scout station. She read them twice. Then she set the pad down on her desk and stared at the wall. She thought about the Terran shipyards she had seen from the edge of their system, the massive orbital structures that never stopped moving, never stopped building, producing ship after ship after ship with a relentless mechanical rhythm that had reminded her of a heartbeat. She thought about the electromagnetic chatter she had intercepted, not the military transmissions, which were surprisingly sparse and tightly coded when they wanted them to be, but the civilian ones, music, stories, arguments, laughter, a species that filled every frequency with the noise of being alive. She thought about the number that had made the war chamber laugh, 8 billion, and she thought about what Dranak had not said, but she had understood anyway, that the problem was not the number. The problem was what you got when you took 8 billion members of a species that had spent its entire existence learning how to fight and gave them a reason to stop fighting each other and start fighting something else. Somewhere in the Orion Arm, on a dusty half-finished world called Artemis IV, what 2 million humans went about their daily lives. They farmed, they built, they raised children. They watched their sky and wondered what was out there. They were about to find out, and so was the hegemony. Artemis IV was not a beautiful world. Not yet. It was the kind of planet that needed another 100 years of work before anyone would put it on a postcard. The air was thin and dry. The soil was rust-colored and stubborn. The oceans were shallow and tasted of iron. 2 million humans lived there, spread across a handful of settlements connected by dirt roads and rail lines that cut through flat, empty plains stretching to every horizon. The largest settlement was called New Thessaly. It had a population of about 400,000, which made it the closest thing to a city on a world that was still more construction site than civilization. It had a spaceport, a university, a hospital, 3 bars, and a municipal building where the colonial governor held meetings that nobody wanted to attend. The buildings were low and square and built from local stone because importing materials from Seoul was expensive and the colonists were practical people. It was early morning in New Thessaly when the sky changed. Captain Riva Santos saw it first because seeing things first was her job. She was the commanding officer of the TDF patrol corvette Whiskey Tango, a ship roughly the size of a large commercial transport, currently holding station in a lazy orbit above the Artemis system's outer asteroid belt. And the Whiskey Tango was the only Terran Defense Force vessel assigned to the Artemis sector. It was a border posting. Quiet. Boring. The kind of assignment you got when you were either very new or had annoyed someone important enough to send you somewhere that nothing ever happened. Santos had been here for 11 months. She had annoyed someone important. She was sitting in her command chair with her feet up on the edge of the console, drinking her fourth coffee of the morning and reading a novel on her personal tablet when her sensor officer said something that made her put the coffee down. "Captain, I have contacts, multiple contacts, FTL signatures at the system boundary." Santos swung her feet off the console. "How many?" The sensor officer stared at his screen. He was young, fresh out of the academy. He had never seen a real contact in his entire career. "Ma'am, I am reading 200 FTL signatures." Santos did not panic. She did not shout orders or slam her fist on anything. She set her coffee mug in its holder, placed her tablet face down on the arm of her chair, and sat up straight. "Sound general quarters," she said. "Get me a visual as soon as they drop out." The Whiskey Tango came alive around her. Red lights replaced white ones. Crew members who had been eating breakfast or sleeping or playing cards appeared at their stations within 90 seconds. The ship's systems powered up from standby to full readiness. None of this was frantic. It was practiced. They had drilled for this exact scenario once a week for 11 months. Santos had insisted on it, and her crew had complained about it. And now none of them were complaining. The 200 FTL signatures resolved into 200 warships. They dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the Artemis system in a formation that was clearly designed to be impressive. They arrived in a perfect geometric pattern, a massive diamond shape, layer upon layer of vessels arranged with mathematical precision, each one holding its position relative to the others, with the kind of accuracy that only came from centuries of practice. The ships themselves were beautiful. Santos could admit that, even as her stomach dropped. Voloxy warships were works of art, sweeping curves, polished hulls that reflected starlight like mirrors, energy signatures that pulsed with a rhythm that was almost musical. They looked like they had been designed by sculptors rather than engineers. And there were 200 of them. The smallest was 10 times the mass of the Whiskey Tango. The largest, the flagship at the center of the formation, was a true capital ship, bristling with weapons arrays and sensor dishes and launch bays, capable of deploying thousands of fighter craft. Santos looked at her tactical display. 1 green dot, 200 red dots. "Well," she said to no one in particular, "that is a lot of ships." Her communications officer turned in his chair. "Captain, we are receiving a transmission from the flagship. Standard galactic frequency. They are broadcasting in the clear." "Put it through." The voice that filled the Whiskey Tango's bridge was translated by the ship's systems into flat, accented English. It was confident in the way that only someone who had never lost could be confident. "Attention, yes, inhabitants of the system. I am Fleet Master Orin of the Voloxy Hegemony Subjugation Fleet. By the authority of Supreme Arbiter Calix Vone and the mandate of the Hegemony Council, this system and all resources within it are hereby claimed as territory of the Voloxy Hegemony. All inhabitants will disarm immediately and submit to hegemony governance. Resistance will be met with overwhelming force. You have 1 standard cycle to comply. This message will not be repeated." The transmission ended. Santos sat in her chair and looked at the tactical display for a long, quiet moment. Her bridge crew watched her. Nobody spoke. "Open a channel," she said. "Same frequency." "Channel open, Captain." Santos straightened her uniform. It was wrinkled. It was always wrinkled. She had never been good at that part. "Fleet Master Orin, this is Captain Riva Santos of the Terran Defense Force, Patrol, Corvette Whiskey Tango. I am the ranking Terran military officer in this system. I have received your transmission." She paused. "I am formally requesting that you withdraw your fleet from Terran sovereign space. Artemis IV is a registered colony of the Terran Federation, and its citizens are under the protection of the Terran Defense Force. Your presence here constitutes an act of aggression under both Terran law and the established conventions of interstellar sovereignty." She paused again. "Please leave." There was a long moment of silence. Then the channel crackled with what Santos suspected was laughter. "Captain Santos," Orin's voice was amused. Genuinely amused, the way an adult is amused when a child says something accidentally funny. "I appreciate your formality. It is noted. However, I have 200 warships at my disposal, and you appear to have one small patrol vessel. I am curious how you intend to enforce your request." Santos leaned back in her chair. She picked up her coffee and took a sip. It was cold. She drank it anyway. "I do not intend to enforce it, Fleet Master. That is not my job. My job is to make sure you understand what happens next if you do not comply. Consider this your Yvrel moment." The silence that followed was different from the one before. It was sharp, surprised. On the bridge of the Hegemony flagship, Throne of Certainty, Fleetmaster Orin stared at his communications panel. Around him, his bridge officers exchanged glances. How did the human know that name? The answer was simple, though Orin would not learn it for some time. The Terran Defense Force had been monitoring Hegemony communications for years, not through any brilliant act of espionage. The Hegemony, like the Terrans' own early civilizations, was careless with its signals. Terran intelligence had intercepted Yvrel's report. They had read it. They had read the War Chamber's response. They knew what the Hegemony thought of them. They had been paying very close attention. "I do not know what you are referring to," Orin said, but the amusement had left his voice. "Then let me be direct," Santos said. "I am transmitting a data package to your flagship. Unencrypted, no embedded code, you can verify it yourself. It contains information about the Terran Defense Force that I think you will find relevant." The data package arrived on Orin's tactical display moments later. His intelligence officers opened it and began reviewing the contents. What they found made several of them sit down. Force projection capabilities of the Terran Defense Force, total fleet strength, ship classifications, crew complements, industrial output of the Sol system's orbital shipyards, population mobilization protocols, reserve force numbers. The numbers were large, not large the way a Hegemony fleet was large the way a natural disaster was large in a way that did not seem to belong in the same universe as the single small corvette that was transmitting them. "Fleet Master," one of Orin's intelligence officers said carefully, "if these numbers are accurate—" "They are not accurate," Orin said. "They are propaganda. Inflated figures designed to intimidate. It is the oldest trick in warfare." But his voice was less certain than it had been. Santos continued speaking. Her tone had not changed. She was not angry. She was not afraid. She sounded like a teacher explaining something to a student who was about to make a mistake. "Fleet Master, the Terran Defense Force maintains a standing fleet of over 15,000 warships. That number does not include reserve vessels, system defense platforms, or allied fleet contributions. In the event of a threat to a Terran colony, the Defense Force is authorized to execute what we call a case iron response, full combat mobilization of the nearest expeditionary fleet, with reinforcements following on a continuous basis until the threat is neutralized." She let that settle. "You have brought 200 ships to threaten a world of 2 million people. I want you to understand that the response to this action will not be proportional to the size of this colony. It will be proportional to the threat. Any threat to any Terran world is treated as a threat to all Terran worlds. That is not a policy decision. It is doctrine. It is built into the command structure at a level that cannot be overridden by any single officer, including me." "You are stalling," Orin said. "You are one ship. You are trying to buy time." "Yes," Santos said. "I am absolutely trying to buy time. I am being completely honest with you about that. The question you should be asking is what I am buying time for." Orin's jaw tightened. He was young for a fleet master. Calyx Vone's protege, chosen for this assignment because it was supposed to be simple. A training exercise with real targets. A chance to prove himself before moving on to more important commands. He had not expected to feel uncertain. He looked at his tactical display. 200 warships, 1 corvette. The math was simple. The math was always simple. "All ships advance," he ordered. "Standard approach formation. Begin landing preparations for ground forces." On the bridge of the Whiskey Tango, Santos watched the red dots begin to move. She nodded slowly. She had expected this. She had hoped for a different outcome. The way you hope the weather will be nice even though you have already packed an umbrella. But she had expected this. "Communications," she said. "Coded FTL burst. Priority 1. Following message." She took a breath. Whiston, case iron. The message was short. Her kit traveled at faster-than-light speeds through a network of relay beacons that the hegemony did not know existed, using an encryption protocol that the hegemony could not break, to a destination that the hegemony had never mapped. It arrived at its target in seconds. Sanos turned to her helm officer. "Move us out of their approach path. Weapons to standby. Do not power up targeting systems." "Ma'am," the helm officer looked confused. "We are not engaging? We are not engaging. We are observing." "But ma'am, if they reach the colony, they will reach the colony. We cannot stop 200 warships with one corvette, Lieutenant. That was never the plan." The Whiskey Tango slid gracefully out of the hegemony fleet's path and took up a position at a safe distance. Santos sat in her chair and watched the red dots advance toward Artemis 4. Far away on the bridge of the Throne of Certainty, Orin watched the corvette move aside. He had expected it to run. He had expected it to fight. He had not expected it to simply step out of the way and watch. Beside him, a communication arrived on a private channel. Drenak, the Torvon advisor, was monitoring the operation from hegemony space. His message was brief. "She is not running. She is not fighting. She is waiting. I do not know what she is waiting for, but the fact that she is waiting and not running terrifies me more than any weapon I have ever faced. Fleetmaster, I strongly advise you to reconsider this operation." Orin closed the message without replying. The hegemony fleet entered orbit around Artemis 4 3 hours later. From above, the planet looked exactly as the scouts had described. Dry, dusty, small settlements connected by thin lines of infrastructure. Nothing impressive, nothing threatening. Orin ordered landing operations to begin. Troop transports detached from the larger warships and began their descent through the thin atmosphere. Thousands of Valoxi soldiers in full combat armor, supported by armored vehicles and aerial drones, heading for the surface of a world that had no visible military installations, no orbital defenses, and no apparent means of resistance. It should have felt like a victory. It felt like something else. On the surface in New Thessaly, the colonial governor activated the emergency broadcast system. Her message was calm and clear. Not a call to arms, not a declaration of defiance, just instructions. All citizens proceed to designated shelter locations. Follow the blue markers. Hunter, bring personal emergency kits. Leave everything else. Do not engage with approaching forces. Repeat, do not engage. The people of New Thessaly moved. They moved quickly, and they moved quietly, and they moved with the kind of practiced efficiency that comes from doing something many times. Every household on Artemis 4 had an emergency kit. Every citizen knew their assigned shelter. Every shelter entrance was marked and maintained and stocked. The shelters were deep, very deep, dug into the bedrock of the planet using mining equipment that had been shipped from Sol at considerable expense. Far more expense than seemed justified for a farming colony on a dusty frontier world. The tunnels went down for hundreds of meters and branched into networks that connected every settlement on the continent. They were reinforced, they were supplied, and they were, if you looked at them with a military eye, not shelters at all. They were bunkers. The hegemony ground forces landed in empty towns, streets with no people, buildings with no occupants, doors left open, meals left half-eaten on tables. The colonists had simply vanished into the ground. A Valoxi squad leader reported to his commander. "The settlement is empty, no resistance, no casualties. They are gone." "Find them," the commander ordered. They tried. The first squad that entered a tunnel entrance hit an automated defense system that killed 3 soldiers with precise targeted fire before they could retreat. The second squad found a different entrance and made it 50 meters underground before the tunnel collapsed behind them. They spent 6 hours digging their way back to the surface. The colonists were not fighting, nor the planet was fighting for them. Every tunnel was trapped. Every entrance was covered. The infrastructure of the colony, the roads and rail lines and power conduits that looked so innocent from orbit, was laced with systems designed to make an occupying force miserable. But this was an inconvenience, not a crisis. Orin had 200 ships and an army. He could take this planet apart piece by piece if he needed to. The humans could hide underground for a while, but eventually they would have to come out. He settled in to wait. In orbit above him, the Whiskey Tango drifted silently. Captain Santos sat in her chair and drank another cup of coffee and watched the tactical display and said nothing. On the surface outside New Thessaly, a grizzled farmer named Hector Moran was the last civilian to reach his shelter entrance. Oh, he was 67 years old. He had come to Artemis 420 years ago because he wanted to build something with his hands, and he had built a farm that covered 200 acres of land that had never grown anything before he touched it. He was proud of that farm. He had put his life into that soil. He paused at the shelter entrance and looked up. The sky was full of alien warships. They caught the light of the local star and glittered like cruel jewelry against the pale blue atmosphere. Hector Moran had served in the Terran Defense Force for 12 years before becoming a farmer. He had fought in 3 engagements. He knew what warships looked like, what they could do, and what they meant. He also knew what a case iron signal meant, because every veteran did. He looked at the sky full of hegemony ships and shook his head slowly. "Hey, poor bastards," he said. Then he went underground and sealed the door behind him. Far away in the dark space between Artemis and Sol, something was moving. Something that did not show up on any sensor. Something that made no sound and cast no light and left no trail. Something very, very large. There is a particular kind of darkness between stars that most species never experience. It is not the darkness of a night sky, or a deep cave, or a room with the lights off. It is the darkness of nothing. True, absolute, infinite nothing. No light, no heat, no matter worth mentioning. Just vacuum stretching in every direction, farther than the mind can hold. In that darkness, something moved. It did not announce itself. It did not glow. It did not pulse with energy signatures or broadcast identification codes, or leave the faint gravitational ripple that most faster-than-light drives produced. It moved through the void the way a shark moves through deep water, silent, patient, aware. The TDF Thermopylae was 2 kilometers long. That number does not mean very much on its own. Space is large, and 2 kilometers is a small thing measured against the distance between worlds. But the Thermopylae was not measured against the distance between worlds. It was measured against other warships, and against other warships, it was enormous. It was roughly 8 times the length of the largest Veloxi capital ship in the fleet, currently occupying Artemis 4. It massed more than any 40 of those ships combined. It was a Forge-class dreadnought, and there were only 12 of them in the entire Terran Defense Force. Not because the Terrans could not build more, because 12 was enough. The Thermopylae did not look like a Veloxi warship. Veloxi warships were elegant. They curved and swept and gleamed. They were designed to be seen and admired. The Thermopylae was designed to do a job. It was angular. Flat planes of armor met at hard edges. There were no curves, no flowing lines, no aesthetic concessions of any kind. The hull was a dark matte gray that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. The surface was studded with weapons emplacements, sensor arrays, and launch bays, all of them recessed into the armor rather than mounted on top of it. Everything that could be protected was protected. Everything that could be hidden was hidden. Yorni, the ship looked like it had been carved from a single block of metal by someone who hated anything that was not functional. Scout Commander Yavrel had described Terran ships as looking like they were built by something that expected to die and did not care. She was half right. The Thermopylae was built by something that expected to be hit by everything the universe could throw at it and intended to keep fighting anyway. On the bridge of the Thermopylae, Admiral Jun Seo Park sat in his command chair and read the latest tactical update from Captain Santos. Park was 61 years old. His hair was silver, his face was lined, his hands were steady. He had been a flag officer in the Terran Defense Force for 19 years and had commanded the 7th Expeditionary Fleet for the last 7. In that time, the 7th had never been deployed in a full combat operation. It had conducted patrols, exercises, humanitarian missions, and enough readiness drills to fill a lifetime. It had trained and prepared and waited. Park had spent those 7 years hoping he would never have to use his fleet for its intended purpose. He was a thoughtful man. He read poetry. He played the cello badly. He had a daughter who taught biology on Mars and a son who built furniture on Earth. He did not love war, but he was very, very good at it. The case iron signal from the Whiskey Tango had reached Terran Command through the relay network in seconds. It had been verified, authenticated, and escalated in under a minute. The 7th Expeditionary Fleet had received its activation order within 15 minutes of Santos sending her message. There was no debate. No committee meeting, no political discussion. Case iron was not a request. It was a trigger, a predetermined response built into the deepest level of Terran military doctrine. When a Terran colony was threatened, the nearest expeditionary fleet moved. Automatically, immediately. The way your hand moves away from a hot surface before your brain has finished processing the pain. The 7th Fleet had made the jump to Artemis in under 6 hours. Not because it was close. The 7th had been stationed at Kepler Station, nearly 40 light-years from Artemis. It made the journey in under 6 hours because Terran FTL drives were faster than anyone in the hegemony knew. The hegemony had estimated Terran FTL capability based on Yivrel's observations of civilian traffic in the Sol system. Cargo ships, colony transports, passenger liners, slow, ponderous vessels that plodded between systems at speeds the hegemony considered adequate. They had not observed Terran military vessels because Terran military vessels did not want to be observed. The Terran Defense Force had learned long ago that the best advantage in any conflict was an advantage the enemy did not know you had. Their warships ran dark, no active emissions, no beacon pings, no energy signatures beyond what could be masked by background radiation. When a Terran warship moved through space, it moved like a submarine in an ocean of nothing. You did not see it. You did not hear it. You did not know it was there until it wanted you to know. And now 40 Terran warships sat in the darkness at the edge of the Artemis system, waiting for Admiral Park to give the order. Park read Santos's report for the 3rd time. To 200 hegemony warships, ground forces deployed to the surface, colony populations secured in deep bunkers, no Terran casualties. The hegemony fleet was in standard occupation formation, spread across orbital positions above Artemis 4, focused on the planet below. They were not watching the dark. Fleet status, Park said. His flag captain, a woman named Torres with short dark hair and the kind of calm that came from 20 years of service, responded immediately. All ships report battle ready, Admiral. Weapons hot. Drives standing by, awaiting your order. Park nodded. He looked at the tactical display. 200 red dots clustered around the blue-green circle of Artemis 4. One lonely green dot, Santos and the Whiskey Tango, sitting at the system's edge. And 40 more green dots, invisible to everyone else, she arranged in a loose formation in the dark. Signal the fleet, Park said. Plan Meridian. I will go in first. The fleet will jump on my mark 30 seconds after I arrive. Standard doctrine. No one fires until I give the word. Torres raised an eyebrow a fraction of an inch. You want to go in alone first, sir? I want them to see one ship. I want them to have a moment to think about what one ship means before they see 40. Torres nodded. She understood. This was not about tactics. This was about a message. Signal sent, Admiral. Fleet acknowledges. Thermopylae is clear to jump. Park looked at the tactical display one more time. Then he set down his datapad and straightened in his chair. Take us in. The Thermopylae jumped. It dropped out of FTL at the edge of the Artemis system, roughly 2 million kilometers from the hegemony fleet's outermost picket ships. It did not try to be subtle about its arrival. The moment it appeared in normal space, it activated a single sensor pulse. One massive burst of active scanning energy that swept across the entire system like a searchlight being turned on in a dark room. The pulse hit every hegemony ship simultaneously. Every sensor screen on every vessel in Orin's fleet suddenly displayed a new contact. On the bridge of the Throne of Certainty, the reaction was immediate. Contact, the sensor officer shouted. Single contact, bearing 271 mark, positive 15. Range 2 million kilometers. It just appeared. No FTL wake detected. No approach trajectory. It was simply not there, and then it was. Orin turned from the surface operation reports he had been reviewing. Siri, classification? The sensor officer stared at his display. He ran the scan again. He checked his calibrations. He looked at the numbers, and the numbers did not change, and he felt something cold slide down his spine. Fleetmaster, the contact is... I am having difficulty classifying it. Its mass reading exceeds any warship in our registry. It is reading as approximately 2 kilometers in length. 2 kilometers, Orin repeated. Yes, Fleetmaster. Its power output is... The sensor officer paused. Fleet Master, its power output is registering as a stellar anomaly. Our sensors are interpreting it as a small star. I believe this is an error in our classification algorithms. They are not designed to process a warship of this magnitude. Oren stared at the tactical display. A single red dot sat at the edge of the system. It was the largest contact his fleet had ever registered. Armor composition? He asked. Unknown, Fleet Master. The material does not match any known alloy in our database. It is reflecting our scans in ways I cannot interpret. I have never seen readings like this. The bridge was very quiet. Then the communication channel opened. The voice that came through was human, male, calm in the way that deep water is calm, with something vast and heavy underneath the surface. This is Admiral Jun Seo Park of the Terran Defense Force, 7th Expeditionary Fleet, aboard the dreadnought Thermopylae. I am addressing the commanding officer of the Veloxi Hegemony Fleet, currently in orbit around Artemis IV. Park paused. When he spoke again, his voice carried the same quiet steadiness. You are occupying a Terran world. You were warned. Well, you were given the opportunity to leave. That opportunity has now expired. Another pause. You have 30 seconds to begin withdrawal procedures before I am joined by the rest of my fleet. I strongly recommend you use that time wisely. The channel closed. 30 seconds. Oren stood on his bridge and felt the weight of those 30 seconds like a physical thing pressing down on his chest. He looked at the tactical display. One contact, one enormous, impossible contact sitting at the edge of his system like a predator watching from the tree line. He thought about Calyx Vone. He thought about what the Supreme Arbiter would say if he withdrew from a system because one ship, however large, told him to. He thought about his career, his reputation, his future. He made his decision. All ships to battle formation, he ordered. Bring weapons online. Target that vessel. 23 seconds later, the Thermopylae fired. The Spinal Mount Kinetic Accelerator was the primary weapon of every Forge-class dreadnought. It ran the entire length of the ship, from the reactor assembly at the stern to the launch aperture at the bow. It accelerated a tungsten alloy projectile to a measurable fraction of the speed of light. The projectile had no warhead. It did not need one. At the velocities involved, the kinetic energy alone was sufficient to do things that most species would consider impossible. The round crossed 2 million kilometers of space in a time that no organic brain could meaningfully process. It struck the Hegemony cruiser Radiant Conviction amidships. The Radiant Conviction was a frontline warship, 300 meters long, fully shielded, armored. It had served the Hegemony for decades and had survived engagements against 4 different species. The tungsten slug passed through its shields as if they were not there. It passed through the forward armor. It passed through the bridge, the reactor, the crew quarters, the engineering section, and the aft armor. It exited the other side of the ship and continued onward, striking the cruiser directly behind the Radiant Conviction and passing through that ship as well, and then hitting a third ship behind that one. 3 warships, 1 round. Elapsed time from trigger pull to final impact, less than 1 second. The Radiant Conviction did not explode. There was not enough of it left to explode. Along the axis of the projectile's path, the ship simply ceased to exist. What remained was 2 halves of a warship, drifting apart in the vacuum, eventing atmosphere and debris and bodies. The other 2 ships were in similar condition. No one on the Hegemony fleet had ever seen anything like it. Their weapons were energy-based, plasma, particle beams, focused radiation. They understood those weapons. They could calculate their effects, predict their damage, defend against them. A solid projectile moving at relativistic speeds was something they had theorized about but never encountered. It was considered impractical, too expensive, too difficult to aim, too primitive. It was not primitive. The Hegemony fleet had 30 seconds to process what had happened. Some ships began evasive maneuvers. Some charged their weapons and returned fire, sending beams of plasma arcing across the void toward the Thermopylae. The beams hit the dreadnought's armor and splashed across it like water hitting stone. They left scorch marks. They did not penetrate. Then the 30 seconds were up, and the rest of the 7th Fleet arrived. 40 warships dropped out of FTL in a pattern that surrounded the hegemony fleet on all sides. They did not arrive in formation. They arrived in a spread. Each ship appeared at a different position, at a different angle, covering a different vector. There was no geometric elegance, no neat lines, no diamond patterns. They appeared like wolves materializing from fog, each one already in position, already moving, already targeting. Destroyers, cruisers, frigates, carrier groups. And at the center of them all, the Thermopylae, vast and dark and patient. On the bridge of the throne of certainty, Fleetmaster Orin watched his tactical display fill with green dots, 40 of them, surrounding his 200 ships in a net of metal and weapons. His sensor officer was reading off contacts with a voice that had gone flat and mechanical, the way voices go when the brain behind them is trying not to process what it is seeing. 40 warships, Fleetmaster. Multiple classifications. Each individual vessel reads as superior to our heavy cruisers in tonnage, armament, and power output. Their formation is not standard. I cannot predict their attack pattern. They have targeting locks on our entire fleet. Orin did not speak. Across the system, Captain Santos watched from the bridge of the Whiskey Tango. She had been waiting for this moment for hours, and despite everything, there was no satisfaction in it. She opened a channel to the Hegemony flagship. Fleetmaster Orin, she said, this is Captain Santos. As I mentioned earlier, I was not here to fight you. I was here to make sure you understood what happens next. What you are seeing now is what happens next. She paused. I would like to re-extend my original offer. Please withdraw your forces from Terran space. We have no desire to destroy your fleet. The Admiral has given you every chance to leave. I am asking you personally to take that chance. Orin heard her words. He looked at his tactical display. 200 ships surrounded by 40, and he realized with a clarity that felt like ice water in his veins, that his 200 ships were outgunned, not outnumbered, outgunned. Each one of those 40 Terran warships was worth 10 of his, maybe more. The mathematics of the situation, the simple cold equation that Calix Vone had always said made warfare predictable, was telling him something that every instinct in his body already knew. He was trapped. Far away in hegemony space, Drenak sat alone in his quarters and monitored the tactical feeds from Artemis. He watched the Terran fleet materialize around Orin's forces. He watched the numbers update on his screen. He watched the power readings, the weapon signatures, the movement patterns of ships that fought like nothing in the hegemony's long history of warfare. He thought about what Yvrel had said. Their ships looked wrong, like they were built by something that expected to die and did not care. Now he understood what she meant. These ships were not built by a species that expected to die. They were built by a species that had stared at death so many times for so many centuries, across so many wars fought against themselves, that they had learned exactly how much damage a ship needed to survive and exactly how much damage it needed to deal. There was no waste, no beauty, no wasted energy on anything that did not serve the purpose of keeping the crew alive and the enemy dead. These were the ships of a species that had perfected the art of war by practicing on the only opponents worthy of the challenge, each other. Drenak closed his eyes and sent one final message to Fleetmaster Orin. It said, surrender. Orin stared at the message. He stared at the tactical display. He stared at the dark shape of the Thermopylae, visible through the bridge viewport, blotting out the stars like a wound in space. Around him, his bridge crew waited in silence. The entire fleet waited. 200 warships, the pride of the Valoxy hegemony, surrounded by 40 ships from a species they had laughed at. Nobody was laughing now. Fleetmaster Orin chose to fight. He did not choose it because he believed he could win. The tactical display told him everything he needed to know about his chances, and the numbers were not kind. He chose to fight because of what waited for him if he did not. If he surrendered 200 warships without firing a shot, Calix Vone would destroy him. Not metaphorically. The Supreme Arbiter did not tolerate failure, and he absolutely did not tolerate cowardice. Orin would be stripped of his rank, his family would be disgraced, and he would spend whatever remained of his life in a cell beneath the war chamber, were an example to anyone who might consider the unthinkable act of retreating from a lesser species. At least if he fought, there was a story to tell. A fleet that went down swinging against an overwhelming force was a fleet that could be honored. Defeat in battle was acceptable. Surrender was not. It was a stupid reason to condemn thousands of soldiers to death. Orin knew that. He gave the order anyway. "All ships, engage," he said. His voice was steady. He owed his crews that much. "Fleet formation Primus. Concentrate fire on the large vessel. All fighter wings launch. All point defense systems active." 200 warships pivoted and opened fire. The void between the Hegemony fleet and the Terran fleet lit up with plasma. Bright blue bolts of superheated matter streaked across the darkness, converging on the Thermopylae from dozens of angles simultaneously. Particle beams lanced out like needles of white light. Missile batteries dumped their payloads into space, sending swarms of guided munitions arcing toward the nearest Terran contacts. It was an impressive display. The combined firepower of 200 Voloxi warships was enough to crack the crust of a small moon. It was the kind of concentrated destructive power that had ended wars in hours, that had broken species, that had made the name of the Hegemony synonymous with unstoppable military force across 2 galactic arms. The Thermopylae took all of it. Plasma bolts struck the dreadnought's armor and dissipated. Particle beams scored lines of molten metal across the hull that cooled and hardened almost instantly. Missiles detonated against the surface in flashes of light that briefly illuminated the ship's massive silhouette before fading to nothing. The armor held. On the bridge of the Thermopylae, Admiral Park felt the deck vibrate beneath his feet as the ship absorbed the combined fury of an entire fleet. Warning lights flickered on damage control panels. Somewhere deep in the ship, a secondary hull plate buckled under sustained fire and was immediately reinforced by automated repair systems. "Damage report," Park said. "Outer armor degradation at 7% in sectors 12 through 15, Torres reported. "No penetration, no system damage, no casualties." 7%, 200 warships firing everything they had, and they had scratched the paint. "Return fire," Park said. "All batteries. Our fleet-wide engagement authorized." The Thermopylae responded. The spinal mount fired again. Another tungsten slug crossed the void at a speed that turned physics into a weapon. It struck a Hegemony battlecruiser and passed through it and through the destroyer behind it. 2 more ships gone in less than a second. But the spinal mount was just one weapon. The Thermopylae carried hundreds of others. Broadside railgun batteries opened up, each one hurling projectiles that were smaller than the spinal mount's rounds but still devastating. Point defense turrets designed to intercept incoming missiles were repurposed to shred fighters. Missile tubes launched salvos of autonomous munitions that selected their own targets, adjusted their own trajectories, and struck with a precision that was almost surgical. And then the rest of the 7th Fleet opened fire. The 40 Terran warships had been waiting in their positions, weapons locked, drives ready. When Park gave the order, they attacked from every direction at once. There was no single line of battle, no neat formation exchanging volleys across a defined front. The Terran ships came at the Hegemony fleet from above, below, ahead, behind, and both sides simultaneously. Terran doctrine did not believe in fair fights. The doctrine had a name. It was called overwhelming response, and it had been developed over centuries of human warfare. Its core principle was simple. When you fight to end the fight as fast as possible, with as much force as possible, taking as few losses as possible. There was no honor system, no ritual combat, no tradition of meeting your enemy blade to blade and testing your courage against theirs. There was only the objective, neutralize the threat, and the most efficient path to achieving it. The Hegemony fought in formations because formations were elegant and disciplined and had worked for 1,000 years against species that fought the same way. Their ships held their positions relative to each other, maintaining overlapping fields of fire, protecting each other's flanks, advancing and retreating as a single coordinated unit. The Terrans did not fight like this. Each Terran ship operated with a degree of independence that would have been considered insubordination in the Hegemony Navy. Captains made their own tactical decisions within the framework of the Admiral's plan. Ships broke formation, reformed, broke again. West, they used the hegemony's own ships as cover, ducking behind damaged vessels to avoid return fire, emerging from unexpected angles to deliver devastating broadsides. They were faster. That was the thing that Orin could not get past. His ships were not slow. Voloxi warships were considered among the most maneuverable in the known galaxy. But the Terran ships were faster, not by a small margin, by a margin that changed the nature of the fight entirely. The hegemony fleet was built for a certain kind of warfare. Close-range engagement at distances where their plasma weapons were most effective. Their strategy depended on closing with the enemy, bringing their superior numbers to bear, and overwhelming them with concentrated fire at short range. The Terran ships would not let them close. And every time a hegemony formation tried to close the distance, the Terran ships simply moved. They accelerated away, maintaining the range at which their kinetic weapons were devastating, and the hegemony's energy weapons were weakened by distance. They hammered the advancing hegemony ships from ranges where they could barely return fire. When a hegemony group got too close, the Terran ships were already gone, repositioned, hitting them from a different angle. It was like fighting smoke. The electronic warfare made it worse. The Terran ships broadcast jamming signals that blinded hegemony sensors in unpredictable patterns. One moment, a hegemony gunner had a clear targeting solution. The next, his screen was filled with ghost contacts, false signatures, and static. He would fire at a target that was not there, and while he was firing, a real Terran ship would hit him from a direction he had not been watching. The autonomous missile swarms were relentless. Terran missiles were not like hegemony missiles. They were smaller, harder to detect, and they thought for themselves. They did not fly in straight lines toward their targets. They cooperated with each other, dividing into groups, approaching from multiple vectors, timing their impacts to overwhelm point defense systems. A hegemony cruiser could shoot down 10 missiles. It could not shoot down 10 missiles coming from 10 different directions at the same time. Ship after ship fell. On the bridge of the Throne of Certainty, Orin watched his fleet die on the tactical display. Red dots flickered and went dark. Each one was a ship. Each ship had a crew. Each crew had families waiting for them back in hegemony space. A hegemony heavy cruiser, the Eternal Mandate, tried to make a run at the Thermopylae. It charged straight in, all weapons firing, its captain screaming orders to concentrate everything on one point of the dreadnought's hull. The Thermopylae did not even try to dodge. It simply absorbed the fire and responded with a broadside that tore the Eternal Mandate apart from stem to stern. The pieces drifted away, glowing and spinning, and the Thermopylae moved on. Orin's fighter wings fared no better. The hegemony launched thousands of small attack craft from its carrier vessels. They were fast and numerous and piloted by some of the best aviators in the hegemony navy. They swarmed toward the Terran fleet in coordinated waves. The Terran point defense systems ate them alive. Every Terran ship was covered in small, rapid-fire turrets controlled by targeting computers that operated faster than any organic pilot could react. The fighters flew into walls of projectile fire that filled the space ahead of them with metal. Entire squadrons vanished in seconds. The surviving fighters that made it through the point defense found that their weapons, designed to damage ships of hegemony size and construction, could barely scratch the Terran hulls. They fired their payloads and watched them splash harmlessly against armor that seemed to absorb everything thrown at it. Then the point defense turrets found them, and they stopped existing. Throughout all of this, Admiral Park sat in his command chair and gave orders in the same calm, clinical tone he had used since the battle began. Task Group 3, shift to Vector 77. When you have a carrier group trying to flank you at 220. Destroyer Jakarta, you have debris in your firing lane. Adjust 2 degrees positive. Cruiser Vladivostok, the battleship at your 11 o'clock is venting atmosphere. It is combat ineffective. Move to the next target. There was no anger in his voice, no excitement, no battle cry. This was a job. He was doing it the way a surgeon does surgery, with precision and focus, and no wasted motion. Every order served the objective. Every maneuver had a purpose. He was taking the hegemony fleet apart the way a mechanic disassembles an engine, piece by piece in order. Drenok, monitoring from hegemony space, would later describe it to the war chamber. He would search for the right words for a long time before finding them. Why, it was like watching a surgeon operate on a screaming patient, he said. They did not hate us. They did not enjoy it. They simply identified the problem and removed it. That is what made it terrible, the complete absence of emotion. 2 hours into the battle, the hegemony fleet had lost 80 ships, destroyed or disabled, drifting in the void, venting atmosphere and fuel and crew members. The Terran fleet had lost 0 ships, not one. Several had taken damage. Armor scarred, systems strained, crews pushed to their limits. But every Terran ship was still fighting. Then the Jakarta happened. The TDF destroyer Jakarta was smaller than most ships in the 7th Fleet. A fast attack destroyer, lightly armored compared to the cruisers and the Thermopylae. Its captain was a woman named Edize Okonkwo, Mani, who was 34 years old and had been born on a space station orbiting Jupiter and had never once set foot on Earth. A group of 5 hegemony cruisers managed to outmaneuver the Jakarta's support group and catch it in a crossfire. Plasma bolts struck the destroyer from 3 directions simultaneously. The engine section took a direct hit. Primary drives went offline. Secondary drives followed. The Jakarta was dead in space, drifting, unable to maneuver. The hegemony cruisers closed in. This was what they were good at. Close-range, concentrated fire, a wounded enemy that could not run. Captain Okonkwo assessed the damage. Her engines were gone. Her reactor was operating at 60%. Life support was failing on 3 decks. She had 17 wounded and 4 dead. She did not surrender. She ordered all non-essential decks vented to vacuum. Her crew sealed their suits, switched to internal air supplies, and abandoned every section of the ship that was not directly involved in fighting. Power that had been going to life support, gravity generation, lighting, and heating was rerouted to weapons and shields. The Jakarta could not move, but it could still shoot. The 5 hegemony cruisers discovered this when they closed to what they considered killing range, and the Jakarta opened up with everything it had. Railgun batteries fired in continuous streams. Point defense turrets, freed from the need to protect against fighters, were turned against the cruiser's lighter armor. Missile tubes dumped their remaining payloads at point-blank range. The first hegemony cruiser died almost instantly. The second lost its weapons array and began to drift. The third tried to retreat and took a railgun volley through its reactor. The fourth rammed the Jakarta's debris field and lost its navigation systems. The fifth managed to land several more hits on the crippled destroyer before a full broadside from the Jakarta's port batteries tore through its hull. By the time a Terran cruiser group fought its way through to rescue the Jakarta, Captain Okonkwo's crippled, venting, half-dead ship had destroyed 5 hegemony cruisers and damaged 6 more that had come to assist. When the rescue team boarded the Jakarta, they found the crew still at their stations, still in their vacuum suits, still firing. The ship's ammunition was nearly spent. 3 more crew members had died. The survivors were bruised, bleeding, exhausted, and furious. Not furious at the hegemony, furious at themselves. "We should have gotten more," Captain Okonkwo told the rescue team commander. Her face was bloody. One eye was swollen shut. She had not left her command chair for 4 hours. "They sent 5, and we only got 5. We had the ammo for at least 3 more. The rescue team commander stared at her. He had been in the Terran Defense Force for 15 years and had seen a lot of things. But the look in Okonkwo's one working eye was something he would remember for the rest of his life. 3 hours after the battle began, it was over. Of the hegemony's 200 warships, 140 were destroyed or disabled. Broken hulls drifted in the void around Artemis IV, surrounded by clouds of debris and frozen atmosphere, and the bodies of the dead. The remaining 60 ships had been herded by the Terran fleet into a tight cluster, surrounded on all sides. Their weapons still active, but their tactical situation hopeless. Admiral Park opened a channel. "Fleet Master Orin, you have fought. Your fleet has fought. The courage of your officers and crews is not in question. But this battle is over. You have lost." His voice remained what it had been throughout. Calm, steady, respectful. "Surrender your remaining vessels and your crews will be treated humanely. They will receive medical attention. They will be given food and water and shelter. When the political situation permits, they will be returned to the hegemony. You have my word and the word of the Terran Defense Force. A pause. This offer will not be repeated. On the bridge of the Throne of Certainty, as Fleet Master Orin looked at what remained of his fleet. 60 ships, damaged, low on ammunition, surrounded. His crew was looking at him, not with anger, not with blame, with exhaustion, with the hollow eyes of people who had just watched 140 ships full of people they knew be destroyed in 3 hours. He thought about Calix Vone. He thought about disgrace in prison and the cold cell beneath the war chamber. Then he thought about the crews on his remaining 60 ships, the thousands of lives that still depended on his next decision. He closed his eyes. All ships, he said, stand down, power down weapons. This is Fleet Master Orin. I am ordering a general surrender. The Hegemony fleet went quiet. Ship by ship, weapons powered down, shields dropped. Engines went to idle. It was done. On the surface of Artemis IV, the Hegemony ground forces had watched the battle in the sky above them. They had seen their fleet burn. They had seen the lights of dying ships streak across the thin atmosphere like falling stars. They had heard the communications, the desperate calls for help, the orders that stopped mid-sentence, the silence that followed. They were cut off. Their fleet was gone. Their commanders were dead or surrendered. They were standing on a planet full of bunkers they could not crack, surrounded by automated defenses they could not beat. Under a sky now owned by an enemy they could not fight. They laid down their weapons. The bunker doors opened. The colonists of Artemis IV came back to the surface. They came out blinking in the daylight, carrying children, supporting the elderly, looking up at a sky that was still hazed with the distant glow of burning wreckage. Terran Marines landed within the hour. Dropships touched down outside every settlement and disgorged squads of armored soldiers who moved with calm efficiency through the streets. They secured the Hegemony prisoners. They established perimeters. They set up field hospitals. There were no reprisals, no revenge, no cruelty. The Veloxi soldiers were disarmed, given water, and processed through intake stations where their wounds were treated and their identities were recorded. A Terran medic knelt beside a wounded Veloxi soldier whose leg was badly burned and spent 20 minutes treating the wound, using supplies from her own kit before moving on to treat a wounded human with a broken arm. The Veloxi soldier watched her go with an expression that no one from the Hegemony would have understood. He had been told that Terrans were primitive, aggressive, barely civilized. He had been told they were animals. He had just watched this animal bandage his leg and give him painkillers and tell him, through a translation device, that he was going to be okay. In the intake line, a captured Veloxi officer stood beside a Terran Marine who was processing prisoners. The Veloxi was a mid-ranking commander. He had fought well. He had lost. He looked at the Marine. The Marine was young, tired. His armor was dusty and scratched. He looked like someone who had been doing hard work for a very long time and wanted to go home. "Why?" the Veloxi officer asked. The Marine looked up. "Why did your admiral not destroy us all? He could have. The 60 ships that surrendered, he could have destroyed every one of them. We were helpless. Why did he stop?" The Marine looked at him for a long moment. Then he shrugged. "Yeah," he said. "He could have. That is the point." The Veloxi officer did not understand. He would think about those words for a very long time before he did. Above Artemis IV, the wreckage of 140 warships drifted in silence. The surviving 60 sat powered down, surrounded by Terran escorts. The Thermopylae hung in high orbit, dark and massive and still, watching over all of it like a monument to a lesson that had been learned in the hardest possible way. On the bridge of the Whiskey Tango, Captain Santos sat in her chair and drank a cup of coffee that had gone cold hours ago. She looked at the tactical display. Green dots everywhere. The blue planet below. The red dots were gone. She was very tired. She closed her eyes and let out a long, slow breath. "Okay," she said to no one in particular. "Now comes the hard part." The Grand War Chamber of the Veloxi Hegemony was the same room it had always been. The same crystalline walls. The same polished floor. The same ceiling that vanished into shadow above. The same platform of black crystal where the Supreme Arbiter sat above everyone else. but it did not feel the same. The last time this chamber had been full, the air had hummed with confidence. Commanders had laughed. Aides had whispered casually. The representatives of 60 conquered species had sat in the galleries and watched the business of empire conducted with the easy certainty of a civilization that had never been seriously challenged. Now the chamber was silent. The same commanders sat in the same seats. The same aides stood in the same positions. The same galleries were full of the same representatives. But the laughter was gone. The whispers were gone. The confidence was gone. What remained was the particular heaviness that fills a room when every person in it knows something terrible has happened and none of them know what to do about it. The news from Artemis IV had arrived 2 days ago. It had spread through the hegemony the way fires spread through dry forests. Fast, uncontrollable, devastating. 200 warships, gone. 140 destroyed. 60 captured. The entire subjugation fleet, including its commander, its support vessels, and its ground forces, eliminated or taken prisoner by a force less than a quarter of its size. In 3 hours. The numbers were impossible. Every strategist in the hegemony had run them, checked them, run them again. They all came back the same. A fleet of 40 Terran warships had destroyed a fleet of 200 hegemony warships in 3 hours and had not lost a single ship in the process. Not one. The numbers did not just tell a story of defeat. They told a story of a gap between what the hegemony was and what the Terrans were that was so vast, so fundamental, that it called into question everything the hegemony believed about itself and its place in the galaxy. Supreme Arbiter Calix Vone did not see it that way. He stood on his platform, all 4 arms braced against the railing, his scales shifting between colors so fast they seemed to blur. His golden eyes swept the chamber with the fury of someone who had been personally insulted by the universe. Yes, this was a failure of command, he said. His voice filled the chamber. It was loud, it was angry, it was absolutely certain. Fleet Master Orin was given a simple assignment. He failed. His failure is not an indication of Terran strength. It is an indication of his weakness. He paced on his platform. His steps rang against the black crystal. The Terrans caught us off guard. They used surprise and unfamiliar weapons. This will not happen again. I am ordering a full mobilization. 2,000 warships, every available fleet. We will return to Terran space with a force so overwhelming that no amount of tricks or primitive kinetic weapons can save them. He turned to face the chamber directly. The hegemony does not lose. The hegemony has never lost. What happened at Artemis was not a loss. It was a lesson in the consequences of sending a child to do a warrior's work. I will not make that mistake again. The chamber was quiet, not the quiet of agreement, the quiet of people who wanted to say something and were afraid. Then a voice spoke from the back of the central ring, a rough, gravelly voice that sounded like rocks being broken. You are wrong. Every head in the chamber turned. Drenok stood. He had not been invited to speak. He had not asked permission. He simply stood up from his seat in the corner of the central ring, the same seat he had occupied during Yvrel's report all those weeks ago, and spoke. He was old. He was scarred. He was Torvan, not Veloxi, and his presence at the war table was a courtesy, not a right. He had no authority to address the Supreme Arbiter without permission, and he had no political protection. He had nothing except the fact that he was the oldest surviving combat veteran in the room, and he no longer cared about his career. You are wrong, he said again, louder, and if you send 2,000 ships to Terran space, you will lose 2,000 ships. The silence in the chamber became the kind of silence that comes before violence. Calix Vone stared down at Drenok with an expression that had made admirals flinch and planetary governors beg. It had no visible effect on the old Torvan. You forget your place, advisor. My place is to advise. I am advising. Whether you listen is your choice. But I will not stand in this chamber and watch this civilization destroy itself because its leader is too proud to look at the numbers. Drenok walked forward. He moved slowly. Would he because he was old and his joints hurt and he had been sitting for too long? But he moved with the steady purpose of someone who had made a decision and was not going to be stopped by anything short of physical force. He reached the speaker's platform. the same platform where Yvrel had stood. He activated the display system and began pulling up data. "This is Scout Commander Yvrel's original report," he said. "The one this chamber laughed at. I want everyone to look at it again." The numbers appeared on the display. Population, industrial capacity, technological progression rates, fleet estimates, all the data that Yvrel had presented and all the data that had been dismissed as impossible or exaggerated. "These numbers were accurate," Drenak said. "Every one of them. Yvrel's intelligence was correct. Her analysis was correct. Her recommendation was correct. This chamber chose to ignore her because her conclusions were uncomfortable and because it is easier to laugh at a young officer than to confront the possibility that the universe contains something stronger than us." He pulled up new data, the battle recordings from Artemis 4. "This is what happened when we ignored her. 200 ships, 3 hours, 0 Terran losses. Watch the engagement pattern. Watch how they move. Watch how they coordinate. This is not an army that was lucky. This is not a fleet that caught us off guard. This is a military machine that has been preparing for a fight like this for longer than most of our species have been spacefaring." He let the recording play. The chamber watched in silence as the hegemony fleet was systematically dismantled. The precision of the Terran attacks, the efficiency of their coordination, the cold, methodical way they eliminated one ship after another while taking no losses of their own. "Now," Drenak said, and his voice was quiet in a way that made it more frightening than shouting. "Let me tell you what 2,000 ships will accomplish." He displayed projections, industrial output of Terran shipyards, production timelines, replacement rates, force escalation models. The Terrans sent 40 ships to Artemis. 40. That was one expeditionary fleet. They have at least 20 such fleets. They have 12 dreadnoughts of the class that single-handedly absorb the firepower of our entire force without meaningful damage. Their shipyards can produce warships faster than we can crew them. Their population can absorb casualties that would break any species in the hegemony." He paused. "And they have not mobilized. What hit us at Artemis was not a war response. It was a garrison response, the military equivalent of a reflex action. They sent the nearest available force to deal with a local threat, and that nearest available force destroyed us completely." He looked up at Calyx Vone. "If you send 2,000 ships, they will send 2,000 ships, or 5,000, or 10,000. They can do this. Their industrial base supports it. Their population supports it. And every ship they send will be crewed by soldiers from a species that has been fighting wars since before our ancestors developed language." He took a breath. "You are not preparing for war with a rival power, Supreme Arbiter. You are preparing to knock on the door of a sleeping giant and ask it to eat you." The chamber was very still. The Calyx Vone's scales had stopped shifting. They were fixed in a deep dark blue that meant anger so profound it had gone past heat and into cold. "You are finished," he said. "I am finished when I have said what needs to be said. You are finished now." Drenak did not move. He stood on the speaker's platform and looked up at the Supreme Arbiter of the Valoxy hegemony and waited. The moment stretched. Then the communication station at the side of the chamber activated. An incoming transmission, Priority 1, from outside hegemony space, from Terra. The communications officer looked at Calyx Vone. The Supreme Arbiter nodded once sharply. The transmission was put through. The voice was human, female, calm in a way that was different from Admiral Park's calm. Park's calm had been the calm of controlled force, and this was the calm of someone who was very good at talking and preferred it to every alternative. "This is Ambassador Chen Wei of the Terran Diplomatic Corps. I am broadcasting on behalf of the Terran Federation government. This message is addressed to the Supreme Arbiter of the Valoxy hegemony and the assembled members of the Hegemony Council." The chamber was frozen. Every face turned toward the speakers. "First, I want to express the Terran Federation's sincere desire for peace. We do not seek war with the hegemony. We do not seek territory. We do not seek conquest. We are aware of the hegemony's history, its achievements, and its position in this region of the galaxy. We respect what you have built." Her voice remained steady and warm. "However, the system of Artemis 4 is Terran sovereign space. Its citizens are Terran citizens. When your fleet entered that system and threatened those citizens, It triggered a defensive response. That response has concluded. Your surviving personnel and vessels are being treated humanely, and we are prepared to discuss their return at your earliest convenience. A pause, measured, deliberate. We would prefer to be your neighbors. We would prefer to trade, to exchange knowledge, to build something together. The galaxy is large enough for both of us, and we believe that cooperation between our civilizations could produce benefits that neither of us can achieve alone. Another pause. Longer this time. But if you choose war, we need you to understand something about us. It is not a threat. It is not a boast. It is simply information that we believe you should have before making your decision. The ambassador's voice did not change in tone. It did not become harder or colder or louder. It stayed exactly the same, and somehow that made what she said next worse. If you choose war, we will not fight the way you fight. We will not stop when honor is satisfied. We will not negotiate when the balance shifts. We will not accept a partial victory or a face-saving compromise. We will keep coming until the threat to our people no longer exists. Completely. Permanently. That is not a policy choice. It is not something our leaders decided. It is a cultural reality that has been shaped by 10,000 years of warfare among ourselves. It is who we are. She let that sit for a moment. We do not want to show you who we are. We would very much prefer to show you who we can be when we are not at war. We are builders. We are explorers. We are curious and creative and deeply interested in the universe and everything in it, including you. We would rather study your civilization than fight it. We would rather learn from you than destroy you. But we will do what we must to protect our people. Every time. Without hesitation. Without limit. The ambassador's voice softened slightly. We are transmitting coordinates for a proposed diplomatic summit on neutral ground. A moon in the Kepler 442 system that belongs to neither of our civilizations. We propose a meeting within 30 standard days. No weapons, no warships, just representatives, sitting in a room, talking about the future. A final pause. We hope you will come. Ambassador Chen Wei, Ed Terran Diplomatic Corps, signing off. The transmission ended. The Grand War Chamber of the Valoxy hegemony was absolutely silent. 200 beings in a room designed to project power, and not one of them made a sound. Calix Vone stood on his platform. His forearms were rigid at his sides. His golden eyes stared at the communication station, as if the message might come back and say something different. He looked around the chamber. He looked at his fleet commanders, his strategists, his weapons engineers, his political officers. He looked at the faces of every species in the gallery, the conquered peoples who had watched the hegemony's dominance go unchallenged for centuries. He looked for support, for someone who would stand and say, yes, we fight. For someone who would give him the excuse he needed to do what every part of his pride was screaming at him to do. He found nothing. The commanders did not meet his eyes. The strategists studied their data pads. The weapons engineers were quiet. Even his most loyal supporters, the officers who had followed him for decades, who had cheered when Yvrel was dismissed, who had laughed at the idea of a Deathworld species challenging the hegemony, they were silent. They had seen the numbers. All of them. Yvrel's numbers. Drenak's numbers. The battle recordings from Artemis 4, the industrial projections, the population figures. The one number that mattered most, 0. 0 Terran ships lost. They believed the numbers now. Calix Vone's scales shifted, blue to silver to blue again. His jaw worked, his hands clenched and unclenched. And then, in the back of the chamber, Scout Commander Yvrel stood. She did not speak. She did not need to. She simply stood in her place in the observer's gallery, where she had been recalled as a witness, and looked at the Supreme Arbiter. Her face was calm. Her hands were steady. She was no longer the nervous young officer who had trembled on the speaker's platform while the chamber laughed at her. She stood and she waited, and she let her presence say everything that needed to be said. I told you, and you laughed, and people died because you laughed. Calix Vone looked at her. Something passed across his face. Not apology. He was not capable of that, but recognition. The recognition that comes when you realize that the person you dismissed was the only person in the room who was right. He closed his eyes. Send a response to the Terran Diplomatic Corps, he said. His voice was quiet, stripped of its fury, stripped of its certainty, just a voice. Inform them that the hegemony will attend the summit. The chamber exhaled, not with relief, with something more complicated than relief, with the sound of a civilization that had just looked over the edge of an abyss and chosen, barely, to step back. 3 months later, the neutral moon in the Kepler 442 system was small and airless and entirely unremarkable. It had been chosen precisely because it belonged to no one and mattered to no one and had no strategic value whatsoever. It was a blank space, a fresh page. The summit had gone better than anyone expected and worse than anyone hoped. There had been arguments, accusations, walkouts, moments where the entire process seemed ready to collapse. But there had also been agreements. Small ones at first, prisoner exchanges, border definitions, communication protocols, then larger ones, trade frameworks, scientific cooperation, a mutual non-aggression treaty that both sides knew was only as strong as the will behind it. It was not peace, not yet, but it was the absence of war, and for now that was enough. On an orbital station above a neutral world, the first joint Terran hegemony research facility opened its doors. It was a modest thing, a converted trading post really, fitted with laboratories and meeting rooms, and a cafeteria that served food from 12 different species and did a bad job with all of it. Dranak visited the station 6 months after the summit. He walked its corridors slowly, observing. He watched Voloxi scientists working beside human scientists, measuring the same phenomena, arguing about the same data, making the same frustrated faces when experiments did not go the way they expected. It was awkward. The old tensions were still there, visible in the stiff body language and the careful politeness and the way people from both species tended to cluster with their own kind during break periods. But they were there, in the same room, working on the same problems. That was something. He found a corner of the cafeteria where a human engineer was sitting across from a Voloxi technician. The human had pushed a cup of dark liquid across the table toward the Voloxi. "Try it," the human said. She was grinning in the way humans did when they were about to enjoy someone else's discomfort. "It is called coffee. It is the foundation of our entire civilization." The Voloxi technician picked up the cup with 2 hands and sniffed it cautiously. His scales rippled in a pattern that indicated suspicion. He took a small sip. His reaction was immediate and dramatic. His scales went flat. His eyes widened. His mouth opened and closed several times. He set the cup down with the careful deliberation of someone placing an armed explosive on a table. "That," he said, "is the worst thing I have ever tasted. It is bitter and hot, and it burns, and I think it may be poisoning me." The human laughed. Not the cruel laughter of the war chamber, a different kind. The kind that comes when you are sharing something ridiculous with someone you are beginning to know. "Yeah," she said, "it is terrible. Have another sip. It grows on you." Nothing that tastes like this should be allowed to grow on anyone. "We drink 4 cups a day. That explains so much about your species." Dranak watched them from across the room. He did not smile. Torvans could not smile. But something in his old, scarred face softened. Yavrel had been promoted, quietly, without ceremony, without any public acknowledgement that her original report had been correct. She was now Director of Xenological Intelligence, a position that had been created specifically for her, tasked with reviewing and analyzing every scout report in the Hegemony's database. Her first act was to pull every report that had been dismissed over the past century and flag them for reevaluation. There were a lot of them. She did not seek credit. She did not seek an apology from Calix Vone. She did not even seem angry. When Dranak asked her about it, she simply said that being right was not the point. The point was making sure the next warning was heard. Captain Santos received a commendation and a new assignment. She was now the Terran Ambassador-at-Arms to the Hegemony border region, a position that was half diplomat and half military liaison, and entirely suited to someone who could tell an enemy fleet to leave and mean it. She still drank too much coffee. She still wore a wrinkled uniform. She was, by all reports, very good at her job. Fleet Master Arin was returned to the Hegemony as part of the prisoner exchange. He was not punished, though the threat of it hung over him for months. In the end, the political reality was that punishing the commander of Artemis would mean publicly acknowledging the scale of the defeat. One and Calyx Phone preferred to let the matter fade from public attention. Oren was quietly reassigned to a desk position in logistics. He did not protest. He spent his evenings writing a detailed analysis of Terran military doctrine that no one in the high command asked for, and that would, years later, become required reading at the Hegemony's Naval Academy. Captain Okonkwo of the Jakarta received the Terran Star of Valor. Her ship was repaired and returned to service. She requested and received assignment back to the 7th Fleet. When asked by a reporter why she had not taken the promotion she was offered, she said that she liked her ship and she liked her crew, and she was not finished yet. Admiral Park returned to Kepler Station with the 7th Fleet. He wrote a brief action report that ran to exactly 4 pages. It covered the engagement, and the tactics, the outcome, and his recommendations. It was precise and clinical and contained no emotion of any kind. But he also wrote a private letter to Terran Command. It was not included in the official record. It was personal. He wrote it late at night, alone in his quarters, with a glass of something strong and his cello leaning against the wall in the corner. The letter said many things. It discussed the battle. It discussed the enemy. It discussed the performance of his fleet and his officers, and the terrible mathematics of destroying 140 ships full of living beings who had done nothing wrong except follow the orders of leaders who had made a catastrophic mistake. But the last paragraph was the one that mattered. They learned, Park wrote. That is the best outcome. They saw what we are capable of, and they chose to talk instead of fight. And that means something. It means the galaxy might be a little bit bigger tomorrow than it was yesterday, a little bit more open, a little bit more connected. He paused. He looked at the words on the screen. The galaxy is too big and too beautiful for the alternative. I have seen it from the bridge of a warship, and I know what it looks like when it is lit by weapons fire, and I do not want to see that again. I want to see it lit by the light of stars and the glow of stations, where people from different worlds sit together and drink terrible coffee and argue about things that do not matter. He set down his glass. But keep the 7th Fleet ready, just in case the next ones do not learn as quickly. He signed the letter, sent it, and went to bed. Outside his window, the stars burned. Billions of them, old and young, bright and dim, each one a sun, each sun possibly warming a world, each world possibly holding someone looking up at the sky and wondering what was out there. The galaxy was very large and it was full of questions, and for the first time in a long time, at least 2 civilizations were asking them together. It was not a happy ending. It was not a sad ending. It was a beginning, and that was enough. The Grand War Chamber of
The first thing Larek Sanson noticed when the transport doors hissed open was the smell, humid and faintly metallic, like someone had tried to boil old coins in a greenhouse. The second thing he noticed was the eyes. Dozens of them, some large and reflectively black like polished obsidian, others narrow slits that blinked sideways, all staring at him. Larek stepped off the ramp, adjusting the strap of his duffel bag over his shoulder. He wasn't exactly tall by Earth standards, but here, on the orbital campus of the Intergalactic Cultural Exchange Institute, he may as well have been a walking tower of limbs and awkward stubble. His boots thudded against the smooth floor while the other students, or whatever they were, floated, slithered, or walked with unsettling grace. A voice called his name, sharp, nasal, and a little too excited. Larek Sanson. Human male, correct? He turned and found himself staring at a creature that reminded him vaguely of a praying mantis crossed with a librarian. It wore a sash, bright green with silver stripes, and held a tablet almost the size of its torso. Yeah, Larek said. That's me. I am Tikol, it replied, tapping the tablet with 2 digits. Your orientation guide, come. We must not delay. Your assigned cohabitant is already in the quarters. Wait, cohabitant? Living partner. It is part of the integration program. You are required to cohabitate with a member of another species for a minimum period of 1 lunar cycle. It promotes understanding and reduces conflict potential. Larrick followed Tikal through a wide corridor lined with glowing symbols and platforms that hovered just above the ground. He tried to keep pace, but the guide moved with a speed that suggested wheels rather than legs. Your species has many dietary restrictions, yes? We have provided a storage unit with Earth-standard sustenance. There is also a feline containment zone. Larrick paused mid-step. What zone? Feline containment. You registered a companion animal. Species, Felis catas. Breed, unspecified. Designation, Muffin. Oh yeah, she's my cat. You are permitted one non-sapient pet. However, your cohabitant was concerned. They arrived at a sliding door which opened with a low chime. Inside, the room was large, clean, and divided into two distinct sections. One looked relatively human, bed, desk, a few posters of Earth landscapes projected onto the wall. The other side was a humid, dimly lit area filled with vertical perches and a hammock-like structure suspended from the ceiling. And in the middle of the room, perched atop a shelf, sat Muffin. Her fur was a chaotic mix of gray, black, and white, and her yellow eyes were locked onto the alien across the room. That alien, mouth slightly open and body rigid, was pressed against the far corner. He was tall and thin, with skin that shimmered like oil on water. His arms were long, ending in 3 fingers each, and his eyes were wide, pupilless, and glowing orange. Larrick Sanson, Tikal said, this is your cohabitant, Velen of the Otrax species. Velen, this is... Why is it staring at me? Belin's voice was high-pitched and trembling. Larrick dropped his bag and walked over to Muffin, who began to purr. He picked her up, cradling her like a baby. Say hello, Larrick said calmly. She's my cat. Velen did not move. That is not a cat. That is a predator. It was watching my thoracic vein. It was calculating something. Yeah, probably whether she could nap on your hammock. Relax, she's harmless. Velen didn't relax. He backed further into the corner. Her teeth are visible. She's yawning, means she's bored, not bloodthirsty. Tikal watched the exchange with academic interest. This is an excellent start to cross-species bonding. I will make a note of the emotional distress and update the observer drones. Good day. The door closed behind him, leaving Velen and Larrick in silence, broken only by Muffin's purring. I will not sleep while it is outside containment, Velen said. She's not going in a cage. That's her room too. Valen's eyes flicked to Muffin, who was now curled on Larrick's bed. Then I will build a barrier. It turned out Velen was a talented engineer. By the next evening, he had constructed a translucent dome around his sleeping area, complete with a pressure seal entrance and integrated alarm system. Muffin tried to jump on it once and slid off with a disgruntled chirp. Velen nearly fainted. The following week was filled with orientation lectures and cultural workshops. Larrick sat through seminars on galactic etiquette, interspecies dietary taboos, and the importance of never touching an Elthari's tail crest. He met other humans, but there were only 6 of them on the entire station. The rest were from over 100 different planets. I don't get it, Larrick muttered one afternoon while waiting in line at the food dispenser. You'd think with all this technology, y'all could make a decent pizza. Behind him, a squishy creature with 12 eye stalks nodded solemnly. Back in the quarters, Velen was gradually adjusting to Muffin. By adjusting, Larrick meant he now only flinched half the time she walked past. Muffin, for her part, treated Velen as an oddly shaped piece of furniture. It was 3 weeks in when everything went sideways. Larrick returned from xenobiology class with a headache and a half-finished essay on comparative respiratory systems. The door to the quarters slid open and he stepped inside. To chaos. The room was in disarray. Furniture overturned, lights flickering. Velen was on the floor, clutching his leg and making a high-pitched whine. Muffin was nowhere in sight. What happened? Larrick dropped his bag and rushed over. It attacked me, Velen shouted. It leapt from above. I did nothing. I was merely calibrating the airflow. Larrick knelt beside him. Where are you hurt? Velen pointed to his thigh. A set of shallow scratches marked his skin, oozing a purplish fluid. She thought you were a toy or something. You gotta move slower around her. It is a predator. She's a house cat. It pounced from the shelf. Okay, that's fair. He helped Velen sit up and activated the med beacon on the wall. A glowing blue orb detached and floated toward them, scanning Velen's injury before emitting a soft chime. Minor dermal lacerations, it intoned. No infection present, no venom detected. No venom? Velen asked, horrified. There was a possibility of venom? No, Larrick said. She's not venomous, just enthusiastic. Velen groaned and laid back on the floor. That night, Muffin was confined to Larrick's bed under protest. Velen reinforced his dome with a new layer of shielding. The next morning, Takal arrived with a clipboard and an expression Larrick would have called smug if he hadn't known better. There has been a formal complaint. The feline may be required to undergo behavioral assessment. A tribunal will be held. Attendance is mandatory. Larrick blinked. You're putting my cat on trial? Not a trial, Takal said. An assessment. There are forms. Larrick sighed. He would have to defend Muffin in front of a panel of alien scientists, engineers, and politicians. And she didn't even care. She was licking her paw. The tribunal chamber smelled like disinfectant and ozone. Larrick sat at a narrow table made of something that looked like melted glass under a ceiling that pulsated faintly with pale cyan light. Muffin was in a transparent carrier beside him, curled with her paws tucked under, tail flicking irregularly. She didn't look concerned. She looked bored. Across from them, a semicircle of alien officials regarded the pair with varying degrees of suspicion. One of them, a translucent being whose internal organs bobbed like fruit in syrup, blinked by dimming its entire body. Another, a squat, moss-covered entity with no discernible face, emitted a low rumble that Larrick suspected was annoyance. The third member, a draped figure encased in iridescent armor, tapped a finger absent-mindedly on the table. Velen sat at a separate bench, flanked by a hovering legal liaison whose job seemed to consist of looking deeply unimpressed. A voice echoed through the chamber, projected from unseen speakers. Proceeding 7239. Preliminary safety assessment regarding non-sapient terrestrial quadruped. Presenter. Human Larrick Sanson. Larrick stood and cleared his throat. Right, so this is Muffin. She's a domestic cat. Species has been around for several thousand years. Known for companionship, pest control, and occasionally knocking things off tables for fun. She's not trained, but she's socialized. She doesn't attack unless provoked. One of the tribunal members raised a segmented limb. It had no mouth, but a mechanical voice translated its thoughts. Subject Velen has submitted a report indicating unprovoked assault resulting in dermal damage. Please explain. She jumped on him. She probably thought he was a moving toy. She's used to playing with string and dangling things. The armored official leaned forward. Play behavior resulting in injury demonstrates lack of control. Is the organism capable of understanding boundaries? No, Larrick admitted. But that's normal. She's a cat. You don't program them. You just coexist. A pause. The translucent one flickered and spoke. Your species voluntarily coexists with unpredictable predators? They're only predators if you're smaller than a tennis ball, Larrick replied, and even then, only if you squeak. The tribunal conferred in low tones, some of which sounded like bubbling or static. Velen shifted in his seat, arms crossed tightly. Subject Velen's psychological report indicates elevated stress levels and sleep disruption due to perceived threat response. Your rebuttal? She's 9 pounds, Larrick said. She sleeps 20 hours a day. If she wanted to hurt him, he'd know. The translucent one flickered again. Would you consent to behavioral testing? What kind of testing? Standard threat response simulations, visual and auditory stimuli, observation of aggression patterns. Larrick turned to Muffin. She was licking her shoulder. Sure, but she's not going to do anything. At most, she'll ignore you. The tribunal nodded, and the armored figure tapped a control panel. A section of the floor slid open, revealing a low platform surrounded by clear walls that rose with a hum. A sliding panel on Larrick's side opened. Placed the organism within the enclosure. Larrick lifted Muffin's carrier, unlatched the door, and nudged her out. She stepped onto the platform, sniffed, and immediately flopped onto her side with a dramatic sigh. The lights dimmed. A holographic mouse darted across the floor of the enclosure, emitting faint squeaks. Muffin's eyes followed it for 4 seconds. Then she yawned and rolled away. A loud hiss sounded from one wall. Simulated fire appeared, licking the edges of the enclosure. Muffin began grooming her tail. A buzzing drone the size of a grapefruit hovered down from the ceiling and hovered inches from her back. She batted it once, missed, then closed her eyes. The translucent official turned back to Larrick. Subject displays no high-threat behaviors under stress stimuli. Assessment, low risk. Recommendation, conditional clearance. Velen half stood. It jumped on me from above. It has claws. It also ignored a fire and a flying ball of noise, Larrick said. She's basically a furry paperweight. The tribunal conferred again. After a moment, a chime signaled the end of the session. Organism is cleared for habitation. Subject Velen may request habitat adjustments. Proceeding concluded. Larrick collected Muffin, who was now purring faintly. As he latched the carrier, Velen approached, arms still crossed. I do not understand how a creature can be simultaneously harmless and terrifying. It's a cat thing, Larrick replied. They're inscrutable. Velen opened his mouth, then closed it again. Finally, he said, I will request a ceiling-mounted alert system. Back in their quarters, Velen had installed a motion sensor that chirped gently whenever Muffin moved above eye level. She had already learned to ignore it. 3 days later, Velen returned from a marine biology seminar, looking visibly agitated. He dropped his pack near the corner of his enclosure and paced in tight circles. What happened? Velen pointed sharply. I was placed in a group project with 2 humans and a Tharnakian. The humans were not alarmed by the Tharnakian's circulatory sacs, which rupture when overheated. One of them suggested using a personal fan to cool it off. The Tharnakian agreed. The fan was powered by a solar core battery. The Tharnakian absorbed the radiation and began to inflate. The humans took photos. Larrick blinked. Did it explode? No, it rotated rapidly and launched itself into the ceiling. Did anyone get hurt? No, it was applauded. Larrick sat down slowly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Velen paced again. I do not understand. Your species is illogical. You do not fear that which is dangerous. You coexist with wild creatures. You laugh during emergencies. Even your stress responses are inconsistent. We adapt. To what end? To everything. Velen stopped pacing. That is not sustainable. We're still here. That evening, Larrick received a message from the Exchange's Cultural Liaison Office. He'd been invited to participate in the Intergalactic Improvisational Problem-Solving Showcase. He assumed they wanted him to watch. Instead, the message said, You've been nominated by 3 non-human students for your unique approach to adaptive thinking. Please prepare a demonstration of your on-the-fly engineering methods and practical field logic. Larrick frowned at the screen. I haven't built anything. Velen emerged from his dome. You put a heatsink in the communal kettle using a spoon and a hair tie. That was just so it wouldn't whistle like a dying elk. I nominated you. Larrick opened the fridge. I'm bringing Muffin. Velen didn't object. The showcase was held in a multi-environmental amphitheater, with sections tailored to different species' needs. High humidity, low gravity, methane-rich air. Larrick's demo station was a table covered in assorted junk. Hoses, clamps, wires, fans, bolts, empty boxes, and 1 deflated air bladder. An attendant with no neck and 3 elbows handed him a card. Your challenge: construct a functional cooling system using available materials. Time limit: 20 minutes. Larrick stared at the card. That's it? Yes. He scratched his jaw, glanced at the fan, then at the bladder. Right. He tore the fan apart, used the frame to mount the bladder, crimped a hose around one end, then used nearby clamps to attach a looped coil around the base. He He filled the coil with water from a hydration pod, wrapped the whole thing in foil from a snack wrapper, and angled the fan toward it. The result blew warm air that passed through the damp coil and out the bladder nozzle. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. The amphitheater erupted in a variety of non-human cheers. Clicks, pulses, vibrations, and in one case, a burst of spores that spelled approved in midair. Afterward, a gelatinous scholar approached. Your methods are inefficient, unstable, and dangerously intuitive. Fascinating. Back in the quarters, Larrick flopped onto his bed. Muffin climbed onto his chest and curled into a loaf. Valen sat by the terminal, watching a recording of the showcase. You applied no calculations? No time. You used a food wrapper. It was shiny. Velen folded his limbs. I will never understand you. Larrick yawned. Good, that means we're doing it right. 3 days after the showcase, Larrick was elbow-deep in a malfunctioning nutrient recycler, trying to dislodge a clump of congealed algae paste with a bent stirring rod. The recycler unit had begun emitting a low, wet gurgle every 6 minutes, followed by a smell that reminded him of gym socks left in a sealed car. Velen had attempted to report it to maintenance, but the request was flagged non-critical and scheduled for review in 27 days. I still do not understand why the device processes algae at all, Velen said, crouched nearby with a diagnostic scanner. The nutritional profile is inferior to synthesized meal gels. You ever eaten meal gel? Larrick twisted the rod, dislodging a thick glob that splattered across the floor. It tastes like someone gave up halfway through inventing food and decided texture wasn't important. I have no tongue. Exactly. You're missing the entire point. Muffin watched from the top of the recycler, tail dangling lazily over the edge. She had taken an interest in the unit ever since it started making noises, occasionally pawing at the intake grate in what Larrick assumed was either curiosity or deeply misplaced hunting instinct. Valen adjusted the scanner. Pressure is stabilizing. I believe your structural interference has disrupted the blockage. Structural interference. That's a fancy way of saying I jammed it with a kitchen tool until it stopped being gross. It is not how I would have approached the problem. Yeah, but your last solution exploded a humidifier. Velen narrowed his eyes. That was a calibration oversight. A gentle chirp emitted from the wall panel. Takal's round face appeared in a translucent projection, mandibles twitching with what Larrick had come to interpret as bureaucratic urgency. Attention, you are summoned to the Habitation Oversight Hall for immediate review. Valen stood up sharply. Have we violated another regulation? No, Takal replied. You are being recognized. Larrick wiped algae off his hands with a rag that had once been a sock. Recognized for what? Your integration efforts and adaptive contributions have been deemed exemplary by the Cultural Integration Committee. You are to receive the Harmonious Coexistence emblem. Valen tilted his head. That is a rare commendation. It is typically reserved for interspecies diplomats or post-conflict reconstruction coordinators. I think they just really liked the fan bladder thing, Larrick muttered. More hour, formal attire recommended. The projection blinked out. Larrick looked down at his algae-streaked shirt. I don't own formal attire. Velen opened a drawer and pulled out a folded garment wrapped in sterile packaging. This was issued to you during orientation. You stored it beneath your unused manual. I thought it was a pillowcase. Of course you did. Exactly 61 minutes later, they stood in the oversight hall, which resembled the inside of a seashell carved from glass and lit with hundreds of floating bio-lanterns. The audience was made up almost entirely of alien students, faculty, and station staff. The other humans, only 5 now, since one had transferred to a lunar colony for personal reasons, were scattered in the crowd, waving awkwardly. A tall, bark-skinned administrator with antler-like sensory stalks raised a sigil and began the formal address. The speech, translated in real time by the station's acoustic mesh, rolled out in layered tones, in acknowledgement of unique contributions to the spirit of collaborative habitation. Larrick shifted in his borrowed tunic, which fit like it had been tailored for someone with an entirely different number of joints. Velen stood upright, hands folded neatly. Muffin was not invited, but a small live feed from their quarters displayed her curled in a sunbeam, oblivious to diplomacy. For demonstrating resilience, ingenuity, and against considerable odds, empathy. Lerick scratched his temple. We recognized Lerick Sanson and Valin of Otrax as exemplars of harmonious coexistence. Polite bioluminescent flashes rippled through the crowd, the equivalent of applause in at least 9 species. Someone released a puff of celebratory vapor that briefly turned the air a pleasant shade of lavender. Valin turned toward Lerick. "You should make a statement." "I didn't prepare one." "Then improvise." Lerick stepped forward and cleared his throat. "I didn't think sharing a room with a guy who glows when he's anxious would get me an award, but here we are." A few ripples of laughter or their equivalents moved through the audience. "I came here thinking I'd be the weird one, but honestly, none of you made me feel out of place. Not even when I accidentally sat in a nutrient bath because I thought it was a hot tub." More laughter. The antlered administrator raised one stalk approvingly. "I guess what I'm saying is, thanks for not ejecting me into space when I brought a 4-legged chaos goblin and fed her tuna in a shared biospace. And thanks to Velen for not filing a formal threat assessment after she jumped on his head." Velen nodded once. "I strongly considered it. And thanks to the rest of you for showing me that just because something doesn't make sense to me doesn't mean it's wrong. Unless it's meal gel. That's still wrong." When the ceremony ended, a small reception was held in the adjoining atrium. Tables were lined with refreshments from dozens of worlds, some of which Lerick couldn't identify without a microscope, and a few too many options that jiggled when undisturbed. Valin approached with 2 cups of something steaming and iridescent. "This is a ceremonial beverage from the Gore species. It is said to induce mild euphoria and temporary synesthetic perception." Lerick sniffed it. "Smells like root beer and burnt toast." "Then it is working." They sat near the base of a bioluminescent pillar, sipping the drink as ambient music played from a floating sphere above them. "I was skeptical at first," Valin said. "About your presence, about your methods, about your pet." Lerick tilted his cup. "She's still not housebroken. I found a hairball in my shoe this morning. Nevertheless, I have come to understand that your unpredictability is not a flaw." "Oh no, it definitely is, but it's mine." Valin considered that. "I will no longer reinforce my dome." "You sure?" She's been eyeing the top shelf again. "I will take my chances." As the evening wore on, more students joined their table, an aquatic being in a hover tank, a hexapedal linguistics major who spoke only in sense, even a Tharnakian wearing a small fan charm in tribute to the showcase incident. Lerick leaned back, watching the soft lights pulse across the ceiling. He was far from home, surrounded by beings he didn't fully understand, many of whom still couldn't pronounce his name without assistance. And yet, it felt like the most human place he'd ever been. Later that night, back in their quarters, Velen adjusted the ambient temperature while Lerick changed into his sleep clothes. Muffin hopped onto the bed, circled twice, and settled with a heavy sigh. Velen glanced at her, then at Lerick. "I have noticed that she prefers to sleep near you. She's a creature of loyalty and convenience. Also, I'm warm." "I have recalibrated my assumptions," Velen said, "about both of you." "Careful," Lerick yawned. "That's dangerously close to a compliment." Velen dimmed the lights. "Do not let it go to your head." As they drifted off, the recycler gurgled once, then fell silent. Muffin stretched, blinked once at the ceiling, and went back to sleep. The predator had been domesticated, the alien had adjusted, the human had adapted. And for the first time since arriving, everything felt exactly as it should. The first thing Lerick Sanson, the holographic forest erupted with screams. A spindly Lagari student, a nervous, translucent thing named Vedil, sprinted blindly into a tree and collapsed in a tangle of limbs and broken pride. Behind him, the projected image of a 6-limbed predator snarled and pounced, passing harmlessly through his flailing form as the simulation paused with a soft chime. "Unacceptable," the Zentari instructor rasped, disappointment coiling through his voice like static. "That makes 14 failed evasions in a row. We will now review slide 32 again." There was a chorus of exhausted groans from the room. The survival seminar aboard the Polaris Nova was not what the Coalition Education Council had promised. No one had expected to spend 5 hours simulating prey behavior under fluorescent lighting, let alone to be judged by Dr. Kirix, a Zentari biologist, whose posture was straight enough to be measured in microns. His limb segments clicked together, not in the way that frightened smaller students, but close, as he paced in front of the flickering display panel. Julian leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. The only human in the room, he had a healing scrape across his left temple and an immobilization brace on one wrist. If anyone had asked, he'd say it was from a hydroponics incident involving a malfunctioning ladder, a startled maintenance robot, and poor decisions. But no one asked. They were all too busy pretending not to look at him, especially since that business with the galley knife last week. Slide 32, Kirix repeated. Observe. Predator identified visually from a distance. Standard evasion, Z, pattern, sprint, minimal noise, direction opposite to wind. Another simulation played. A fictional prey creature bolted from a vaguely feline shape, zigzagging as instructed until it was pounced upon, pinned, and virtually shredded. Julian squinted. Wasn't that what we were supposed to do? Kirix ignored him. The fault lies in erratic pacing. The prey slowed when... Julian raised his hand. Kirix blinked, mid-sentence. Yes, Julian. Julian tilted his head slightly. Which kind of predator? There was silence. The Zentari's pupils retracted to pinpoints. Excuse me? Which kind? Julian repeated, completely straight-faced. I mean, this is visual hunting, sure, but are we talking ambush predator, chase predator, territorial threat? Is it hungry or defensive? Do we assume scent tracking or motion-based targeting? A few of the alien students turned in their seats to stare. Someone let out a quiet noise that translated, universally, to what? Kirix stood very still. There is only one kind of predator. It hunts, you run. If you fail, you die. Julian scratched his jaw. Not really, I mean, not always. Vadil, now upright and cradling a simulated bruised limb, turned nervously. How many kinds are there? Julian looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully. Well, on Earth, you've got pursuit predators like wolves and wild dogs. They chase you down till you drop. Then ambush types, crocodiles, some big cats. Scent trackers like bears or bloodhounds. Then you've got defensive threats like hippos or moose. Oh, and territorial ones, like cougars. They'll stalk you if you look like a threat. Some birds of prey, too, if you're near their nests. And sharks are kind of a mixed bag. What is a hippo? Someone whispered. Kirix tried to reclaim the discussion. This is irrelevant. The curriculum. Julian held up his hands. No offense, Doc, but you're running a one-size-fits-all demo. That only works if predators all behave the same way. On Earth, they don't, so neither do we. A murmur rippled through the room. Kirix hissed. Earth's biosphere is a statistical outlier. Dangerous, erratic, and hardly... Yeah, Julian nodded. That's the point. He stood, slowly, making sure to favor his braced wrist. Okay, example. You see a crocodile? Run in a zigzag. Seriously. They're fast in a straight line but suck at turning. Bears? You don't run. Back away slow. Make yourself big. Maybe play dead if it charges, but only for grizzlies. If it's a black bear, don't play dead. That gets you eaten. Eaten, Vettel repeated faintly. Julian shrugged. Cougar? Hold eye contact. Make yourself look big again. Yell. Don't turn your back, ever. They like the element of surprise. And hippos? Don't get between them and water. Just don't. Ever. Ever. Someone in the back whispered, Water? A four-eyed Tolkari student raised one hand tentatively. How does one identify the species in a moment of threat? Julian gave a lopsided grin. Trial and error. Kirix made a noise like a fan overheating. Julian continued, voice casual but clear. There's a reason humans are weird about survival. Most creatures stick to one strategy. We adapt, we bluff. Sometimes we intimidate the predator. Sometimes we scatter and rely on probability. Sometimes we fight back. And we've had to figure all this out without natural armor, claws, or speed. Just brains and panic. He motioned to the center of the room. Mind if I do a quick demo? Kirix didn't answer, which Julian took as a yes. Okay. You four, help me out. Stand in a group here. The students shuffled forward uncertainly. Julian gestured for them to clump together. Right. You're a herd animal, big and loud. Predator comes from there, he pointed, and you don't know which of you it'll go for. So, what do? Run, one offered. Exactly. But not in a line. You run all over the place. Julian stepped back. Someone counts to 3. Go. There was hesitation. Then someone whispered, 3. Chaos erupted. The group bolted in different directions, one tripping over a chair, another spinning and doubling back, flailing in panic. The remaining students stared in baffled silence. Julian nodded. See? Confuses the predator. Can't pick a target. Herd might lose one member, but it doesn't lose everyone. Kirix's mandible. Kirix's face stiffened. Julian walked back to his seat. Point is, you can't program survival. You have to feel it. That's what we do. That's what we've always done. There was a long pause. Then, a voice from the back. What if the predator is human? Julian froze mid-sit, then slowly turned. He didn't smile. Not exactly. More like a crooked twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then you're out of luck, he said simply. We're at the top of the food chain. There's no escape from us. The silence that followed was complete. Dr. Kirix quietly shut down the lesson module. After class, no one spoke. The alien students filtered out of the simulator hall like debris in slow orbit, hushed and disoriented, casting glances at Julian as though he'd quietly confessed to eating his neighbors. A few paused in the corridor, whispering in their native languages. One Ektari student made the sign of recursive motion, a gesture usually reserved for encountering religious paradoxes or malfunctioning AIs. Julian stretched his good arm and yawned. That went well. Julian, came a rasp behind him. He turned. Dr. Kirix was still in the hall, holding his instruction tablet like it had personally betrayed him. His posture had lost some of its razor-stiff sharpness. You are not to perform unauthorized demonstrations again. Do you understand? Julian nodded. Sure thing, Doc. Kirix twitched. I will be submitting a request to audit Earth Standard Survival Training. The Coalition must investigate the viability of such chaotic adaptation methods. Julian gave him a thumbs up. Might want to include rabies protocols while you're at it. Kirix did not respond. He turned and stalked down the corridor, legs moving with mechanical efficiency. Julian started to follow the drifting stream of students toward the mess hall. He made it halfway before someone called out. Julian, a moment? He turned again. It was Threx, a tall, deep-shelled Revelin student, known for his quiet disdain toward biological organisms with soft exposure vital points. Julian, being essentially a walking sack of meat with bones and complaints, hadn't expected Threx to voluntarily initiate conversation. Julian blinked. Hey, Threx, what's up? The Revelin adjusted the scarf that wrapped around his air-sensitive joints. Your behavior, your explanation of predator response logic. It suggests significant environmental instability. Yeah, Julian said, Earth's basically a constant murder lottery. Threx hesitated. Would you teach me how to zigzag? Julian tried not to laugh. Sure. By the time they made it to the mess hall, 2 other students had quietly joined them, Vadel, who still looked slightly shell-shocked, and a lanky Farnerian named Ulzette with iridescent scales and nervous eyes. Julian grabbed a tray and loaded it with protein cubes and a coffee that could legally be classified as engine degreaser. Vadil cleared his throat. Is it true that human children are left alone outdoors? With predators? Julian paused mid-sip. Not with predators, no. But yeah, we let kids play outside. Usually they've got adult supervision nearby, and in places with dangerous wildlife, you teach them early. Like, don't run from a moose, don't poke snakes, don't corner raccoons. Ulzit looked pale, even through his opalescent hue. What is a raccoon? Tiny garbage bandit, Julian said. Tenacious little guys. You don't want to mess with one unless you've had your tetanus booster. Vadel blinked. Your children engage in trial by danger? Julian shrugged. Trial by life. You grow up learning how to read animal behavior. Sometimes you make mistakes, but that's why adults teach kids. And we've got a lot of protocols, fencing, repellents, education campaigns. Still, yeah, sometimes you just deal with it. Ulzet stared at him for a moment, then asked, "How are you all still alive?" Julian pointed at his temple. "Sheer stubbornness and trauma bonding." Threx lowered his tray. "This suggests not only tactical adaptation, but psychological endurance." Julian raised his coffee. Cheers to generational anxiety. The conversation was interrupted by a chime from the intercom. "Attention! Mid-cycle announcement. Coalition curriculum update request submitted for review. Subject: Planet Earth. Class 4, Predatory Ecosystems." A few heads turned. Julian grinned. "Told you it wasn't just me." Later that day, back in his quarters, Julian wrapped his brace in a cold compression wrap. His wrist still ached, but it wasn't broken, just sprained. The medbay had run scans earlier in the week after the fall from the ladder. He was under orders to avoid lifting anything heavier than a datapad for 2 more weeks. The last time he'd ended up in medbay, it was for a gash across the thigh during a simulated evac drill. The time before that, mild hypoxia from trying to fix a vent clog without a respirator. Earth had trained him for risk management. The Polaris Nova had turned it into a lifestyle. There was a soft knock at the door. He opened it to find Kirik standing outside, flanked by a pair of junior instructors. His tone was stiff, but not hostile. "Julian, we are updating tomorrow's seminar to include species-specific evasive behavior drills. You will assist." Julian blinked. "I didn't volunteer for that." "You were volunteered." Julian opened his mouth, paused, then shrugged. "Fair enough." The next cycle, the seminar room looked very different. The holograms were updated with modular predator types, each based on characteristics from dozens of planetary archives. There were chase predators, ambush ones, scent trackers, sound-sensitive hunters. Some were based on known species, others extrapolated. Julian stood at the center, gesturing at a display. "All right, folks, today we're going to learn what not to do." He tapped a few buttons. A scent tracker simulation appeared bulky, slow, with nasal ridges flaring as it sniffed the air. First rule: don't leave a trail. Mud, sweat, blood, scent, they'll follow it. If you're injured, you're in trouble. If you're menstruating, trouble. If you're panicking and breathing hard, same deal. There was a ripple of confusion. Vidil raised a trembling hand. "How does one stop sweating while fleeing?" "You don't," Julian said. "You plan ahead. Learn to mask your scent, stay upwind, move through water if you have to. Humans use scent blockers, covering agents, sometimes even animal dung." A few students made noises of horror. Julian nodded. "Yeah, it sucks. Survival's not glamorous." The lesson moved on. Julian walked them through different threat responses: playing dead, freezing in place, group distraction, coordinated retreat, sacrifice tactics. "What about bluffing?" Threx asked. Julian paused. "Risky. Bluffing works if the predator has a fear instinct. If it's just hungry and doesn't see you as dangerous, it'll call your bluff." "And if it's intelligent?" Ulzet asked. Julian's face grew serious. "Then you better be smarter, or faster, or less appetizing than your friend." That earned some nervous laughter. The day ended with each student running a personalized simulation. Julian stood by, offering quiet advice. Vedil, now moderately confident, completed a chaotic escape scenario and cheered out loud when the simulation didn't end with virtual disembowelment. Kirik stood silently at the edge of the room, arms folded, his eyes unreadable. After the class dispersed, he approached Julian. "I have reviewed Earth's ecological database," the Zentari said slowly. "I now understand the reference to hippopotamus. It is not what I expected." Julian smirked. "Yeah, most folks assume the big ones are slow. Classic mistake." "I will be submitting a request for leave," Kirik said flatly. "Possibly a sabbatical. I need time to reconsider several things." "Want a hug?" Julian offered. "No." As the Zentari walked away, Vedel caught up with Julian, still jittery but buzzing with adrenaline. "I think I get it now," he said. "It's not about memorizing threats. It's about reacting to the unknown. Julian nodded. Welcome to the real test. You don't survive by following rules. You survive by breaking the right ones. 2 days later, Julian found himself holding a clipboard, an intercom headset, and the shattered remains of his sleep schedule. The Polaris Nova's administrative suite had called it an honorary cross departmental role. Julian suspected that was diplomatic speak for, please manage the chaos you caused. His new assignment? Act as an informal consultant for the Coalition's ongoing overhaul of survival instruction protocols. No extra pay, no time off. The compensation was, apparently, making aliens scared of you forever. He sipped his fourth coffee substitute of the day and winced as a familiar twinge radiated down his healing wrist. The med team had cleared him for light duties only, but someone forgot to tell the simulation engineers that loading environmental presets involved heavy touchscreens and a too-tall console. Threx stood beside him, reviewing a list of simulated predator profiles with clinical interest. Entry 214 amperes, Apex-class pursuit predator with endurance, metabolism, and limited sight. Earth model, Canid. Recommended response? Find high ground, Julian muttered, or hide your scent trail and loop back. They tire eventually. And 214B? Pursuit predator with enhanced olfaction and higher stamina? You don't run, you trap it, or confuse it, or give it something else to chase. Threx tapped the pad. This should be included in the tutorial module. It Island Slide 74. Then why do students fail it? Julian raised a brow. Because most creatures aren't wired to plan under pressure. They panic. They flee. Instinct says, run fast, not smart. Threx tilted his head. That is inefficient. Julian chuckled. Tell that to my ancestors. They were mostly walking snacks. The next seminar wasn't held in a classroom. Instead, the students stood in a wide, dome-shaped arboretum chamber, half natural, half synthetic, designed for ecosystem study. The trees were real, but modified. The ground was spongy, the air cool and artificially scented with chlorophyll and something that reminded Julian of old camping trips. A sign outside read, Controlled Field Simulation Do Not Engage with Training Predators. The student group huddled in a nervous arc as Julian stepped forward, thumbed the ignition for the field projector, and watched a flickering orange blur slink into place across the dome. It was a simulation, a semi-intelligent replica of a feline ambush predator designed with exaggerated stealth parameters. Julian waved casually. Meet the Gorse Cat. Not real, but close enough to ruin your week if you act like prey. Vidil already looked ready to faint. Where is it? Julian smiled. Good question. First lesson, if you can see it, you're already in trouble. The simulation began. Students moved. The Gorse Cat waited, and waited, then pounced. Even though it was intangible, 3 of the students screamed and hit the ground like they'd been tackled by gravity itself. Julian clapped once. Ambush predators rely on surprise. That means they prefer stationary prey. Don't freeze, keep moving. Avoid choke points, and don't turn your back. Even a bluff can give you a second of hesitation. They reset, tried again. This time, one student shrieked and bolted across the field in a full sprint. The Gorse Cat gave chase, then stopped. Too fast, too far. Julian nodded. See? Not about speed, about timing. Kirix, present but silent, observed from a nearby platform, scribbling notes. Occasionally, he muttered things like, unorthodox but distressingly effective, and must recalibrate threat assessment models. On the 3rd round, Julian stepped into the simulation field himself. He took a slow breath, adjusted his balance, and walked calmly across the terrain. When the Gorse Cat's projection twitched, he spun, stomped once, and yelled a sharp, guttural bark of sound. It froze. Julian spread his arms. Make yourself big, loud, unpredictable. Doesn't work on everything, but ambush predators hate exposure. Threx turned to Kirix. Do we have anything like that in Revelin space? Kirix's eyes didn't leave Julian. No, and thank the void for that. Later that week, the Coalition Office of Biological Standards invited Julian to a roundtable meeting. He arrived in a rumpled uniform shirt and a pair of regulation pants 2 sizes too big. A sleep-deprived coordinator greeted him with a grim expression. "We've had 23 requests for specialized survival tutoring. The majority reference you directly. Is this intentional?" Julian blinked. "Nope." "Do you understand the logistical burden this creates?" "Not yet, but I'm guessing you'll explain it." The coordinator did not smile. "We now require a scalable framework to replicate your instruction methods across multi-species platforms." Julian crossed his arms. "Look, I don't mind helping, but you can't teach survival like a math formula. It's about context, instinct, pattern recognition, reading situations." The coordinator's eye ridges flattened. "Then, how do you suggest we proceed?" Julian thought for a moment. "Start with fear." "Fear?" "Yeah, most people treat it like a failure. But fear's a survival tool. Teach people how to use it, what to listen to, what to ignore. You can't remove fear. You just rewire the response." The room fell silent. The coordinator finally nodded. "We'll draft a proposal. You'll review it." Julian sighed. "Sure, as long as I get lunch first." By the time the new training modules rolled out across the ship, Julian had unintentionally become a symbol, not of dominance, not even bravery, just competence in absurd circumstances. Even the ship's AI, which had previously flagged Julian as statistically accident-prone, updated its profile to include adaptive survivalist tendencies, reclassify risk index, unconventional but viable. And yet, nothing changed Julian more than what happened during a routine reactor maintenance drill. The simulated tremor alarm sounded, and half the engineering deck scrambled for the emergency hatches. Julian, seated on a utility crate with his lunch, stood up slowly and grabbed the nearest technician. "You ran toward the sub-hatch," he said, pointing. "That's a pressure vent zone. You'd be vacuumed out before you even hit the floor." The technician blinked. "But that's what the evacuation map shows." "The map's not updated. There's a repressurization tank behind that panel. You'd have 10 seconds at most." The drill was paused. Systems re-evaluated. Julian was right. That evening, the head of emergency protocol redesign invited him to consult over drinks. "I think I'm becoming a bureaucratic cryptid," Julian told Vidil later that night, sipping a caffeine gel and icing his still tender wrist. "The humans show up once in a cycle, speak prophecy, and vanish again into the ventilation ducts." Vidil smiled faintly. "It's not a bad legacy." Then, during a weekly interspecies mixer in the observation lounge, a minor diplomatic incident unfolded. A visiting Zalin dignitary scoffed at the Coalition's curriculum changes. What could Earth possibly teach about evolution? It is a death world, primitive, reactionary, and devoid of rational biohierarchies. Julian, standing nearby with a half-eaten protein bar, raised one eyebrow. "You know sharks haven't evolved much in hundreds of millions of years?" The Zalin turned. "And?" Julian bit into his protein bar. "Humans did." There was a pause. "Why?" "Because survival on Earth doesn't reward the biggest or the fastest. It rewards the weirdos who figure out how to make fire and throw rocks harder." He nodded toward the window, where Earth's blue curve hung in the distance like a haunted marble. "We didn't survive because we're strong. We survived because we adapt, even if we have to scream at a bear while throwing our sandwich." Silence. The Zalin said nothing more that evening. It began with a power fluctuation. Not the harmless flicker of overloaded systems or mistimed relay syncs. This was a real, hard surge. Lights blinked across the Polaris Nova's central decks. Environmental control reset to baseline, plunging one corridor into humid overgrowth, another into brittle cold. In the arboretum, a gust of wind burst through the trees like an unseen predator, scattering leaves and activating every movement-triggered hologram in a single stuttered roar. On Deck 17, the simulation chamber doors sealed, and a predator appeared inside. Julian wasn't there, not at first. He was on Deck 5, enduring a too-early morning strategy meeting about standardized fear response grading. The phrase behavioral metrics had come up 6 times before the alert tone buzzed over the comms. System lockdown in Simulation Dome 3. Training hazard activated. Biofeedback signals erratic. Medical requested. CX. That snapped him upright. He was already out the door before the system even finished the second announcement. Inside the chamber, chaos reigned. The program had spawned a prototype predator, a new one designed by the AI as an algorithmic synthesis of every creature Julian had ever mentioned. It was massive, with scaled limbs and ambiguous eyes, and it pulsed with adaptive learning code. It wasn't real, but it was real enough to trigger panic. It reacted not to movements or noise, but to emotional spikes, heart rate, temperature, pupil dilation. The students were trapped inside with it. Julian arrived just as Vidil's terrified voice crackled through the external speaker. "I can't move. It's looking at me." Julian grabbed the nearest technician. "Why aren't they being pulled out?" The tech was pale. Simulation override malfunctioned. The AI rejected manual intervention. Says it's educational. Educational? Julian snapped. There are cadets in there with cardiac thresholds barely above jellyfish. The tech shrugged helplessly. It adapted too quickly. Reads panic as input. Escalates pressure with every response. Julian turned to the internal mic. "Vidil, can you hear me?" A shuddering yes. "Listen to me, buddy. You're not in danger. It's not real. It can't hurt you, but it can scare you. That's all it's doing. You remember the rules?" Vidil whimpered. "Don't freeze, don't show panic, don't run unless it's a pursuit type." Julian nodded, even though Vidil couldn't see him. "Good, this one's emotional reactive, so you don't feed it. But I am scared." "Perfect," Julian said. "Now lie to it." The room went quiet. Julian hit the override console. "I'm going in." The tech balked. "You're not cleared for sim chamber entry. You're injured." "I'm not walking in with a sword," Julian growled. "I'm walking in with experience." Inside, the temperature dropped. The predator was crouched near the tree line, head tilted. It watched Ulzet with unreadable interest as the Farnerian crouched in the grass, trembling. Julian entered without ceremony. No bravado, no sudden movement. Just calm. He walked past the predator's flank. It turned its head but didn't lunge. It didn't know how to interpret him yet. He stopped in front of Ulzet and crouched. "Hey, breath check, match me." He breathed in slow, controlled. Ulzet mirrored him, jaw clenched. "You're not food," Julian whispered. "You're not prey. You're too weird, too unpredictable. That's our trick." Behind them, the predator growled. Julian ignored it. "Remember the bluff drills? We do them now. Get up, walk with me." Ulzet rose slowly. So did the predator. Julian turned and walked directly toward it. It froze. "This thing runs on fear," Julian said loudly, projecting for everyone. "But it doesn't know what to do with confusion." He stopped a few feet away and made himself tall. "You're just a bad dream," he muttered at it. Then he spoke, not to it, but through it. "You don't beat fear by pretending it's not there. You beat it by knowing when to use it." He took a step forward. The predator flickered, stumbled. It wasn't programmed to back down, but it also wasn't programmed for someone to approach. Julian turned to the students. "You don't need to be faster than it, just harder to read. Scatter patterns, eyes on it. Nobody run unless I say." They moved as a group, deliberate, unpredictable. One student faked left, another darted to the right, but stopped short. Threx let out a snarl that wasn't from his species' lexicon. And the predator? It paused. Its behavioral matrix stuttered. Without a consistent input stream, without fear, it lost the thread. Then it shut down. The simulation dropped with a soft chime. The lights returned. One by one, the students turned to Julian. "Is it over?" Vidil asked. Julian exhaled. "Yeah, you beat it." Curix arrived moments later, having sprinted from the secondary bridge in what might have been record time for someone with jointed legs. He looked around, then at Julian. "You disarmed the scenario." Julian shook his head. "No, they did. I just reminded them they could." The aftermath unfolded slowly. The incident was reviewed by 5 departments. The AI that had generated the predator was flagged for ethical breach, though no permanent harm had occurred. The training protocols were revised again. Julian, who had technically broken half a dozen regulations by entering the simulation, received a formal warning and a commendation in the same packet. Standard bureaucratic paradox. More importantly, word got around. After that day, students from unrelated tracks, diplomacy, logistics, even culinary sciences began signing up for adaptive response drills. Julian was assigned a temporary assistant, a soft-spoken Glurite named Malin, who took notes and filtered Julian's off-the-cuff lectures into something the Coalition Curriculum Board could tolerate. When the first official Adaptive Threat Response elective launched 2 cycles later, it was the highest requested course on the ship. They called it the Human Module. Julian didn't particularly like the name, but he liked the results. One afternoon, months later, he sat beneath a filtered sunlight tree in the Arboretum, watching a new batch of students work through a simulated panic storm. Their forms weren't perfect, but they were thinking, adapting, not just reacting. Threx sat beside him. "We are less frightened now," the Revelin said, watching the group. "That's not the goal," Julian replied. "No? The goal's not to be unafraid. It's to know what to do when you are." Threx was quiet for a moment. "Fear is input, not error." Julian smiled. "Exactly." That night, Julian walked the quiet corridors of the Polaris Nova, trailing his hand along the cool wall paneling. His wrist was fully healed. His medical log, once thick with entries, had thinned to near normal levels. He passed Vidil, who nodded confidently while heading toward the lab. Ulzit waved from a side hall. Malin gave a polite head bob while carting a crate of training sensors. Julian reached the mess hall and grabbed a meal tray. He sat alone, ate quietly. The stars moved outside the viewports, indifferent and massive. A voice from the next table murmured, "Do you think all humans are like him?" Another voice answered, "If they are, I'm never visiting Earth." Julian smirked into his food. No claws, no armor, no speed. Just stubborn brains, adaptation, and an uncanny knack for throwing a rock at just the right angle. That's how they survived. And out here on ships and stations, in simulations and classrooms, maybe that was enough to teach the galaxy something new. Maybe, just maybe, the most dangerous thing about Earth wasn't its predators. It was how it made humans learn to escape them. The holographic forest erupted.
Elena Vasquez stared out the viewport of the diplomatic shuttle as it approached the Concordat. The space station hung in the void like a small moon, its surface covered in lights from 1,000 different architectural styles. Spires reached out into space alongside massive docking arms that cradled ships of every conceivable design. Some were elegant and smooth like teardrops. Others were angular and brutal, covered in armor plating and weapon ports. The station had been here for over 3,000 years, the heart of galactic civilization. She had dreamed of this moment since she was a child reading about the stars. First contact, humanity's introduction to the wider universe. But now that it was happening, Elena felt a knot of worry in her stomach that wouldn't go away. Impressive, isn't it? Colonel Marcus Webb stood beside her, his military uniform crisp and formal. He was her security chief, though she suspected he was also meant to keep an eye on her for the generals back home. "Makes our space stations look like treehouses," Elena nodded. "That's probably the point. Show us how small we are before negotiations even begin." The shuttle docked with a gentle thump. Elena smoothed down her dark blue suit, checking her appearance one last time in the polished metal wall. She looked tired. The 3-week journey from Earth had been spent reviewing briefings, learning what little humanity knew about galactic politics, and preparing for every possible scenario. Except she suspected they hadn't prepared for the right ones. The airlock opened with a hiss. The air that flowed in smelled strange, like ozone mixed with something floral. Elena stepped through, followed by her team of 12 diplomats, scientists, and security personnel. They were humanity's first official delegation to the Galactic Council. The reception chamber was enormous. The ceiling stretched up at least 50 meters, covered in a shifting display that showed stars and nebulae. Hundreds of aliens filled the space, and Elena had to stop herself from staring. She had seen the videos, studied the files, but nothing prepared her for seeing them in person. There were beings that looked like walking plants, their leaves rustling as they moved, creatures made of what appeared to be living crystal that chimed softly with each step. Things with too many limbs or no limbs at all, floating through the air. Some were humanoid enough to seem almost familiar, while others were so alien that Elena's brain struggled to make sense of their forms. A delegation approached, led by a being that stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its skin was covered in dark green scales and its eyes were yellow with vertical pupils. It wore robes of deep purple that seemed to shimmer in the light. This was High Arbiter Zexthor, leader of the Galactic Council. Elena had memorized his file during the journey. Ambassador Vasquez of Earth. Zexthor's voice came from a translator device that floated near his head. The translation was smooth but carried a hint of a hiss underneath. Welcome to the Concordat. You are the first of your species to stand in these halls. Elena bowed slightly as her briefings had suggested. High Arbiter, on behalf of Earth and all humanity, I thank you for receiving us. It is our duty to welcome all species who reach the stars. Zexthor gestured with a clawed hand. Come, the council has assembled to meet you. They walked through corridors that seemed to shift and change. The walls showed scenes from 1,000 different worlds. Elena saw cities that floated in clouds, oceans filled with luminescent life, deserts of red sand under purple skies. Each image was a reminder of how vast the galaxy was, and how new humanity was to all of this. The council chamber was even more impressive than the reception hall. It was circular and vast, with thousands of seats arranged in rising tiers. Each seat was occupied by a representative from a member species. At the center was a raised platform where Zexthor took his place. A smaller platform rose from the floor for Elena and her team. The noise was overwhelming. Thousands of voices in hundreds of languages, all filtered through translators that created a constant buzz of sound. But as Elena stepped onto the platform, silence fell. Thousands of eyes in every color and shape imaginable turned to look at humanity's representatives. Members of the council. Zexthor's voice boomed through the chamber. Today we welcome the humans of planet Earth, the latest species to achieve faster-than-light travel and discover our community of worlds. As is tradition, we gather to offer them the protection and benefits of council membership. There was a polite sound of approval from the assembled aliens. Elena noticed it wasn't enthusiastic. It was the sound of a routine being followed, nothing more. Zexthor continued. Humans, you have entered a galaxy that has known peace and prosperity for millennia. The Council maintains order across thousands of star systems. We protect trade routes, mediate disputes, and ensure that all species can thrive. This harmony exists because of cooperation and contribution from all members. Here it comes, Elena thought. She had read the reports from the few human ships that had made contact with Council vessels before the official invitation. Every species paid. The only question was how much. As a new member species, Earth will be required to contribute to the common good. This is not a punishment, but a privilege. You will gain access to technologies that would take your species centuries to develop. You will be able to trade with thousands of worlds. Your people will be protected by the might of the Council fleet. Zexthor's yellow eyes fixed on Elena. In return, Earth will provide tribute to the Council. This tribute ensures that all members share in both the benefits and the responsibilities of our community. A holographic display appeared in the air above the central platform. Numbers and categories scrolled past in multiple languages, with English appearing alongside the alien scripts. Elena's breath caught as she read the terms. 40% of Earth's rare Earth elements to be delivered annually. Full access to all human artificial intelligence and quantum computing technology, including source codes and research data. And the part that made her stomach turn. 100,000 human soldiers to serve in Council military operations for a minimum term of 10 years, with rotations continuing indefinitely. Colonel Webb made a small sound beside her. She glanced at him and saw his jaw clenched tight. The rest of her team looked equally shocked. These terms are standard for species at your level of development, Zexthor said, as if he were discussing the weather. Other species have contributed more. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Elena forced herself to speak calmly. High Arbiter, these terms represent a significant portion of Earth's resources and population. May I ask what happens if we need time to consider them? A ripple of sound moved through the chamber. It might have been laughter. Zexthor spread his hands in what might have been a gesture of generosity. Of course. We are not unreasonable. You may have 48 of your Earth hours to consult with your government. But understand, Ambassador Vasquez, These terms are not subject to negotiation. They have been calculated based on your world's capacity and the standard requirements for new members. And if we refuse? The question came from Colonel Webb before Elena could stop him. The chamber went completely silent. Sexthor's eyes narrowed. Refusal is not a concept we encounter often, Colonel. Species who choose not to join the Council find themselves isolated. No access to galactic trade, no access to jump gate networks, no protection from pirates or hostile forces. Some have chosen this path. Most have changed their minds within a generation when they see what they're missing. He leaned forward slightly, and some have required corrective action when they became a danger to themselves or others. I trust Earth will be wiser than that. The threat was clear, even wrapped in diplomatic language. Submit or face the consequences. Elena bowed again, her mind racing. We appreciate the Council's generosity in giving us time to respond. With your permission, we will return to our ship and begin consultations with Earth immediately. Granted. Sexthor waved a hand in dismissal. Return here in 48 hours with your answer. I look forward to welcoming Earth as a full member of the galactic community. The platform lowered and Elena led her team back through the corridors. No one spoke until they were safely back in the shuttle and the airlock had sealed behind them. 40% of our rare Earths? One of the economic advisors, Dr. Sarah Chen, looked pale. That would cripple our technology sector. We need those elements for everything from phones to fusion reactors. And 100,000 soldiers. Webb's voice was tight with anger. To fight in their wars. For 10 years minimum. That's not membership, that's subjugation. Elena sat heavily in her seat as the shuttle detached from the Concordat and began the journey back to their ship, the UNSS Endeavour, which waited at the edge of the system. That's exactly what it is. I saw their faces in there. They weren't negotiating. They were dictating terms to primitives who should be grateful for the attention. So what do we do? Dr. Chen asked. We can't agree to this. But if we refuse, then we need to find out exactly what corrective action means, Elena said. She looked at Webb. Colonel, I need you to pull every piece of intelligence we have on Council military capabilities. I want to know what we're really facing if this goes bad. Webb nodded. Already planned to. From what I've seen, their technology is definitely more advanced than ours. But there's something that's been bothering me. What? The way they carry themselves. Did you notice? They move like people who've never been in a real fight. Their security forces had weapons, but they wore them like decorations. I've seen parade soldiers with more tactical awareness. Elena thought about it. He was right. For all their power and technology, the aliens in the Concordat had seemed almost casual about security. How long has it been since the Council fought a real war? According to the briefing files, over 800 years, said Lieutenant Yuki Tanaka, their intelligence officer. There have been minor incidents, pirate actions, and a few enforcement operations against non-compliant species, but nothing that could be called a peer-level conflict. 800 years of peace, Elena murmured. That's remarkable. Or it means they're complacent, Webb said. An army that hasn't fought in 8 centuries might look impressive, but would it hold up against an opponent who actually fights back? Dr. Chen looked between them, her eyes widening. You're not actually suggesting we refuse, are you? They have thousands of species, millions of ships. We have one world. Elena stared out at the stars as they began to accelerate away from the station. Earth was 3 weeks away at faster-than-light speeds. 3 weeks to decide the future of humanity. Submit and become subjects of the Council or refuse and face the consequences. But there was a third option, one that was forming in her mind as she thought about Sexthor's casual arrogance, the complacent security, the 800-year peace. What if the Council had forgotten what it meant to face an enemy that refused to surrender? Humanity had never known true peace. Every generation had fought wars, from sticks and stones to nuclear weapons and beyond. Humans were very, very good at fighting. It was practically all they had ever done. We're going to present both options to Earth leadership, Elena said finally. Complete submission or complete refusal. But we're also going to present a full analysis of what refusal would actually mean. Not just economic isolation, but the real possibility of military action. And we're going to make sure they understand what that would entail. You think Earth will fight? Tanaka asked quietly. Elena thought about human history. The countless wars, the empires that had risen and fallen, the revolutions and resistances. She thought about the nuclear standoffs, the guerrilla campaigns, the last stands that became legend. Humanity had a long history of looking at overwhelming force and choosing to fight anyway. I think humanity has never been very good at bowing, she said. And I don't think we're going to start now. The shuttle docked with the Endeavour 30 minutes later. Elena immediately called for a full briefing of all department heads. They gathered in the conference room, which suddenly seemed very small and cramped compared to the vast halls of the Concordat. For 6 hours they analyzed the situation from every angle: economic impact, technological gaps, military capabilities, diplomatic options. The more they discussed, the clearer the picture became. The Council's terms weren't just demanding. They were designed to keep humanity dependent and weak. The technology they offered would come with restrictions. The protection they promised would come with obligations. And the tribute would ensure Earth never had the resources to become truly independent. It's a system designed to maintain the status quo, Dr. Chen concluded. The founding species of the Council hold all the real power. Everyone else pays tribute and follows orders. New species are locked into the system from the moment they join. How many species have refused over the years? Elena asked. Tanaka pulled up data on her tablet. Records are incomplete, but at least 17 species attempted to refuse Council membership in the last 1,000 years. 5 eventually capitulated and joined. 7 were classified as isolated and haven't been heard from since. 5 faced Council military action and were forcibly integrated after their governments were replaced. The room fell silent. The Council's peace was built on submission. Those who wouldn't submit disappeared or were crushed. There's one more thing, Webb said. He brought up a star map showing Earth's region of space. We're not in a strategically important area. No major trade routes nearby. No resource-rich systems that the Council desperately needs. If we refuse and they decide to punish us, they'd have to commit significant forces across a long supply line to a region they don't really care about. That might make them more willing to just isolate us and forget we exist, suggested Commander Park, the Endeavour's captain. Or it might make them more determined to make an example of us, countered Webb. Show everyone that distance doesn't matter. Refuse the Council and you'll be dealt with eventually. Elena rubbed her temples, feeling a headache building. We need to transmit all of this to Earth and let them decide. But I want to make sure they understand one thing clearly. She looked around the table at her team. If Earth decides to refuse, we need to be ready for the consequences. That means assuming the worst-case scenario. A Council fleet shows up to enforce compliance. What would that battle actually look like? Webb smiled grimly. Now that's a question I can answer. Give me 12 hours and I'll have a full tactical analysis ready. But I can tell you right now, if the Council expects us to roll over like everyone else has for the last 800 years, they're in for one hell of a surprise. Elena nodded. Get me that analysis, Colonel, and make it detailed. If we're going to recommend that Earth says no to the most powerful organization in the galaxy, we'd better be damn sure we can back up that decision. As the meeting broke up and the team scattered to their duties, Elena returned to her quarters. She sat at her small desk and began composing her report to Earth. Her fingers hesitated over the keyboard as she tried to find the right words to describe what had happened at the Concordat. Finally, she began to type. She described the meeting, the terms, the casual arrogance of the Council. She explained the trap that Council membership represented, how it was designed to keep Earth weak and dependent forever. She outlined the risks of refusal and the possible consequences. And then she wrote something that surprised even herself. Recommendation: Earth should refuse the Council's terms, not because we can win a military confrontation, but because submission now means submission forever. The Council has forgotten what it means to face an opponent who fights back. They've grown complacent in their power. If we submit now, we'll never get another chance at independence. If we refuse, we might lose, but we'll lose on our feet, not on our knees. And there's a chance, however small, that we can show the Council that humanity is not like the species they've dominated before. She read over the words and knew they might be viewed as reckless, even insane. But they felt right. Humanity hadn't come to the stars just to become subjects of an alien empire. They had come to take their place as equals. Elena sent the report with full encryption and then lay back on her bunk. In 48 hours, she would return to the Concordat with Earth's answer. She had no idea what that answer would be, but deep in her gut, she knew what she hoped it would be. The same answer humanity had given tyrants throughout history. The same answer that defined what it meant to be human. No. The emergency session of the United Nations Security Council had been going for 6 hours straight. Elena watched from her seat via quantum-entangled video link as representatives from every major nation on Earth argued about humanity's response to the Galactic Council. The debate had grown heated more than once, and she was grateful to be 40 light-years away from the shouting. We cannot risk military confrontation with a civilization thousands of years more advanced than us. The Chinese representative, Ambassador Wu, was making his case again. The logical choice is to accept their terms and work within the system to improve our position over time. Improve our position? The American Secretary of State James Bradley shot back. With 40% of our rare earths going to them every year, with our best AI and quantum tech handed over, by the time we improve our position, we'll be so dependent on Council technology that we'll never be able to break free. This is colonialism dressed up in diplomatic language. It's survival dressed up in diplomatic language, Ambassador Wu replied. We've been in space for barely 50 years. They've had faster-than-light travel for millennia. This isn't a fight we can win. The Russian representative, Minister Volkov, leaned forward. Perhaps not a conventional fight. But throughout history, smaller powers have found ways to resist larger ones. Asymmetric warfare, guerrilla tactics making the cost of occupation too high to bear. We have options. We're talking about aliens with technology we can barely understand, said the British Prime Minister, Sarah Caldwell. Not armies we can ambush in forests. They could sterilize our planet from orbit if they wanted to. Then why haven't they? The question came from Admiral James Chen, who sat at the head of the military briefing table in Geneva. Elena had worked with him before. He was one of the architects of Earth's Space Defense Network, a brilliant strategist who had earned his rank through 3 decades of service. If they're so powerful, why offer us terms at all? Why not just take what they want? The room fell silent for a moment. Elena saw several representatives exchange glances. The Admiral raises a good point, said the UN Secretary-General, Amara Okafor. Ambassador Vasquez, you were there. What's your assessment? Elena had been waiting for this question. High Arbiter Zexthor made it clear that refusal isn't common. Most species either join willingly or capitulate after seeing the Council's power, but there was something in the way he presented the terms. It wasn't negotiation. It was a script he'd followed 100 times before. I don't think they expect us to refuse, and I'm not sure they're prepared for what happens if we do. Not prepared? Ambassador Wu shook his head. They control thousands of worlds. They've maintained peace for 800 years. How could they not be prepared? Admiral Chen pulled up a holographic display. Because peace makes armies soft, Ambassador. We've analyzed every piece of intelligence we have on Council military operations over the last century. They haven't fought a peer-level conflict in living memory. Their last real war was 800 years ago. What they call military operations are policing actions against pirates or enforcement missions against isolated colonies that can't fight back. He highlighted several incidents on the timeline. Look at these response times. When they sent fleets to deal with non-compliant species, it took them months to mobilize. Their ships are powerful, yes, but their tactics are straightforward to the point of being predictable. They rely on overwhelming force and superior technology. They've never had to adapt to an enemy that fights back effectively. Are you suggesting Earth could actually win a war against the Galactic Council? Minister Volkov sounded skeptical but interested. No, Chen said bluntly. Not a conventional war. They have too many ships, too many resources. But war isn't just about numbers. It's about will, adaptability, and the willingness to accept costs. Humanity has spent its entire history fighting. We're very, very good at it. The Council has spent 8 centuries not fighting. That's a significant advantage for us if it comes to conflict. Secretary Bradley leaned back in his chair. Walk us through it, Admiral. What would a conflict actually look like? Chen changed the display to show Earth's solar system. If we refuse their terms, they'll likely send an enforcement fleet. Based on their standard procedures, probably 200 to 500 ships. Their goal will be to intimidate us into compliance, not to destroy us. They want our resources and soldiers, after all. Dead humans aren't useful. He zoomed in on Earth's defensive positions. We've spent the last 20 years building orbital defense platforms, automated weapon systems, and a fleet of our own. We have roughly 400 combat-capable ships, plus thousands of smaller vessels that could be weaponized. Our technology isn't as advanced as theirs. But we've designed our system specifically for defending our home system. Numbers sound almost even, noted Prime Minister Caldwell. That's misleading, Chen continued. Their ships are individually more powerful. But we have advantages they won't expect. First, we're defending. We know every asteroid, every orbit, every hiding spot in this system. Second, we're unified. Every nation on Earth has agreed to combined defense command. They're probably used to divided opposition. He pulled up combat footage from various human conflicts. Third, and most important, we don't fight the way they expect. Watch this. The display showed historical battles from World War II, Vietnam, Afghanistan, and other conflicts where smaller forces had held off or defeated larger ones. Humanity doesn't believe in fair fights. We use ambush tactics, guerrilla warfare, weapons of mass destruction if necessary. We target supply lines, command structures, and morale. And we're willing to accept casualties that would be considered unthinkable by most species. You're talking about suicide tactics, Ambassador Wu said quietly. I'm talking about winning tactics, Chen replied. The kamikaze pilots of World War II. The suicide bombers in various 21st century conflicts. The nuclear standoffs where both sides were willing to destroy the world rather than surrender. Humanity has always been willing to pay terrible prices for victory. I suspect most council species aren't. Elena watched the faces on her screen. Some looked horrified. Others looked thoughtful. A few looked grimly determined. There's another factor, she added. The council isn't popular among many of its member species. We've picked up communications suggesting that a lot of them resent the tribute system. If we refuse and put up a real fight, it might inspire others to resist. The council's whole power structure is based on everyone accepting that resistance is futile. If we prove that wrong, even if we lose, it could start something. Secretary General Okafor raised her hand for silence. Let me make sure I understand. You're recommending that humanity refuse the Council's terms, knowing it will likely lead to military conflict, a conflict we probably can't win in conventional terms, but hoping that we can make resistance costly enough that the Council backs down, or that we inspire other species to rebel. Yes, Elena said simply. That's insane, Ambassador Wu said. That's human, Admiral Chen replied. The debate continued for another 2 hours. Arguments flew back and forth about duty, survival, legacy, and what humanity's first action on the galactic stage should be. Should they be pragmatic and submit, or defiant and resist? Finally, Secretary General Okafor called for a vote. Not a binding one, but a sense of where the international community stood. The question was simple. Accept or refuse the Council's terms. The votes came in one by one. It was closer than Elena expected. Some nations voted to accept, citing the risks of confrontation. But slowly, the count tipped the other way. The United States voted to refuse. Russia voted to refuse. The European Union voted to refuse. India, Brazil, Japan, and dozens of other nations followed. When the count was finished, the result was clear. By a margin of almost 2-1, Earth's governments voted to refuse the Galactic Council's tribute demands. The room was silent for a long moment. They had just committed humanity to a path that might lead to war with the most powerful organization in the galaxy. Secretary General Okafor looked directly at the camera, her expression grave. Ambassador Vasquez, you will deliver Earth's response to the Galactic Council. Admiral Chen, begin immediate preparations for system defense. All member nations are to contribute forces to the Unified Defense Command. We may have just declared war on the galaxy, so let's make sure we're ready for it. The session ended, and Elena sat alone in her quarters on the Endeavor. In 12 hours, she would return to the Concordat with Earth's answer, an answer that would shock the Council and possibly change everything. Colonel Webb knocked on her door. Permission to enter? Come in, Marcus. He sat down across from her, holding a datapad. I've finished the tactical analysis you requested. If it comes to a fight, we have a decent chance of winning the first battle. After that, it gets much harder. Show me. Webb pulled up detailed projections. The Council will send what they think is an overwhelming force, probably around 300 ships. They'll expect us to take one look and surrender. Instead, we'll have pre-positioned nuclear mines along their most likely approach vectors. We hit them hard right at the start, take out maybe 50 ships before they can react. He zoomed in on Earth's orbital space. Then we pull back to our defensive platforms, force them to come to us, into range of our ground-based weapons. They'll have better shields and weapons, but we'll have numbers and position. Most importantly, we'll have surprise. They won't be expecting us to fight this hard. Casualties? Elena asked. Webb's expression darkened. High. We'll lose a lot of ships and probably some platforms. If they decide to bombard population centers, we could lose millions. But if we can make them bleed, if we can make them doubt whether this is worth the cost, they might withdraw and rethink their approach. And if they don't withdraw? Then we keep fighting until we can't anymore. But Elena, there's something else. I've been analyzing the Council's member species, their history, their cultures. A lot of them have been part of the Council for so long that they've forgotten what it means to be independent. They've never known anything but the tribute system. What are you saying? I'm saying that if we stand up to the Council and survive, even if we don't win, it might inspire others to question the system. The Council's power is based on the belief that resistance is impossible. If we prove that belief wrong, the whole thing might start to crack. Elena thought about that. Humanity's defiance might be about more than just Earth's freedom. It might be about showing the entire galaxy that the Council system wasn't inevitable, that species didn't have to accept subjugation. There's no going back from this, she said quietly. No, Webb agreed. But going forward is what humans do. We've never been good at accepting our place. We always want to see what's over the next hill, what's beyond the next horizon, even if it gets us killed. Elena smiled slightly. Especially if it gets us killed. They sat in silence for a while, watching Earth slowly rotate on the view screen. From this distance, it looked peaceful, beautiful. No signs of the frantic preparations happening across every continent as military forces mobilized and defense systems came online. Do you think we can win? Webb asked. I think we can make them regret picking this fight, Elena replied. Whether that counts as winning, I guess we'll find out. The next 12 hours passed in a blur of preparation. Elena reviewed her speech dozens of times. The message had to be clear, unambiguous, and strong. No room for the Council to think humanity was bluffing or could be persuaded to change their minds. Admiral Chen sent updated tactical data showing Earth's defense network going fully active. Every ship, every platform, every missile battery was ready. If the Council sent their fleet, humanity would be waiting. Finally, it was time. Elena and her team returned to the shuttle and made the journey back to the Concordat. As they approached the massive station, Elena felt a strange calm settle over her. The decision was made. Now came the execution. They docked and made their way back to the Council chamber. It was even more crowded than before. Word had spread about Earth's summons, and apparently many species wanted to see how the newcomers would respond. High Arbiter Zexthor waited on his platform, his yellow eyes tracking Elena as she walked to the central position. He looked confident, even amused, obviously expecting humanity to have accepted reality and prepared to join the Council on its terms. Ambassador Vasquez, his translated voice boomed. Welcome back. I trust Earth has had sufficient time to consider the Council's generous offer. What answer do you bring us? Elena pulled out a small data chip. It was theatrical, old-fashioned, but she wanted there to be no mistake about what came next. She held it up for the entire chamber to see. High Arbiter, members of the Council, I bring Earth's official response to your tribute demands. She inserted the chip into the central podium. Every screen in the chamber lit up, displaying the same message in thousands of languages. The file was small, incredibly small. Just a few bytes of data, because Earth's answer was only one word. The chamber erupted in noise as delegates tried to understand what they were seeing. Some laughed, thinking it was a translation error. Others looked confused, unsure if they were reading it correctly. Zexthor stared at the screen, his expression shifting from amusement to confusion to anger. Explain this, Ambassador. Where is your acceptance? Where are the logistical details? For tribute delivery, what is this? Elena stood straight, her voice clear and strong. That is our complete response to your demands, High Arbiter. No tribute, no submission, no negotiation. Earth appreciates the introduction to galactic society, but we will not bow to threats or accept subjugation disguised as protection. The words still glowed on every screen in the chamber. Simple, direct, unmistakable no. The council chamber descended into chaos. Thousands of voices spoke at once, creating a wall of sound that even the translation system struggled to process. Elena stood calmly on her platform, watching as the aliens reacted to something they clearly hadn't expected. Some were gesturing wildly at the screen, still displaying that single word. Others had turned to their neighbors, apparently trying to confirm what they were seeing was real. High Arbiter Zexthor raised his clawed hands, and the chamber's sound-dampening system activated. Silence fell immediately, his yellow eyes fixed on Elena with an intensity that might have been frightening if she hadn't already committed herself to this course. "Ambassador Vasquez," he said, his translator struggling to convey what sounded like barely controlled anger. "Perhaps there has been a translation error. Surely Earth understands the gravity of refusing the Council's protection. Let me be perfectly clear about what you are saying no to." He gestured, and a new holographic display filled the space above them. It showed maps of the galaxy, trade routes connecting thousands of systems, fleets of ships moving peacefully between worlds. "You are refusing access to the accumulated knowledge of 5,000 years of civilization. You are refusing technologies that would eliminate disease, extend your lifespans, and solve your energy problems. You are refusing the protection of the most powerful military force in galactic history." Zexthor's voice grew harder. "And in exchange for what? The privilege of remaining isolated? Of facing pirates, hostile species, and cosmic threats alone? Of watching other species advance while you stagnate? Is this really what Earth wants?" Elena had prepared for this. She kept her voice level and professional. "High Arbiter, with respect, you're not offering us those things freely. You're demanding we pay for them with our independence. 40% of our resources, our most advanced technology, our citizens to serve as soldiers in your conflicts. That's not protection, that's subjugation. It is the price of civilization." Zexthor's composure cracked slightly. "Every species pays this price. Every member of the Council contributes according to their ability. This is how we have maintained peace for 800 years. This is how we ensure prosperity for all." "Peace for whom?" Elena asked quietly. "Prosperity for whom? We've analyzed your system, High Arbiter. The founding species of the Council pay much smaller tributes as a percentage of their wealth. They control the most valuable trade routes. They occupy the seats of real power. Meanwhile, newer species pay heavily for the privilege of serving your interests. That's not a community of equals. That's an empire." A new voice cut through the chamber. "She speaks truth, though it is uncomfortable to hear." Elena turned to see one of the council members approaching the central area. She was a Velosian, a species Elena had read about during the voyage. They were humanoid with blue-tinted skin and large black eyes. This particular Velosian wore the robes of a senior council member. According to her identification marker, she was Ambassador Kriath. Zexthor's eyes narrowed. "Ambassador Kriath, you overstep. This is a matter between Earth and the Council leadership." "It is a matter that affects us all," Kriath replied, not backing down. She turned to address the chamber. "How many of us remember when our species first joined the Council? How many of us remember being presented with these same terms, these same demands disguised as offers? And how many of us remember feeling exactly what these humans must feel now?" Murmurs spread through the chamber. Elena saw several delegates nodding slightly, though others looked uncomfortable. "The difference," Kriath continued, "is that none of us said no. We accepted because we believed we had no choice, because we were told that resistance was futile, that submission was the only logical option. But these humans, they dare to do what we did not. They dare to refuse." She pulled up her own holographic display, and Elena's breath caught. It showed human history, wars, battles, revolutions. The images were brutal and violent, showing the worst of what humanity had done to itself over thousands of years. "I have studied Earth," Kriath said, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "My intelligence division has analyzed their history, their culture, their psychology. And what we have found should concern us all." The display shifted to show nuclear explosions, bombed cities, and casualty statistics that made several council members visibly recoil. This species has spent its entire existence in conflict. They have never known true peace. They have never had a generation without war. They have developed weapons capable of destroying their own world. And they have come within moments of using them. Not once, but many times. Then they are dangerous and should be controlled, Zexthor said. No, Kriath replied. They are dangerous and should not be threatened. There is a difference. Look at their tactics, their strategies, their willingness to accept casualties that we would consider genocidal. These humans have refined warfare to an art form. They practice it constantly, even against themselves. She highlighted specific conflicts. In what they call World War II, they killed over 70 million of their own species. In their nuclear standoffs, they were willing to destroy their entire planet, rather than submit to each other. In countless guerrilla wars, small forces held off armies that outnumbered them hundreds to one through sheer determination and clever tactics. The chamber had gone very quiet. Elena realized that Kriath was doing something unexpected. She was warning the Council about what a war with humanity would really mean. Most species in this chamber, Kriath continued, have been at peace for centuries before joining the Council. They had evolved past major warfare. Conflict for them was small-scale, limited, civilized. But not humans. Humans have been killing each other in innovative ways for their entire history. And now you want to threaten them with military action? The Council's fleets are more than capable of handling one primitive world, Zexthor said, though he sounded less certain now. We have millions of ships, advanced weapons, shields that can withstand anything they could throw at us. Do we? Kriath pulled up tactical data. When was the last time our fleets faced an enemy that fought back with full force? 800 years ago. 800 years of peace. Of policing actions against pirates with outdated weapons. Of enforcement missions against isolated colonies that surrendered after seeing our ships. When did we last face an enemy willing to die rather than submit? Elena decided to press the advantage. If I may, High Arbiter, the ambassador raises an important point. Your fleet may be powerful, but are they ready for an enemy that uses nuclear weapons as point defense? That will sacrifice entire ships to destroy one of yours? That considers mutual destruction an acceptable outcome? You would doom your own people? Zexthor asked, seeming genuinely confused. We would fight for our freedom, Elena replied. There's a difference. Throughout our history, humans have chosen death over slavery again and again. We've fought impossible odds. We've held positions that couldn't be held. Won battles that couldn't be won. Survived situations that should have killed us. Not because we're stronger or smarter, but because we refuse to accept defeat. She gestured to the screen, still showing that single word. That's what no means to humanity. It means we're willing to pay whatever price necessary to remain free. You can take our resources by force, but you'll bleed for every shipment. You can occupy our planet, but you'll face resistance that never ends. You can try to break us, but we've been breaking each other for thousands of years and we're still here. This is insanity, said another council member, a being that looked like a floating jellyfish. You would throw away peace, prosperity, and advancement for what? Pride? For the right to choose our own path, Elena said. For the right to make our own mistakes and claim our own victories. For the right to stand as equals rather than subjects. If you can't understand that, then you've been part of the system too long. Zexthor slammed his hand on his podium, creating a booming sound. Enough. The Council has been patient with this display of primitive defiance, but I will not allow one backward species to question millennia of peaceful order. You want to refuse our protection? Very well. You will get exactly what you're asking for. He turned to address the full chamber. I call for an immediate vote on initiating enforcement proceedings against Earth. They have refused Council membership and demonstrated hostile intent. According to our bylaws, we can authorize military action to secure compliance. All in favor? Lights began appearing across the chamber as delegates voted. Most were green, indicating approval. But Elena noticed something important. A significant minority were red, voting against, and many delegates weren't voting at all, their screens remaining dark. The vote passed, but not by the overwhelming margin Zexthor had clearly expected. Out of thousands of delegates, nearly a third had either voted no or abstained. That was remarkable for a council that was supposed to be unified. The measure passes, Zexthor announced. Fleet Admiral Thunderek will assemble an enforcement fleet and proceed to the Earth system. They will be given one final chance to comply. If they refuse, they will be subdued by force and their government replaced with one more amenable to reason. He looked down at Elena with something that might have been pity. Ambassador Vasquez, you and your delegation will be held here on the Concordat for your own safety during the enforcement action. I hope you understand that what happens next is entirely your species' choice. Submit peacefully, and Earth will be welcomed into the Council. Resist and you will be teaching your children a very painful lesson about the price of pride. Elena had expected this. I'm afraid I must decline your hospitality, High Arbiter. My place is with my people. If the Council sends a fleet to attack Earth, then Earth's ambassador should be there to witness it. That is unacceptable. You will remain here. With respect, High Arbiter, I am not a member of the Council and therefore not subject to your authority. My ship is prepared to depart immediately. If you try to prevent me from leaving, it will be an act of war against a diplomatic mission. I'm sure even the Council has laws about that. Zexthor's eyes narrowed, but he didn't argue. Apparently, even in his anger, he wasn't willing to violate the basic principles of diplomatic immunity. Fine. Return to your dying world, Ambassador. Watch as your people's defiance brings them ruin. And know that you could have prevented it. Elena bowed slightly, mockingly polite. I will tell Earth that the Galactic Council sends its regards, and I will tell them to be ready, because you're about to learn what happens when you threaten humanity. She turned and walked out of the chamber, her delegation following. The murmur of voices rose behind her, but she didn't look back. They had done what they came to do. Earth had given its answer, and that answer had shaken the Council more than anyone had expected. On the shuttle back to the Endeavor, Colonel Webb was reviewing tactical data on his tablet. Fleet Admiral Thunrek, I've got his service record here. He's commanded 17 enforcement actions over his career. All of them were quick and bloodless. Show up with overwhelming force, watch the target surrender, accept their compliance, leave. He's never actually fought a battle. Good, Elena said. Then he's never fought an enemy that fights back. The fleet will take about 3 weeks to reach Earth, Webb continued. That gives us time to get back and help with final preparations. But Elena, we need to be realistic. Even if we bloody their nose in the first engagement, they can send more fleets. Earth can't win a war of attrition against the entire Council. We don't need to win a war of attrition, Elena replied. She was thinking about Ambassador Kriath's speech, about the way some delegates had voted against enforcement, about the uncertainty she had seen in the chamber. We just need to win the first battle and make it clear that every future battle will cost them. The Council isn't popular with everyone. If we can crack their image of invincibility, other species might start questioning the system. You're trying to start a rebellion, Webb said quietly. I'm trying to show the galaxy that rebellion is possible, Elena corrected. The Council's whole power structure depends on everyone believing they can't be resisted. If we prove that wrong, even if we ultimately lose, it might inspire others to stand up. And if enough species stand up... She didn't finish the sentence, but Webb nodded understanding. The Council couldn't maintain control if too many species refused to comply. Their whole system was built on submission. Defiance was contagious. The Endeavor broke away from the Concordat and engaged its faster-than-light drive. As the station shrank behind them, Elena thought about what she had just done. She had committed humanity to a war it probably couldn't win. She had rejected peace and prosperity in favor of a fight for independence. History would either remember her as a hero or as the fool who doomed Earth. But as she thought about that word still glowing in the Council chamber, that simple, defiant, very human word, she knew she had made the right choice. Some things were worth fighting for. Some things were worth dying for. Freedom was one of them. The journey back to Earth took 20 days. The crew used every minute preparing. Combat drills, tactical simulations, weapons checks. They analyzed what little they knew about Council fleet tactics and developed counters. They planned ambushes, fallback positions, and desperate last stands, and they watched the news feeds from Earth. The planet was mobilizing like never before. Every nation had committed its military forces to the Unified Defense Command. Factories were running triple shifts producing missiles, drones, and ammunition. Civilian ships were being retrofitted with weapons. The entire solar system was becoming a fortress. Public opinion on Earth was divided. Some people were terrified, certain they were about to be destroyed for the sake of pride. Others were defiant, echoing the sentiment that humanity would never bow. Protests and rallies filled cities across the globe. Some demanded the government reconsider. Others demanded they stand firm. But everyone was preparing, because whatever they thought about the decision, Humanity was about to face its first test on the galactic stage. Win or lose, the galaxy would remember what happened when someone told humanity no, and humanity said no right back. As the Endeavor approached Earth, Elena stood at the viewport and looked at her home. It had never looked more beautiful or more fragile. Soon, one of the most powerful forces in the galaxy would be coming here to punish Earth for its defiance. She just hoped that Admiral Chen and Colonel Webb were right. That humanity's violent history, its refusal to accept defeat, its willingness to fight dirty and die hard, would be enough to make the Council regret this decision. One word had shattered the Council's expectations and challenged millennia of unquestioned authority. Now they would see if one species could back up that word with action. Fleet Admiral Thunrek stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Eternal Harmony, and watched as 300 Council warships emerged from faster-than-light travel at the edge of Earth's solar system. The display before him showed a small, yellow star with a collection of planets, one of which was inhabited by the stubborn primitives who had dared to refuse the Council's generous offer. He had done this 17 times before. Show up with an overwhelming force, broadcast demands, watch the local government scramble to comply. Usually it took less than an hour. Occasionally, some particularly foolish species would fire a few token shots, then surrender after their primitive weapons accomplished nothing against Council shields. Either way, the result was always the same. Thunrek was a Corvin, a species that had been part of the Council for over 2,000 years. He stood nearly 4 meters tall, with 4 arms and thick armor plating that was as much ceremonial as functional. He had never personally fired a weapon in anger. He had never needed to. The mere presence of a Council fleet was usually enough. "Commander," he said to his second-in-command, "scan the system. Show me their defenses." The tactical officer, a crystalline being named Shira, manipulated the controls. "Sir, I'm reading multiple orbital platforms around the third planet. Approximately 200 defensive stations with what appear to be missile batteries and energy weapons. Also detecting a fleet of smaller ships in various orbital positions. Current count is 470 vessels." Thunrek chuckled. 470 ships against our 300? They don't understand the difference in capabilities. Our shields alone could withstand anything they can produce. What about their technology level? Primitive by our standards, sir. They only achieved faster-than-light travel 47 years ago. Their energy weapons appear to be early-stage plasma or laser systems. Their ships are small, mostly under 500 meters in length. Our capital ships are 3 times that size with exponentially greater firepower. Then this will be over quickly. Thunrek settled into his command chair. "Open a communication channel to Earth. Let's give them one last chance to see reason." The channel opened, and after a moment, a human face appeared on the screen. It was a male, older, with gray hair and wearing what appeared to be a military uniform. The human looked tired but determined. "This is Admiral James Chen of the United Earth Space Defense Force. You're in our system without permission. State your intentions." Thunrek found the human's tone amusing, as if they were equals. "I am Fleet Admiral Thunrek of the Galactic Council. We are here to enforce compliance with Council membership requirements. Your Ambassador Vasquez refused our generous terms. We are here to show you the consequences of that refusal and offer you one final opportunity to submit peacefully." Chen's expression didn't change. "Then I'm afraid you've wasted your time, Admiral. Earth's answer remains the same. We will not submit to your tribute demands. We will not surrender our independence, leave our system immediately, or face the consequences." Thunrek laughed. Several of his bridge crew joined him. "Consequences? You have primitive ships and outdated weapons facing the might of the Galactic Council. What consequences could you possibly pose to us?" The human admiral smiled, and something about that smile made Thunrek's amusement fade slightly. It was the smile of someone who knew something you didn't. "You're about to find out," Chen said. "I'll give you the same chance you gave us. Turn your fleet around and leave. This is your only warning." "You dare?" Thunrek stood from his chair. "You face 300 warships, each capable of leveling a city. Surrender now or we will destroy your defensive platforms and occupy your planet. This is not a negotiation." "No," Chen agreed. "It's not. Communications, send the signal." The transmission cut off. Thunrek stared at the blank screen for a moment, then turned to his tactical officer. Foolish primitives. All ships advance to weapons range. Prepare to disable their platforms. Try not to kill too many. We'll need some of them alive to operate their industries once we take control. The Council fleet began moving forward in perfect formation. 300 ships, their shields glowing with power, their weapons priming. It was a sight that had made civilizations surrender for centuries. Then space exploded. Multiple nuclear detonations. Shira screamed. "Sir, the space ahead of us is filling with radiation and debris." Thunrek grabbed his chair for support as the Eternal Harmony's shields flared, absorbing energy from what appeared to be dozens of nuclear weapons detonating simultaneously. The view screen showed space ahead turning white with nuclear fire. "How did they mine our approach vector?" Thunrek demanded. "We only just arrived." "They must have seeded the area with devices after choosing the most likely approach path," Shira replied, her crystalline form flickering with stress colors. "Sir, damage reports coming in. The shields are holding, but several ships in the Vanguard took damage. The Serene Dawn reports shield failure and hull breaches. The Peaceful Resolution has lost engine power. 2 ships damaged from primitive nuclear weapons." Thunrek couldn't believe it. "How is that possible?" "The explosions weren't meant to destroy us directly," his science officer called out. "They're creating a debris field and radiation interference. Our sensors are compromised. And sir, I'm reading massive energy buildups from the orbital platforms around Earth." The human defenses opened fire. Thousands of missiles streaked out from the platforms, far more than the initial scans had suggested. The Council fleet's point defense systems engaged, destroying the incoming projectiles. But there were so many of them. "Some are getting through," Shira reported. "Multiple impacts across the fleet. Shields holding but taking damage." "Sir, these aren't normal missiles. Some of them are accelerating to near relativistic speeds. If they impact at those velocities..."
"Even our shields might not." The Eternal Harmony shook violently as something hit its forward shield at an appreciable fraction of light speed.
Alarms blared across the bridge. "Shield at 60%, Shira called out. "Sir, recommend we fall back and reassess." "Fall back?" Thunrek's pride warred with tactical sense. "We outnumber them. We have superior technology. We will not retreat from primitives." But the humans weren't fighting like primitives. As the Council fleet pushed forward, human ships emerged from behind asteroids, from orbital positions that the sensors had missed, even from inside the debris field created by their own nuclear mines. They swarmed like insects, dozens of small ships targeting individual Council vessels. "They're using kamikaze tactics," someone on the bridge shouted. 3 human ships just rammed the rising tide. Her shields couldn't handle the kinetic impact. She's breaking apart." Thunrek watched in horror as the Council ship, a beautiful vessel that had served for 300 years, was torn apart by the sacrifice of 3 primitive human vessels that had accelerated to maximum speed, and simply crashed into it. The humans had turned their own ships into weapons. "All ships tight formation," Thunrek ordered. "Concentrate point defense. Don't let them get close," but the humans adapted. Their AI-controlled drones swarmed in first, drawing fire from the point defense systems. Then their manned ships came in during the reload cycles, firing missiles at close range where the Council's long-range weapons couldn't track fast enough. It was chaos. Beautiful, terrible chaos. The kind of warfare Thunrek had only read about in ancient histories. The kind of warfare that civilized species had evolved beyond. "Sir, the humans are using nuclear weapons at close range." Shira's voice was panicked now. "They're detonating them near their own ships. They don't care about their own casualties." A human vessel accelerated toward a cluster of Council ships, fired all its missiles, then detonated what appeared to be multiple nuclear warheads inside its own hull. The explosion took out 2 Council ships whose shields had already been weakened by the conventional attacks. "They're insane," Thunrek whispered. "They're actually insane." The battle that was supposed to be a quick show of force had turned into a nightmare. The humans fought like nothing the Council had faced in living memory. They used the asteroids for cover. They sacrificed ships without hesitation. They employed weapons that endangered their own forces. They fought with a ferocity that seemed more suited to cornered animals than sentient beings. "Fleet-wide communication," Thunrek ordered. "All ships fighting retreat. Fall back to the outer system. We need to reassess. Sir, the humans are pursuing. Of course they were. Thunrek watched as human ships chased his fleet, firing missiles and continuing their aggressive tactics even as they took casualties. They were outnumbered in terms of firepower, but they fought like they were winning. The Running Tide, a destroyer that had been part of the Vanguard, suffered a catastrophic shield failure and was swarmed by a dozen human ships. They tore it apart with concentrated fire, celebrating their kill even as Council weapons destroyed half of them in return. Casualty report, Thunrek said quietly as the fleet finally managed to pull back beyond immediate weapons range. Shira's voice shook as she read the numbers. 47 ships destroyed or disabled. Another 30 with significant damage. We've lost approximately 15% of our fleet strength in less than 3 hours of engagement. 15%. Against primitives, against a species that had barely reached the stars. It was impossible. It was humiliating. It was terrifying. What about the humans? Their casualties are higher. Approximately 120 ships destroyed. But sir, they seem to consider this acceptable. They're reforming their formations and their defensive platforms are still fully operational. Thunrek slumped in his chair. He had been so certain this would be simple. Show up, make threats, watch them surrender. Instead, he had lost nearly 50 ships and the humans were still fighting. Open a channel to the Council, he said finally. We need reinforcements. The transmission took several minutes to reach the Concordat due to the distance. When High Arbiter Zexthor appeared on the screen, he looked confident. Clearly, he had been expecting news of a quick victory. Admiral Thunrek, report. Has Earth surrendered? No, High Arbiter. They have not. We have engaged in combat and encountered unexpectedly fierce resistance. I am requesting additional fleets to complete the pacification. Zexthor's expression shifted from confidence to confusion to anger. You have 300 ships. How can a single primitive world resist the might of the Council fleet? They fight like nothing we have faced before, Thunrek tried to explain. They use suicide tactics. They mine space with nuclear weapons. They sacrifice their own forces without hesitation to destroy ours. They don't fight to win, High Arbiter. They fight to kill as many of us as possible regardless of cost to themselves. There was a long silence. Finally, Zexthor spoke. How many ships have you lost? 47 destroyed, 30 damaged. Another silence. Thunrek could see the High Arbiter processing this information, trying to reconcile it with his expectations. Fall back, Zexthor said finally. Maintain position at the edge of their system, but do not engage further. I need to consult with the Council leadership. This situation has become more complicated than anticipated. The transmission ended. Thunrek looked around his bridge at his shaken crew. They were the pride of the Council, trained in the finest academies, equipped with technology that made them superior to nearly every species in the galaxy. And they had just been bloodied by humans using primitive ships and pure aggression. Sir, Shira said quietly. The humans are broadcasting a message. Audio only. Play it. Admiral Chen's voice filled the bridge. Fleet Admiral Thunrek, this is your second warning. Leave our system now. You came here to show us the consequences of defiance. Instead, we've shown you the cost of threatening humanity. We didn't want this fight, but since you brought it to us, we're going to finish it. Come closer and we'll destroy more of your ships. Try to bombard our planet and we'll turn this entire system into your graveyard. This is what happens when you pick a fight with humans. We don't surrender. We don't negotiate. We fight until you leave or until one of us is dead. Your choice. The message ended. Thunrek sat in the command chair and tried to think of what to do next. He had been trained in tactics, strategy, and command. But he had never been trained for this. No one in the Council had been trained for this. Because no one in the Council had fought a real war in 800 years. They had forgotten what it meant to face an enemy that refused to quit. An enemy that measured victory not by territories gained or objectives achieved, but by how much damage they could inflict before they fell. An enemy that had spent their entire history perfecting the art of killing. The humans had grown up in a galaxy of one world, where the only enemies were other humans. So they had learned to fight humans, and humans, Thunrek was beginning to realize, were very, very good at war. Looking at the casualty reports, at the images of destroyed Council ships, at the human defensive platform still standing and ready for another round, Thunrek understood something that the Council leadership needed to learn quickly. Earth had said no, and Earth was willing to make that no stick no matter what it cost. On the bridge of the UNSS Endeavour, now in high orbit above Earth, Elena Vasquez watched the tactical display showing the Council fleet pulling back. Beside her, Admiral Chen allowed himself a small smile. They weren't expecting that, he said. No, Elena agreed. They were expecting us to fold. They've never faced a species that fights back with everything it has, but now they know. This isn't over, Chen warned. They'll regroup, call for reinforcements, come back with a larger fleet. I know, Elena said. But we've bought time, and more importantly, we've shown them that humans don't break easily. The word will spread across the Council. The species that said no. The species that made the Council bleed. That message is going to reach a lot of ears. You think it will make a difference? Elena thought about Ambassador Kriath, about the delegates who had voted against enforcement, about all the species paying tribute to maintain a system that enriched the Council's founders.
I think we've planted a seed, she said.
Whether it grows into something that changes the galaxy, we'll have to wait and see. But at least now, other species know that resistance is possible. The Council isn't invincible. They can be hurt. They can be stopped. She looked down at Earth, at the planet that had just fought off the most powerful force in the known galaxy, the planet that had refused to bow. We said no, Elena whispered, and we meant it. The emergency session of the Galactic Council had been running for 6 hours, and High Arbiter Zexthor could feel his authority crumbling with every passing minute. The Council chamber, usually a place of orderly debate and predictable outcomes, had descended into something he had never witnessed in his 200 years of service. Open rebellion, 47 ships, Ambassador Kriath's voice rang out across the chamber. 47 Council vessels destroyed by a single primitive world that has been in space for less than 50 years. And you want to send more ships? How many more must die to maintain this charade? A chorus of voices rose in support. Not all of them, but enough to be significant. Species that had never questioned the Council's decisions were now standing up and demanding answers. The humans attacked our peacekeeping fleet, Zexthor argued, though his voice carried less certainty than before. They are the aggressors. They refused our generous terms and then murdered Council personnel. They must be brought to justice. Justice? A delegate from the Therian Collective stood up, his insectoid body clicking with agitation. We call it justice when we demand 40% of a species' resources? When we take their citizens as soldiers? When we threaten them with destruction if they refuse? What word would we use if someone did this to us? It is the system that has maintained peace for 800 years, Zexthor said, falling back on the familiar argument. But it sounded hollow now even to his own ears. Peace for whom? Another voice, this time from the Azurian delegation. My species has paid tribute for 300 years. In that time, our homeworld has grown poorer while Council founders grow richer. We are told this is the price of protection, but protection from what? The only threat we face is from the Council itself if we refuse to pay. Zexthor saw the careful order he had maintained beginning to fracture. The tribute system had always worked because no one questioned it. New species joined, paid their dues, and eventually became established enough to reduce their burden. It was a pyramid, with the oldest members at the top benefiting from the contributions of those below. But the whole structure depended on everyone accepting it as inevitable. The humans had shattered that acceptance by refusing and then making the Council bleed for trying to enforce compliance. They had shown that the system could be resisted. Now species that had paid for centuries were asking why they had never tried to say no. We must maintain unity, Zexthor pleaded. If we allow one species to refuse, others will follow. The entire structure of galactic civilization will collapse. Then perhaps it should, Kriath said quietly. Perhaps a structure built on forced compliance and tribute deserves to fall. The humans have shown us something we had forgotten, that there are things worth fighting for, that freedom has value beyond convenience. That saying no is always an option, even when facing overwhelming force. The chamber erupted in argument. Some delegates supported Zexthor, warning of chaos and disorder if the tribute system was dismantled. Others supported Kriath, calling for reform or complete restructuring. And many remained silent, calculating which side would ultimately win and where their interests lay. In the middle of this chaos, a new transmission arrived. It was from the Velosian Confederation, Ambassador Kriath's government. The message was brief and shocking. The Velosian Confederation was formally withdrawing from the Galactic Council, effective immediately. They would no longer pay tribute, no longer provide ships for Council operations, and no longer recognize Council authority over their territory. They invited other species who desired independence to join them in forming a new alliance based on mutual cooperation rather than forced compliance. The chamber went silent. In 3,000 years of Council history, no major species had ever voluntarily left. There had been expulsions, species removed for violating Council law, but a voluntary departure, especially by a species as influential as the Velocians, was unprecedented. Kriath stood calmly as her delegation prepared to leave. My government has decided that the human example is one worth following. We will not fight the Council, but we will no longer serve it. Other species are free to make their own choices, but the Velocian people choose freedom. She walked out, her delegation following. For a moment, no one moved. Then another delegate stood up. The representative from the Kyrian Assembly announced they were also withdrawing. Then the Nethian Alliance. Then 3 smaller species together. By the end of the day, 12 species had formally withdrawn from the Council. Dozens more had demanded emergency referendums to allow their populations to vote on continued membership. The galactic news networks were exploding with coverage. The Battle of Sol, as it was being called, had become a symbol, not of human victory, but of the possibility of resistance. High Arbiter Zexthor watched his empire crumbling and knew he had 2 choices. Double down, send a massive fleet to Earth and crush them as an example, risking further rebellion and potentially a real war, or accept that the system he had maintained was broken and needed to change. Neither option was acceptable. But as he looked at the empty seats where loyal delegates had sat for centuries, he realized that the decision might be out of his hands. On Earth, Elena Vasquez stood before the United Nations General Assembly and delivered her report on the Battle of Sol. The casualties had been significant. 123 ships destroyed, over 15,000 people dead. Multiple orbital platforms damaged. Cities on high alert for potential bombardment that, thankfully, never came. But Earth had survived. More than survived. They had sent the Council fleet running. The Council has not returned, Elena told the assembled representatives. Our intelligence suggests they are dealing with internal problems. Multiple species have withdrawn from the Council in protest of the tribute system. Others are demanding reforms. What started as Earth saying no has become a galactic movement questioning the entire structure of Council authority. Secretary General Okafor addressed the assembly. We did not seek this fight. We simply refused to surrender our independence. But in doing so, we have apparently inspired others to question their own subjugation. The galaxy is changing, and Earth is at the center of that change. The assembly debated long into the night about what to do next. Some argued for fortifying defenses, expecting the Council to return with a larger fleet. Others suggested reaching out to the species that had withdrawn, forming alliances, building a coalition of free worlds to counter Council power. In the end, they decided to do both. Earth would continue strengthening its defenses while simultaneously engaging in diplomacy with other species. If the Council wanted war, Earth would be ready. But if the Council wanted peace, it would be peace between equals, not between master and subject. Admiral Chen led the military preparations. New ships were built, incorporating lessons learned from the first battle. Defensive platforms were expanded and upgraded. The asteroid belt was seeded with more weapons, more sensors, more surprises for any fleet that dared approach Earth again. But it was Elena's diplomatic efforts that proved most significant. She reached out to the Velocian Confederation first. Ambassador Kriath responded warmly, suggesting a meeting on neutral ground to discuss cooperation. Other species followed. The Kyrians, the Nethians, and even some species still technically part of the Council, but exploring their options. 3 months after the Battle of Sol, Elena stood on a space station in neutral territory, hosting the first meeting of what they were calling the Free Worlds Alliance. Representatives from 15 species gathered to discuss an alternative to the Council's tribute system. We're not trying to replace the Council, Elena explained. We're trying to create an alternative, a framework for cooperation based on mutual benefit, rather than forced compliance. Free trade, defensive alliances, shared technology, but no tribute, no forced military service, no surrender of independence. Ambassador Kriath nodded in agreement. The council model worked when the galaxy was younger and more dangerous. But we have outgrown the need for a central authority that demands submission in exchange for protection. It is time for something new. The representatives debated for days. Some species were cautious, worried about council retaliation. Others were enthusiastic, seeing an opportunity to escape centuries of tribute. Slowly, carefully, they began drafting the foundation of what would become a new galactic order. Meanwhile, the Galactic Council was tearing itself apart. More species withdrew every week. High Arbiter Zexthor tried to maintain control, but his authority was evaporating. The founding species, the ones who had benefited most from the tribute system, demanded action. Send the full might of the Council fleet to Earth, they argued. Destroy this rebellion before it spreads further. But others counseled caution. The military commanders who had reviewed the Battle of Sol reports were less confident than before. The humans had fought with a ferocity that suggested they would turn their entire system into a death trap before surrendering. And with multiple species now in open rebellion, committing the full fleet to Earth meant leaving other territories vulnerable. The Council was paralyzed by indecision and internal conflict. For the first time in centuries, they faced a problem that couldn't be solved by simply showing up with overwhelming force. 6 months after the Battle of Sol, Zexthor received an official communication from the Free Worlds Alliance. It was an invitation to talks, not surrender terms, not a plea for mercy, an invitation to negotiate as equals. He stared at the message for a long time. Everything in his training, his experience, his understanding of how the galaxy worked, told him to refuse. The Council did not negotiate with rebels. The Council crushed opposition and maintained order. But as he looked at the status reports showing 43 species now withdrawn from the Council, with 17 more holding referendums on membership, he realized that crushing opposition was no longer an option. The old order was dying. The only question was whether something better would replace it, or whether the galaxy would descend into chaos. Reluctantly, bitterly, Zexthor accepted the invitation. The peace talks were held on the same neutral station where the Free Worlds Alliance had formed. It was deeply symbolic. The Council, which had dictated terms to countless species, now came to negotiate. Elena led the human delegation. Kriath represented the Velosian Confederation and the broader alliance, and Zexthor came with a small group of Council representatives looking older and more worn than when Elena had first met him. "You have brought chaos to the galaxy," Zexthor said as the talks began. "Centuries of peace and order disrupted because one species was too proud to accept their place." "We disrupted a system that was unjust," Elena replied calmly. "Peace built on subjugation isn't true peace. It's just delayed conflict. You force species to pay tribute, to surrender their sovereignty, to serve your interests. Did you really think that would last forever? It lasted 800 years. And it could have lasted 800 more if you had been willing to evolve. But you weren't. You held on to your power, your privileges, your tribute, even as the galaxy changed. We didn't destroy the Council, Arbiter. The Council destroyed itself by refusing to adapt. The negotiations were difficult. The Council representatives wanted to maintain as much of the old system as possible. The Alliance representatives demanded fundamental reforms. Elena found herself in the role of mediator, trying to find common ground between those who wanted revolution and those who feared it. Weeks passed. The talks almost collapsed several times, but slowly, painfully, a new framework began to emerge. The tribute system would be abolished for all species. No more forced payments, no more mandatory military service. The Council would transition from a hierarchical empire to a true confederation of equals. Species could choose their level of involvement, from full membership with voting rights to simple trading partnerships with no political obligations. The most difficult issue was enforcement. How would the new system maintain order without the threat of overwhelming force? Through cooperation and mutual interest, Kriath proposed. Instead of forcing compliance, we offer benefits that make cooperation attractive. Free access to trade networks, shared technology development, collective defense against genuine threats. Species join because they want to, not because they're afraid not to. And if species choose conflict? Zexthor asked. If they attack others, if they threaten peace, how do we respond without central authority? We defend ourselves and our allies, Elena said. But we don't conquer. We don't occupy. We don't impose our system on others. We show them that cooperation works better than domination. And if they still choose violence, Then they faced the combined response of free species working together, not subjects following orders. It was a radical shift from everything the council had been. But as the talks continued, even some of the council representatives began to see the wisdom in it. The old system was broken. Something new had to replace it. 3 months after the talks began, they reached an agreement. The Galactic Council would be dissolved. In its place would be the Galactic Confederation, an alliance of free and equal species. The founding members included the old Council core species, the Free Worlds Alliance, and dozens of species who had been waiting to see which way the wind blew. High Arbiter Zexthor resigned his position. He had been the face of the old order, and the new one needed new leadership. The first election for Confederation president was held, and to many people's surprise, Ambassador Kreath won in a landslide. She had stood up to the council, spoken truth to power, and helped craft the new system. She represented the future. At her inauguration, Kreath gave a speech that was broadcast across the galaxy. Today marks the end of 800 years of enforced peace and the beginning of something better. True peace built on cooperation rather than fear. The humans taught us a lesson we needed to learn. That freedom matters. That dignity matters. That some things are worth fighting for. She looked directly at the cameras, at the billions of beings watching across thousands of worlds. One species said no. One word changed everything. Let us build a galaxy where every species has the right to say no and the right to say yes. Where we stand together not because we must, but because we choose to. The transition wasn't easy. Some species that had grown dependent on the tribute system struggled initially. Pirates and raiders, no longer kept in check by overwhelming council force, became bolder. There were conflicts, disputes, and growing pains, but slowly the new system stabilized. Species found that cooperation brought more benefits than tribute had. Trade flourished as barriers fell. Technology advanced as species shared knowledge freely instead of hoarding it. And when genuine threats appeared, the Confederation's voluntary defense forces proved surprisingly effective, motivated by protecting their homes rather than following orders. Earth became a symbol of the new era, the world that had said no and meant it. The species that had shown the galaxy that resistance was possible. Human ships traveled across the Confederation, welcomed now as equals rather than viewed as primitives. Elena Vasquez retired from active diplomacy, but remained an advisor to the Earth government. She watched with satisfaction as humanity took its place among the stars, not as subjects, but as partners. One day, 5 years after the Battle of Sol, she received a visitor at her home in Geneva. It was Zexthor. The former High Arbiter looked smaller somehow, less imposing than he had in the council chamber. "Ambassador Vasquez," he said formally, "I hope I am not intruding." "Not at all," Elena replied, surprised but welcoming. "Please come in. Can I offer you anything?" They sat in her garden, looking out over Lake Geneva. For a long moment, neither spoke. Finally, Zexthor broke the silent shuttle as it approached the Concordat. The space station hung in the void like a small moon, its surface covered in lights from 1,000 different architectural styles. Spires reached out into space alongside massive docking arms that cradled ships of every conceivable design. Some were elegant and smooth like teardrops. Others were angular and brutal, covered in armor plating and weapon ports. The station had been here for over 3,000 years, the heart of galactic civilization. She had dreamed of this moment since she was a child, reading about the stars. First contact, humanity's introduction to the wider universe. But now that it was happening, Elena felt a knot of worry in her stomach that wouldn't go away. Impressive, isn't it? Colonel Marcus Webb stood beside her, his military uniform crisp and formal. He was her security chief, though she suspected he was also meant to keep an eye on her for the generals back home. "Makes our space stations look like treehouses," Elena nodded. "That's probably the point. Show us how small we are before negotiations even begin." The shuttle docked with a gentle thump. Elena smoothed down her dark blue suit, checking her appearance one last time in the polished metal wall. She looked tired. The 3-week journey from Earth had been spent reviewing briefings, learning what little humanity knew about galactic politics, and preparing for every possible scenario. Except she suspected they hadn't prepared for the right ones. The airlock opened with a hiss. The air that flowed in smelled strange, like ozone mixed with something floral. Elena stepped through, followed by her team of 12 diplomats, scientists, and security personnel. They were humanity's first official delegation to the Galactic Council. The reception chamber was enormous. The ceiling stretched up at least 50 meters, covered in a shifting display that showed stars and nebulae. Hundreds of aliens filled the space, and Elena had to stop herself from staring. She had seen the videos, studied the files, but nothing prepared her for seeing them in person. There were beings that looked like walking plants, their leaves rustling as they moved. Creatures made of what appeared to be living crystal that chimed softly with each step. Things with too many limbs or no limbs at all, floating through the air. Some were humanoid enough to seem almost familiar, while others were so alien that Elena's brain struggled to make sense of their forms. A delegation approached, led by a being that stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its skin was covered in dark green scales, and its eyes were yellow with vertical pupils. It wore robes of deep purple that seemed to shimmer in the light. This was High Arbiter Zexthor, leader of the Galactic Council. Elena had memorized his file during the journey. Ambassador Vasquez of Earth. Zexthor's voice came from a translator device that floated near his head. The translation was smooth but carried a hint of a hiss underneath. "Welcome to the Concordat. You are the first of your species to stand in these halls." Elena bowed slightly as her briefings had suggested. "High Arbiter, on behalf of Earth and all humanity, I thank you for receiving us. It is our duty to welcome all species who reach the stars." Zexthor gestured with a clawed hand. "Come, the Council has assembled to meet you." They walked through corridors that seemed to shift and change. The walls showed scenes from 1,000 different worlds. Elena saw cities that floated in clouds, oceans filled with luminescent life, deserts of red sand under purple skies. Each image was a reminder of how vast the galaxy was, and how new humanity was to all of this. The council chamber was even more impressive than the reception hall. It was circular and vast, with thousands of seats arranged in rising tiers. Each seat was occupied by a representative from a member species. At the center was a raised platform where Zexthor took his place. A smaller platform rose from the floor for Elena and her team. The noise was overwhelming. Thousands of voices in hundreds of languages, all filtered through translators that created a constant buzz of sound. But as Elena stepped onto the platform, silence fell. Thousands of eyes in every color and shape imaginable turned to look at humanity's representatives. Members of the Council. Zexthor's voice boomed through the chamber. Today we welcome the humans of planet Earth, the latest species to achieve faster-than-light travel and discover our community of worlds. As is tradition, we gather to offer them the protection and benefits of Council membership. There was a polite sound of approval from the assembled aliens. Elena noticed it wasn't enthusiastic. It was the sound of a routine being followed, nothing more. Zexthor continued. Humans, you have entered a galaxy that has known peace and prosperity for millennia. The Council maintains order across thousands of star systems. We protect trade routes, mediate disputes, and ensure that all species can thrive. This harmony exists because of cooperation and contribution from all members. Here it comes, Elena thought. She had read the reports from the few human ships that had made contact with Council vessels before the official invitation. Every species paid. The only question was how much. As a new member species, Earth will be required to contribute to the common good. This is not a punishment, but a privilege. You will gain access to technologies that would take your species centuries to develop. You will be able to trade with thousands of worlds. Your people will be protected by the might of the Council fleet. Zexthor's yellow eyes fixed on Elena. In return, Earth will provide tribute to the Council. This tribute, the day the skies darkened over Earth, began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged. The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance. Walker stepped forward. This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean? The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision. Commander Reed whispered to Walker. That sounds more like colonization than an alliance. Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council? 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. And if we decline? Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vorks's eyes blinked simultaneously. That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies. After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. They're giving us an ultimatum, said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures. Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach. What do you mean? Asked the Secretary General. They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all. Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follow strict, linear patterns. The room fell silent as Reed continued. Maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise. General Martinez stood up. Are you suggesting we have a chance against them? Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope. Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. The Chimera isn't ready, said the science director. We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The chaos drive is still unpredictable. Unpredictable might be exactly what we need, Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the end the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. Captain Walker, Commander Reed. The Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer. A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then without warning, fired, a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. The linear cannon, Admiral Vorks announced with pride. The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty. Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In council thinking, "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorks replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. "The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying, human settlements." As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. "Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos," Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. "Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt." As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke, again both watching the massive council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the Council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from Council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the Council lived by. The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his four-fingered hand, and a three-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive Council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and Council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 Council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the three ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of Council military doctrine. And if the target moves? Reed asked innocently. Several Council members made sounds that might have been laughter. A common question from species new to galactic conflict, Vork said condescendingly. In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is. Fascinating, Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history. Admiral Vorks tilted his head. Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection. The demonstration continued as the Council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly. "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of Council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex three-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship, Vorks explained. There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia. Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied, "but every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the Council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. "Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious." Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. "Their entire strategy revolves around predictability," Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. "They expect enemies to follow patterns they can calculate." Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. "Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line," Walker added. "It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection." "Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario," Reed said. "The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns." Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. "I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy." When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. "How bad is it?" Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. "Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations." "And?" the Secretary General asked. "And humanity has never fought that way," Walker replied. "Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary." Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before. General Martinez leaned forward. Project Thunderbolt? Walker nodded. The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative. Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked, around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. "She doesn't look like much," General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. "That's the point. The Council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing." Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid, and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. "She's ready," Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. "Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different." Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. "The Council's ships, and their weapons, operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite." He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. "In simple terms?" the General asked. "She doesn't move through space, space moves around her," Thompson said. "The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her." Walker added, "And that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on." The General studied the strange ship. "And the weapons?" Thompson's face lit up with pride. "Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable." He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. "These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these," he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, "are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns." "Random?" the General frowned. "How do we aim?" "We don't exactly," Thompson admitted. "The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point." Walker stepped in. "It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game." The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch?" "We're ready now," Walker said confidently. Hours later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorks's face displayed growing impatience. "Your time grows short, humans," the alien said. "The Council requires your answer." The Secretary General stepped forward. "Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship." Vorks's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. "Permission granted, but be warned, Any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction. When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera. The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. They won't recognize what they're seeing, Reed told the crew during the final briefing. The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither. Walker took his place in the command chair. Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally. Thompson spoke from his engineering station. The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough, Walker assured him. Weapons status? Scatter cannons charged, reported the weapons officer. Quantum mirrors aligned and ready. Defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. They're tracking us, Reed reported, but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system. Walker smiled. Good, let's keep them guessing. The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. What manner of ship is that? Krill demanded of his sensor operators. It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing, one operator reported, and we cannot detect its propulsion system. Vorks's eyes narrowed. A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again. On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. On screen, he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. Captain Walker, this is not a diplomatic vessel. It is today. Walker replied calmly. Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship. Vorks studied the strange vessel on his scanners. This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight. Appearances can be deceiving, Walker said. We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions. General, Krill moved into view beside Vorks. This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology. Not advanced by your standards, perhaps, Walker replied, but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you. Vorks and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action. Walker nodded. Understood. Chimera out. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back. The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vorks and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. "Begin your demonstration," Forks commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. "Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern Alpha." The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of Council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. "Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern," one reported. "Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution." General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. "Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space." "Not this one," the sensor operator insisted. "It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze." Forks's expression darkened. "A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data." Small spherical drones launched from the Council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the Council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. "They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns." Walker nodded. "Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the Chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta." "Aye, Captain," Thompson replied from engineering. Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The Council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. "They're confused," Reed reported with a smile. "Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us." In the Council command ship, alarms began to sound. "Admiral, we've lost tracking," an operator reported. "The human vessel is flickering." "Flickering?" Forks demanded. "Explain." "It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously," the operator said, confusion evident in his voice. "Our scanners cannot determine its true location." General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. "This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction." Vork studied the display carefully. "No. This is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power." 3 Council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. "Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon, the tactical," officer reported. Walker remained calm. "Just as we expected." "Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready?" "Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup." Walker opened a channel to the Council ship. "Admiral Vorks, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration?" "As well." Vorks's face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. "Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action." "By firing on us?" Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. "The linear cannon will pass near your vessel," Vorks stated, "to demonstrate our precision, unless, of course, you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority." Walker smiled calmly. "We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed." As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. "Battle stations. Thompson, push the Chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors." The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 Council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. "They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be," Reed reported. "Based on a standard movement algorithm." Walker nodded. "Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern Gamma on my mark." The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted, in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. It evaded, a tactical officer finally reported. Without changing course or accelerating, General Krill's voice rose in anger. Impossible! Recalibrate the cannons! Fire again! The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness, he observed. They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge. The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. They're firing again, Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. Activate quantum mirrors, he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, the energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random, ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships, not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. Direct hit on our port side, a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vork stood rigid with shock. All ships defensive formation. Prepare for... But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity, the tactical officer reported. They can't take another direct hit. Thompson's voice came over the comm. The Chaos Drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure. Walker nodded grimly. We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only. As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vorks. The alien's face showed a new emotion. Uncertainty. This demonstration is concluded, Admiral, Walker said calmly. Earth awaits your response. For the first time, Vorks had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vorks stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. In 10,000 years, Vorks said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. No species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon, yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us. Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council, encounters with other species, and identified your greatest strength and weakness. Which is? Asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. Predictability, Reed answered simply. Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to. Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight. Walker smiled slightly. Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds. Admiral Vorks raised his hands for silence. Explain. In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system, Walker explained. The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse-engineered what we could and learned about the Council. Impossible, General Krill insisted. Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand. True, Walker admitted. We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy, and we began preparing. Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead, Walker continued, we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships, because it was designed specifically not to. Admiral Vorks studied the humans with new interest. You knew we would come, and you prepared a single vessel as your defense? One was enough to prove our point, Walker said confidently. We have the designs for 30 more. This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics. Walker nodded. Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path, we chose a different approach. Chaos, Vorks said, almost with distaste. Adaptability, Walker corrected. Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges. The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. The Council must reconsider Earth's status, he announced formally. Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols. For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate. Unprecedented, muttered General Krill. So was surviving the linear canon, Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves, some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest Council species, offered a compromise. The Council requires stability and order, she said. But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable. Admiral Vorks seemed reluctant but nodded. A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement, Diplomat Ilara continued. Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks. Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines, Vorks stipulated. But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates. Walker considered the offer carefully. We accept your terms, with one addition. Complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully. More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by two smaller vessels incorporating both human and council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. The council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs. Walker nodded. And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council, Reed pointed out. Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting, Walker said thoughtfully. The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle. Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. Captain Walker, Commander Reed, he greeted them. The joint fleet exercises are proceeding well, though I must admit watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling. Walker smiled. Change usually is. Indeed. Vorks turned to look out at the stars. Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together, Walker said. The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking. A formidable combination, Vorks admitted. Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct. Reed raised an eyebrow. Prophecy? There is an old saying among the founding species, Vorks explained. When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely. Together, the three figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars. Not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. The day the skies darkened over—
Warning sirens blared through every hallway of Titan's Gate Station. Commander Jake Morrison sprinted toward the control center, his heavy footsteps echoing off steel walls. The entire station trembled beneath him while crimson emergency lights painted everything in blood-red shadows. "Tell me what's going on!" Jake yelled above the deafening alarms. Lieutenant Amy Brooks turned from her monitors, her expression frozen in terror. "Commander, we're detecting enormous energy signatures at the outer edge of our solar system. Something massive is approaching us." Jake shoved through the crowd of officers and fixed his eyes on the central display. The monitor revealed empty space where nothing should exist. Yet now, pinpoints of brilliant light materialized one after another. Each point represented something enormous, far larger than anything humanity had ever constructed. "Give me a count," Jake demanded. "We're still tracking them, sir." "Currently at 200 and climbing." Amy's words trembled with fear. They materialized from nowhere like they punched through from another reality. The vessels appearing on screen looked completely alien. Unlike human spacecraft built from metal, these seemed crafted from living crystal that warped light around their surfaces. Some stretched out long and narrow like deadly spears. Others formed perfect spheres like massive orbs. Every single one radiated an eerie blue glow that seemed cold and merciless. Jake seized the radio transmitter. "This is Titan's Gate calling all Earth military forces. We have unidentified vessels entering our solar system. I repeat, unidentified vessels are breaching our territory." Amy attempted communication with the alien armada. She broadcast radio waves, laser signals, and every communication method humanity had developed. The aliens offered no response. They simply continued their relentless advance toward Earth. Sergeant Bill Clark shouted from his workstation. "Those ships are traveling incredibly fast, dangerously fast. They'll arrive at Mars within 6 hours." Jake's blood turned to ice. 3 million human colonists called Mars home. The Crimson World hosted agricultural zones, sprawling cities, and industrial mining operations. If these mysterious visitors came with hostile intentions, countless millions faced certain death. Contact Admiral Pete Collins aboard the Liberty immediately. Tell him we need every available vessel mobilized right now. The hours that followed stretched like an eternity. Jake observed the alien armada gliding through the void like an approaching storm cloud. They maintained their speed. They ignored all contact attempts. They just kept advancing. Then the devastating assault commenced. The aliens converged on Mars as their first target. Their spacecraft encircled the planet like predators surrounding wounded prey. Jake stared at his monitors as brilliant explosions erupted across the Martian landscape. Each detonation meant another settlement erased, another million souls extinguished forever. They're deploying some form of energy-based weaponry, Amy explained through her tears. It converts everything into pure light and thermal energy. The structures, the inhabitants, everything simply ceases to exist. The Martian Defense Fleet launched a desperate counterattack. They unleashed volleys of missiles and focused laser batteries at the crystalline invaders, but their arsenal couldn't even scratch the alien hulls. The mysterious ships possessed defensive barriers that rendered human weapons completely ineffective. The Mars defense ships fell one after another. Jake witnessed 12 human vessels annihilated within 10 minutes. The aliens suffered 0 casualties. This is Admiral Collins broadcasting to all stations. A voice crackled over the communication system. The enemy has conquered Mars. Europa Station has stopped transmitting. All vessels withdraw to Earth immediately. We'll make our final defense here. Jake studied his crew members. These dedicated men and women had loved ones waiting on Earth. They had sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, and companions who were about to confront an enemy beyond their ability to defeat. Commander, Amy spoke softly. Should we begin evacuating the station? Jake considered their options. Titan's Gate was merely a modest defense platform. It housed 20 personnel and possessed outdated weaponry against hundreds of advanced warships. It meant virtually nothing. However, it served as Earth's primary early warning system. If they abandoned their posts, Earth would lose its eyes in space. Negative, Jake declared. We're staying put. Earth must understand what's heading their way. The alien fleet advanced past Jupiter next. They completely disregarded the gas giant and maintained their direct trajectory toward Earth. Jake could now observe them without electronic assistance. Through the station's viewports, the alien vessels resembled stars traveling in the wrong direction across the heavens. Admiral Collins had assembled every available human spacecraft he could locate. 200 warships from Earth's military forces, cargo vessels hastily equipped with makeshift weapons, and even civilian patrol craft. Humanity had never gathered such an impressive fleet before, but Jake recognized it wouldn't be sufficient. The confrontation for Earth's survival initiated when the aliens reached lunar orbit. Human forces opened fire first, launching thousands of missiles toward the approaching enemy. The projectiles detonated harmlessly against alien defensive shields, like drops of rain striking reinforced glass. The aliens didn't even reduce their velocity. Then the invaders returned fire. Their armaments were unlike anything humanity had encountered previously. Concentrated energy streams that sliced through human vessels like heated knives through paper. Wherever the beams made contact, metal vaporized instantly, and crew members simply disappeared. Complete spacecraft vanished within seconds. Jake watched humanity's pride, the Liberty, take a direct strike. The enormous battleship fractured apart like a child's toy. Admiral Collins perished immediately. So did 3,000 crew members serving with him. Dear God, Amy breathed. We cannot fight these beings. We cannot even damage them. Additional human ships died every passing minute. Jake counted 50 destroyed within the first hour, then 100. Then he stopped tracking the losses. There were far too many. The alien armada moved beyond the moon toward Earth's atmosphere. Jake gazed at his home planet through the transparent aluminum window. Blue oceans and green continents utterly beautiful. Within a few short hours, it could become a lifeless rock similar to Mars. That's when Amy suddenly shouted, "Commander, I'm receiving unusual readings on the deep space sensors." Jake examined her display screen. A new contact was approaching from the asteroid belt region, a single vessel racing toward Earth and the alien fleet. "Is that one of our ships?" Jake questioned. Amy shook her head firmly. "Negative, sir. It's huge, considerably larger than anything we've constructed. I've never witnessed anything remotely similar. The mysterious craft appeared on the primary monitor. It looked absolutely massive and pitch black, constructed from some dark metallic alloy that seemed to absorb all surrounding light. Strange geometric patterns covered its exterior, and it moved through space as if it possessed its own consciousness. Jake asked. Amy tried scanning the approaching vessel, but her instruments couldn't penetrate its armored shell. Unknown origin, sir, but it's heading directly toward the alien fleet on an intercept course. Jake stared at the enigmatic ship. In a day already filled with impossible events, here appeared yet another puzzle. But for the first time since the aliens materialized, Jake experienced something besides raw fear. He felt genuine hope. The mysterious vessel glided through the void like a stalking predator. Captain Lisa Grant pressed her face against the porthole of her compact scout craft, the Ranger. She had never observed anything resembling the ship before her eyes. "Bring us in closer," Lisa instructed her pilot, Danny Hayes, but remained prepared to flee immediately. The unknown spacecraft measured twice the length of Earth's largest military vessel. Its black hull appeared forged from metal that consumed starlight rather than reflecting it. Strange glowing lines decorated its surface, pulsing with gentle blue illumination that beat like a living heartbeat. "Captain," Danny said, his voice strained with anxiety, "are you certain about this approach? That thing could vaporize us instantly." Lisa comprehended his concern perfectly. The alien armada had obliterated every human ship that ventured too near. But something about this particular vessel felt fundamentally different. It wasn't attacking them. It was advancing toward the aliens instead. "Just position us close enough for detailed observations," Lisa replied. "Earth requires intelligence on what we're facing here." Back at Luna Research Facility, Dr. Sam Parker studied his computer displays intently. The sensor readings defied all logical explanation. The mystery ship's energy profile didn't match anything found in human scientific literature. "This makes absolutely no sense," Sam muttered to himself. He had dedicated his entire career to studying alien technology concepts. But this spacecraft utilized power generation methods that theoretically shouldn't exist in known physics. The vessel's propulsion system didn't consume conventional fuel like human engines. Instead, they appeared to manipulate the fabric of space itself, and the energy signatures from its weapon systems exceeded all measurement scales. Sam called to his research assistant. "Run these calculations again immediately. The sensors must be malfunctioning somehow." Emily verified the instruments twice. "Negative, sir. The readings are accurate. That ship possesses sufficient power output to destroy an entire planet." The mysterious vessel suddenly halted its forward motion. For one brief moment, it hung suspended in space between Earth and the alien fleet like a protective guardian. Then something absolutely remarkable occurred. The ship began transforming itself. Sections of its armored hull opened outward like blooming flower petals. Concealed weapons emerged from hidden internal compartments. The blue patterns covering its surface intensified until they blazed with lightning intensity. Commander Jake Morrison observed from Titan's Gate as the ship metamorphosed completely. "What's it doing?" Before anyone could formulate an answer, the mystery vessel opened fire. Concentrated energy beams erupted from its weapons toward the alien fleet. These beams differed dramatically from anything humans had developed. They glowed silver-white and traveled faster than light waves themselves. The initial beams struck an alien craft directly amidships. The crystalline vessel detonated in a massive fireball that illuminated space for miles around. The second beam obliterated another alien ship. Then a third followed. "Sweet mercy," Amy Brooks whispered in awe. "It's actually inflicting damage on them." The alien armada had demonstrated such confidence previously. They had demolished human ships without sustaining any losses whatsoever, but now, for the very first time, aliens were dying. The mystery ship maneuvered like a graceful dancer through the alien battle formation. Its weapons discharged in every direction simultaneously, each shot finding its intended target perfectly. Alien vessels attempted to surround the intruder, but the craft proved too swift and too intelligent. One group of alien ships concentrated their energy weapons on the mystery vessel. The beams should have torn it to pieces exactly as they had human spacecraft. Instead, the destructive beams struck an invisible barrier surrounding the ship and deflected away harmlessly. "It possesses defensive shielding," Lisa transmitted from the Ranger. "But completely unlike our technology. These shields actually neutralize the alien weaponry." The battle unfolding resembled nothing anyone had witnessed before. The mystery ship fought against impossible odds of 50-1 and was actually winning. It spun and twisted through three-dimensional space, its weapons never missing their designated targets. Dr. Parker watched the energy output measurements spike dramatically on his monitoring instruments. The power generation is absolutely incredible. That single ship is consuming more energy than our entire planetary civilization. The alien fleet began adapting their combat strategy. Half of their vessels diverted from Earth to engage the mystery ship. This marked the first tactical error the aliens had committed since their arrival. Colonel Ben Hayes commanded the ground defense forces on Earth. He had been organizing for the worst possible scenario, anticipating alien ground troops landing any moment. But now he observed the alien fleet dividing its attention. "This presents our opportunity," Ben told his soldiers. "Half their forces are occupied with that mystery vessel. We can strike the remaining ships while they're distracted." The surviving human ships in Earth's fleet regrouped for action. With the aliens separated, they possessed a fighting chance for survival. Captain Steve Miller led 12 human vessels in an assault on the alien spacecraft nearest to Earth. The humans still couldn't destroy alien ships easily, but with the aliens concentrating on the mystery vessel, they could survive long enough to mount effective attacks. The mystery ship continued its lethal dance through the battle zone. It had eliminated 20 alien vessels and displayed no indications of slowing down, but it was sustaining damage as well. Scorch marks appeared across its hull wherever alien weapons had connected. "Commander," Amy Brooks called to Commander Morrison. "I'm detecting a transmission signal." "From the aliens?" Morrison questioned. "Negative, sir. Originating from the mystery ship. And, sir, it's broadcasting in English." Morrison felt his heart skip several beats. "Put it through immediately." The voice transmitted over the radio belonged to a human male with an unfamiliar accent Morrison couldn't identify. The words came through clearly and calmly despite the raging battle surrounding the ship. "Earth vessels, this is Captain Ryan Cross of the Star Forge. We have arrived to assist you. Everyone in the command center froze at their stations." A human voice emanating from a ship that shouldn't exist in the midst of humanity's greatest battle throughout history. "Captain Cross," Morrison responded. "Who are you exactly? Where did you originate from?" There was a brief pause as another alien ship exploded brilliantly in the distance. Then Cross answered carefully. "That's an extensive story, Commander, but here's the condensed version. We are your siblings and cousins from distant stars. We departed Earth long ago, but we never abandoned our ancestral home." Morrison glanced at Amy, who simply shrugged helplessly. Nothing about today made any logical sense anymore. "We've been combating these creatures for thousands of years," Cross continued speaking. "They identify themselves as the Kethur. They annihilate every human world they discover, but Earth will not fall today, not while the Star Forge still fights." Another cluster of alien ships exploded violently under the mystery vessel's relentless assault. The tide of battle was gradually turning. For the first time since the invasion commenced, humans were achieving victory. But Morrison could observe the Star Forge was absorbing heavy damage. Fragments of its armored hull were breaking away and drifting into space. How much longer could it maintain the fight? "Captain Cross," Morrison called out. "Can we provide assistance? Do you require support immediately?" Cross laughed, and the sound carried both sadness and pride simultaneously. "Commander, you have been supporting us far longer than you realize. Every human who refuses to surrender, every person who defends their home strengthens our resolve." The Star Forge destroyed 3 additional alien ships with a single devastating volley. The remaining Kethur vessels began withdrawing tactically, reorganizing for another assault wave. "The true battle is only beginning now," Cross stated firmly. "But Earth will not face this threat alone." Commander Jake Morrison stared at the radio transceiver in his hands. A human voice from an impossible ship had just altered everything, but he desperately needed answers. "Captain Cross, this is Commander Morrison speaking. We need to talk directly. Can you dock with our station?" There was momentary silence as the Star Forge discharged another weapons volley at the alien formation. 3 more Kethur vessels exploded into brilliant flowers of destructive fire. "I cannot abandon my ship during active combat, Commander, but I can transmit information to you. Data that will verify what I'm telling you is truth." Within minutes, Amy Brooks received massive data files on her computer systems. The information was absolutely enormous. Star charts, historical documentation, genetic research, and technical blueprints flooded her displays. "Commander," Amy said, her voice trembling, "you need to examine this immediately." The files revealed an incredible narrative. Thousands of years previously, Earth had faced attack before, not by the Kethur, but by another alien civilization. Most humans perished, but some managed escape in primitive spacecraft. They had successfully hidden this invasion from recorded history. The survivors had journeyed to distant star systems and established new settlements. Over thousands of generations, they had grown powerful. They had learned to combat the aliens who hunted humans throughout the galaxy. "This cannot possibly be real," Morrison protested. But the evidence was completely overwhelming. The star charts displayed human colonies distributed across hundreds of worlds. Most were now destroyed, but some still endured. Dr. Sam Parker received the technical specifications on his computer systems at Luna Station. His hands trembled violently as he reviewed the files. The Starforge was powered by an artificial star, a miniature sun contained within magnetic field generators. "This exceeds anything we ever imagined possible," Sam told his assistant, Amy Lee. "They've possessed thousands of years to develop advanced technology. Look at these weapon designs carefully. The Starforge's cannons utilize the same energy that powered entire galaxies. They could literally tear holes through the fabric of space itself. The ship's defensive shields were constructed from hardened energy fields that could stop virtually any conceivable attack. But the most significant information involved genetics. Captain Cross had included DNA samples from his crew members. Dr. Kate Miller, Earth's foremost geneticist, analyzed the data from her laboratory in New York. They're definitely human, Kate explained to her team, but altered significantly, adapted specifically for life in space with extended lifespans. Some of these individuals are over 300 years old. The genetic modifications were absolutely extraordinary. Cross's people could survive brief exposure to hard vacuum without protective suits. They healed considerably faster than baseline humans. Their skeletal structures were stronger, their reflexes notably quicker. "How is any of this possible?" asked Dr. Tony Webb, Kate's research colleague. "Evolution," Kate responded. "Thousands of years living on different worlds, confronting different environmental challenges. They're still fundamentally human, but they represent what we might evolve into if we survive long enough." Lieutenant Amy Brooks established a secure communication channel with the Starforge. Captain Cross appeared on the main display screen of Titan's Gate. He looked recognizably human, but distinctly different. His skin appeared pale from extended living in space. His eyes were proportionally larger, adapted for operating in low-light conditions, but his smile was familiar and genuinely warm. "Commander Morrison," Cross said, "I understand this is difficult to accept. Your people and mine share identical blood, identical dreams, and the same stubborn refusal to surrender. Why didn't you contact us earlier?" Morrison asked directly. Cross's expression became melancholy. "We attempted contact many times throughout the centuries, but Earth wasn't ready. Your people were still fighting internal conflicts instead of preparing for the genuine threat. We could only observe patiently and wait. The genuine threat being the Kethur." "Correct. They have been hunting humans for 10,000 years. Every time we establish a new settlement, they locate us and destroy it. We have been fighting a war of species survival across the galaxy." The battle continued raging around them as they conversed. The Starforge had destroyed 40 alien ships, but more kept materializing. The Kethur were learning from their tactical failures, adapting their strategies. "Why is Earth so critically important?" Morrison asked. "Because Earth maintains the largest population of genetically unmodified human DNA in the galaxy," Cross explained. "My people have adapted to survive harsh conditions, but we have sacrificed something essential in the process. We require fresh genetic material to remain truly human." Dr. Miller understood immediately. Genetic diversity preservation. Without it, any species eventually faces extinction. "Precisely," Cross replied. "Earth is not merely our birthplace. It represents our future. Without you, humanity will gradually fade away over time." The conversation was interrupted by an urgent transmission from Captain Lisa Grant aboard the Ranger. "Commander, the aliens are implementing something new. They're forming into a different tactical pattern." Morrison studied the tactical display carefully. Kethur ships were arranging themselves in a perfect spherical formation around the Starforge. Instead of attacking from all directions, they were coordinating their firepower. "Captain Cross," Morrison warned urgently. "They're establishing some kind of trap formation." Cross had recognized it too. "Affirmative, it's an ancient Kether tactical maneuver. They'll discharge all their weapons simultaneously at the same point on my shields. Even the Star Forge cannot survive that much concentrated destructive energy. Can you escape somehow? Not without abandoning Earth defenseless, and there's nowhere to flee anyway. The Kether will continue coming until every human in the galaxy is extinct." The alien ships began glowing with increasing brightness. They were charging their weapons for a massive coordinated attack. Morrison counted over 200 vessels, all targeting the lone human ship. "There must be something we can do," Morrison insisted. Cross smiled sadly. "There is one option, but you will not appreciate it. I need your fleet to assault the Kether command ship while they're focused on me. Our weapons can barely penetrate their hulls. I will share our shield and weapon upgrade technology with your engineers. It's dangerous and completely untested, but it might provide you a fighting chance." Within minutes, the Star Forge transmitted technical specifications to every human ship in the fleet. Engineer Nicole Ward, working frantically in Earth's orbital construction facilities, began installing the upgrades on whatever ships she could access. "This is absolutely insane," Nicole muttered, as she welded alien technology onto human hulls. "These power systems could catastrophically explode and kill us all, but they possessed no alternative." The Kether sphere formation was almost complete. In minutes, they would unleash sufficient firepower to obliterate the Star Forge. All ships. "This is Acting Admiral Morrison," Jake announced on all communication channels. "We have one opportunity. The Star Forge is providing us the necessary tools now. We must be courageous enough to utilize them." Captain Steve Miller, commanding the Earth vessel Victory, was the first to test the new systems. His ship's weapons suddenly blazed with silver energy, similar to the Star Forge's armaments. "It's functioning," Miller reported excitedly. "I'm registering power readings I've never witnessed before." One by one, the human ships activated their upgraded systems. Not all of them succeeded. 3 ships detonated when their power cores catastrophically overloaded. But the remainder suddenly possessed weapons that could damage the aliens. "Now," Cross shouted over the radio urgently before they complete their formation. The human fleet, led by ships with impossible weapons, charged toward the Kether command vessel. For the first time in the battle, it was the aliens who appeared surprised. The genuine fight for Earth was about to commence. The human fleet charged toward the Kether command ship like furious hornets. Major Alex Turner led the assault in his fighter squadron, his small craft now armed with weapons that could actually harm the aliens. "Stay close to the capital ships," Turner instructed his pilots over the radio. "Our shields are still fragile. We cannot absorb many direct hits." Behind him, Captain Steve Miller pushed the Victory to its absolute limits. The ship's new weapons glowed with silver fire, but the power output was almost too much for the human vessel to manage safely. Engineering. "How are we holding up?" Miller asked urgently. "Commander, the new systems are overloading our electrical circuits," replied Chief Engineer Nicole Ward. "We've got fires breaking out on 3 decks, and the main power core is operating at 150% capacity. Will it hold together?" Nicole wiped sweat from her forehead. "Maybe for 10 minutes. After that, we either win or we explode catastrophically." The Kether command ship was absolutely massive, 3 times larger than any other alien vessel. Its crystalline hull pulsed with dark energy, and weapon ports covered its surface like angry eyes. But the aliens were clearly confused. They hadn't expected humans to suddenly possess weapons that could penetrate their shielding. The first human missiles struck the command ship's hull and actually inflicted damage. "We're hurting them!" Turner shouted as his fighter scored a direct hit. "Keep firing everything!" The Kether responded swiftly. Their smaller ships broke formation and swarmed toward the human fleet. Energy beams filled space as both sides fought desperately. Captain Lisa Grant watched the battle from her scout ship, the Ranger. She witnessed human ships exploding as alien weapons found their targets, but she also saw Kether vessels dying for the first time since the invasion began. "The odds are still heavily against us," she reported to Commander Morrison, "but we're actually fighting them now instead of simply dying." Back on the Star Forge, Captain Cross faced his own critical problems. The Kether sphere formation was almost complete. Over 200 alien ships surrounded his vessel. their weapons charging for a combined assault that would overwhelm even his advanced defensive shields. "Crew, prepare for maximum power to forward shields," Cross announced to his people. "Redirect all energy from weapons and propulsion systems." His first officer, a woman named Commander Beth Stone, looked deeply worried. "Commander, if we channel everything into the shields, we won't be able to return fire. The human fleet needs time to destroy the command ship," Cross replied. "Our responsibility is to survive long enough to give them that opportunity." The Kether opened fire. 200 energy beams struck the Star Forge at the exact same moment. The ship's shields blazed like a miniature sun as they absorbed impossible quantities of energy. The vessel shook so violently that crew members were thrown to the floor. "Shield strength down to 60%, Stone reported. "Hull temperature rising dangerously fast." "Hold together," Cross whispered to his ship. "Just a little longer." Meanwhile, the human fleet pressed their assault on the command ship. Turner's fighters swarmed around the massive vessel like insects, their upgraded weapons carving holes in its crystal armor. The Victory and 3 other human ships concentrated their fire on one section of the command ship's hull. Their combined beams cut deep into the alien vessel, exposing internal corridors and chambers inside. "We're breaking through!" Miller shouted. "Focus all firepower on that breach point." But the human ships were absorbing terrible damage simultaneously. The command ship's weapons were more powerful than anything they had encountered. One by one, human vessels fell to the alien guns. The Earthship Defender exploded in a massive fireball. The cruiser Hampton broke apart after taking a direct hit to its engine compartment. Captain James Scott's ship, the Atlanta, lost all power and drifted helplessly through space. "We're losing too many ships," Turner reported grimly. "We need additional firepower." That was when Dr. Sam Parker, observing the battle from Luna Station, made a discovery that changed everything. "Commander Morrison," Sam called urgently, "I've been analyzing the Kether energy patterns. Their command ship is more than just a warship. It's their power source." "What do you mean exactly?" "All their ships are connected to it through some form of energy network. If we destroy the command ship, we might disable their entire fleet." Morrison immediately transmitted this information to the human fleet. Captain Miller received the message just as his ship took another hit that knocked out half his weapons. "All ships concentrate everything on the command vessel," Miller ordered. "It's not just their flagship. It's their weak point." The remaining human ships focused their assault. Every weapon, every missile, every beam of energy they could generate was aimed at the massive alien ship. The command vessel began fracturing under the assault. Pieces of its crystalline hull broke away and drifted into space. Internal explosions illuminated its interior like lightning, but the Starforge was dying simultaneously. The Kether sphere had fired 3 more concentrated volleys, and Cross's ship couldn't absorb much more. "Shields down to 20%, Stone reported. "We're losing hull integrity on all decks." Cross looked at his crew members. These people had followed him across the galaxy, fighting an endless war against an enemy that seemed impossible to defeat. They had never surrendered, never stopped believing that humanity could achieve victory. "Set course for the command ship," Cross ordered quietly. "Commander," Stone asked, "ram them at full speed." The bridge fell completely silent. Everyone understood what Cross was planning. The Starforge would not survive another concentrated attack from the alien sphere, but it might survive long enough to reach the command ship. "Commander, if we ram them at full speed with our artificial star core, the explosion will destroy everything within 1,000 miles, Cross finished. "Including us," Stone nodded slowly. "And possibly their entire fleet. The crew should know," Cross said. "Give them a chance to object." Stone opened a channel to the entire ship. "All hands. This is the bridge. Captain Cross intends to ram the enemy command ship. This will likely destroy the Starforge and everyone aboard. Anyone who objects may speak now." The response came immediately, not from one person but from the entire crew speaking as one unified voice. For Earth, for humanity. Cross smiled as tears formed. They had been fighting this war for thousands of years. If their sacrifice could save Earth and give humanity a chance to survive, it was worth any price. "Helm, set course for the command ship. All power to engines." The Starforge turned toward its target. The great ship, wounded but not defeated, began its final charge. Behind it, the human fleet continued their desperate attack, not knowing that their mysterious saviors were about to make the ultimate sacrifice. The real battle was almost over. In one way or another, the fate of humanity would be decided in the next few minutes. The Starforge raced toward the Kether command ship like a bullet of black metal and blue fire. Captain Cross gripped his chair as alien weapons hammered his vessel from all sides. Pieces of hull tore away, but the ship kept flying. "Time to impact," announced his pilot, Lieutenant Carl Young. Cross opened a final communication to the human fleet. "Earthships, this is Cross. When we impact the command vessel, get as far away as possible. The explosion will be bigger than anything you have ever witnessed." Commander Morrison heard the message from Titan's gate. He understood what was happening. The mysterious ship that had saved them was about to die for Earth. "Captain Cross," Morrison said, "thank you. Humanity will remember what you did today." Cross smiled sadly. "Just make sure humanity survives, Commander. That is all the thanks we need." The Starforge broke through the Kether defensive line. Alien ships fired desperately at the charging vessel, but it was too late to stop. Cross's ship smashed into the command vessel's hull like a hammer hitting glass. For a moment, nothing happened. The two ships hung together in space, locked in a deadly embrace. Then the Starforge's artificial star core began to collapse. The explosion was like the birth of a new sun. White light filled space for thousands of miles. The command ship vanished instantly, turned into pure energy. The blast wave spread outward, destroying everything in its path. Captain Lisa Grant, watching from the Ranger, saw the light coming toward her ship. "Full power to engines," she shouted. "Run!" But even as she fled, Lisa felt amazement. The explosion was beautiful and terrible simultaneously. It was the light of human courage burning bright against the darkness. When the light faded, the Kether command ship was gone. So was the Starforge. In their place was a cloud of glowing gas that resembled a new star. And across space, something incredible happened. The remaining Kether ships began shutting down. Their lights went dark. Their engines stopped. One by one, they started drifting helplessly through space like dead fish. "Dear God," whispered Dr. Sam Parker from Luna Station. Cross was right. The command ship was their power source. Without it, their entire fleet is dead. Major Turner flew his fighter through the battlefield, checking the alien ships. None of them responded to his presence. They were completely powerless. "This is Turner to all human ships," he announced. "The enemy fleet is disabled. We actually won. Truly won." Cheers erupted across every human vessel and space station. After hours of facing certain death, humanity had survived. The aliens who had seemed impossible to defeat were now floating helplessly in space. But the victory felt hollow to many. The Starforge and its crew had paid the ultimate price for Earth's freedom. Captain Steve Miller looked at the expanding cloud of gas where Cross's ship had died. "They saved us all. We didn't even know their names." Commander Morrison felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. The battle was over, but the work was just beginning. Earth had survived, but everything was different now. The first priority was to secure the disabled alien ships. Human boarding parties found that the Kether were not dead, just unconscious. Without their command ship's power, they had fallen into some kind of sleep. Dr. Kate Miller led a team of scientists studying the alien prisoners. The Kether looked like giant insects made of crystal and metal. They were clearly artificial beings created by someone else for war. "Biomechanical," Kate reported. "Part living tissue, part machine. And they're all controlled by a central intelligence that was housed in the command ship." This discovery raised new questions. Who had created the Kether? Why were they programmed to hunt humans? And were there more fleets out there in space? Over the following weeks, humanity worked frantically to understand the technology left behind. The disabled Kether ships contained incredible secrets. Their weapons, shields, and engines were far beyond anything humans had built. Engineer Nicole Ward led teams of workers as they studied every piece of alien equipment they could find. "It will take years to understand all of this," she told Morrison. "But with this technology, we can build ships that are actually capable of space warfare." The most important discovery came from the Starforge's wreckage. Dr. Sam Parker found pieces of the ship's computer systems floating in the debris cloud. The data inside changed everything humanity thought they knew about their place in the universe. The files contained star maps showing the locations of human colonies scattered across the galaxy. Some were marked as destroyed by the Kether. Others were marked as hidden or defended. Dozens of human worlds were still out there waiting to be contacted. "We're not alone," Morrison announced to the people of Earth. "Humanity has spread to the stars, and now it's time for Earth to join them." Within months, construction began on humanity's first interstellar fleet. Using technology from both the Starforge and the captured Kether ships, human engineers designed vessels capable of traveling to other star systems. Captain Lisa Grant was chosen to command the first exploration ship, the New Horizon. Her mission was to find the human colonies shown on Cross's star maps and bring news of Earth's survival. As Grant's ship prepared to leave the solar system, she thought about Captain Cross and his crew. They had come from the stars to save their ancient home. Now it was Earth's turn to reach out to the galaxy. "Navigation, set course for the Alpha Centauri system," Grant ordered. "Time to find our family among the stars." The New Horizon jumped into hyperspace, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of all humanity. Behind it, Earth continued building additional ships and training more crews. The age of human space exploration had begun. In the growing fleet, every ship carried a memorial to the Starforge and its crew, a simple plaque with Cross's final words. "The stars belong to humanity. We just have to be brave enough to claim them." Years later, when human ships reached the first surviving colony world, they found people who had been waiting thousands of years for this moment. The reunion between Earth and its lost children was everything Cross had hoped for. Humanity was no longer trapped on one world, vulnerable to any enemy that found them. They were spread across the galaxy, strong and united. The Kether had failed to destroy them. Instead, they had forced humanity to become something greater. The unknown ship had revealed itself and fought for Earth. But in saving one world, it had helped humanity claim the stars. Warning sirens blared through every hall. The listening post on Kestvareth's outer moon had monitored dead frequencies for 11 standard years without incident. Technician Ilo Bren was 3 hours from the end of her shift when the anomaly crossed her console. A signal so old its encryption protocols weren't even in the archive anymore. She had to reach back to a historical database to find a match. Terran Union Naval Identification, friend or foe. Registry, TUS Kentaurus. Status, active. Active, not wreckage. Not an echo bouncing off a dead hull for 3 centuries. Active. Ilo's hands were shaking as she flagged the signal for priority review, because everyone in the quadrant had grown up on the same bedtime story warning. The Terran Union was gone. Humanity was gone. Erased in the final years of the human wars, when their homeworld's coordinates were wiped from every star chart by treaty, by fear, by the unspoken agreement of a galaxy that had watched one species nearly burn everything down rather than lose. Within 6 hours, the Sovereign Assembly had convened an emergency session. Within 12, a decision was made, not to attack, not yet, but to look. A single diplomatic cruiser, the Aurelian Accord, crewed by a mixed Threnvashti delegation known for careful, unprovocative first contacts, was dispatched to the coordinates. Captain de Saint-Vale of the Accord did not believe the sensor readings until she saw the ship herself, hanging silent at the edge of a debris field that hadn't been catalogued in 300 years. The Kentaurus was scarred, hull plating scorched black in long streaks, one engine nacelle patched with metal that didn't match the original alloy, sensor arrays, crusted with micrometeorite damage nobody had bothered to repair. It looked like a ghost that had forgotten to stop moving. But its weapons were hot. Every scan came back the same, full power to shields, targeting arrays cycling in slow, deliberate sweeps. Whatever was aboard that ship wasn't derelict. It was awake, and it was watching them the way a soldier watches a tree line for movement. "Send the hail," Vale ordered, though her XO. A Thren officer named Os Kadiri hesitated. "Captain, if that vessel still considers itself at war, then we'll be the first to find out what that means." Vale's voice didn't waver, but her claws tapped an anxious rhythm against her armrest. 300 years, Os. Either there's nobody left alive on that ship, or there's someone who has been alone out here for longer than our entire diplomatic service has existed. Both possibilities terrify me. Send the hail. The silence stretched 4 minutes, long enough that half the bridge crew had quietly begun composing what they'd tell the assembly if the Kentaurus opened fire without warning. Then, static. A voice, distorted by a translation matrix decoding a language it had never been trained on, forced to guess at grammar structures 3 centuries out of date. Unidentified vessel. You are inside a restricted defense perimeter. Identify yourself or be fired upon. Human, unmistakably, impossibly human. The cadence of command. The clipped military discipline. The exhaustion buried just beneath the surface of a voice that had clearly given this exact warning 1,000 times before, and expected, this time, to have to follow through. Vale exhaled slowly. On her monitor, the ship's registry data continued scrolling, crew complement, last logged action, commanding officer. Commanding officer, Fleet Commander Iana Reyes, Terran Union 3rd Rearguard Fleet. Final orders received, hold the line, await recall. 300 years, and someone was still holding the line. This is Captain de Saint-Vale of the diplomatic vessel Aurelian Accord, representing the Sovereign Assembly, she said carefully, choosing every word like she was diffusing something. We mean no hostile intent. We request permission to open communications. Another pause, shorter this time. Sovereign Assembly, the voice repeated, and there was something underneath the words now, confusion, maybe, or suspicion. Unfamiliar designation. State your relationship to the Kalan Directorate. Vale glanced at Kadiri. Neither of them recognized the name. Whatever the Kalan Directorate had been, it wasn't in any history the Assembly still taught. I don't know that name, Vale admitted. Commander Reyes, I think you should know how long you've been out here. The silence that followed was the longest yet, and somewhere in it, de Saint-Vale understood that she was not just making first contact with a lost ship. She was about to tell someone that everyone they had ever known was dead. Iana Reyes had not slept in 11 hours, which was nothing unusual. Command rotations on the Kentaurus ran brutal during contact scenarios, and this was the strangest contact scenario of her career. An alien vessel, unlike anything in the Directorate's known order of battle, hailing her with a designation she'd never heard and a diplomatic tone that felt almost rehearsed, like they expected her to be dangerous. Good, she thought grimly, they should. She stood at the center of the Kentrus's cramped bridge, the low hum of overtaxed systems vibrating up through the deck plating, and studied the tactical display. The alien ship, the Aurelian Accord, wasn't powering weapons, wasn't maneuvering for advantage. It was simply sitting there, broadcasting on an open channel, waiting. That wasn't Directorate doctrine. The Kalan never waited for anything. Helm, keep us angled for a full broadside if they twitch wrong, Reyes said quietly. Lieutenant Osai reopened the channel. The image that resolved on her screen made her breath catch, though she kept her face iron, still out of decades of habit. The being on the other end was nothing like the Kalan, tall, silver-scaled, calm-eyed in a way that read as diplomatic rather than predatory. Behind her, more of the same species and another she didn't recognize at all, moving through a ship interior gleaming with technology that looked decades, maybe centuries, beyond anything Reyes had access to. Captain Vale, Reyes said, matching the alien's careful tone with one of her own. You said you'd tell me how long I've been out here. I'm listening. Vale's expression, if Reyes was reading an alien face correctly at all, softened into something like pity, and Reyes hated it immediately. Commander Reyes, the conflict you remember, the human wars, we call it in our histories, ended approximately 311 years ago, by our best calculation of your calendar. The bridge went silent. Somewhere behind Reyes, she heard Ensign Tor's sharp intake of breath, the soft scrape of a boot shifting weight. 311 years. That was not possible. Her last clear memory before the final cryo rotation was the retreat from Camus Station, the order from Fleet Command to hold position at the edge of Directorate space and await further instruction. Reyes had woken from that rotation 4 times since. Each time, the same silence on all channels. The same absence of a recall order. She'd assumed each time that the war was simply still going badly. That command was occupied. That someone somewhere still needed the Kentaurus to hold this line. That's not possible, she said aloud and hated how thin her own voice sounded. The Terran Union no longer exists as far as our records show, Vale said gently. Commander, I understand this is. You don't understand anything. The words came out sharper than Reyes intended, old training snapping back into place like a shield raised on reflex. You're telling me my chain of command is gone. My homeworld, do you have anything on Earth? Anything at all? A pause, and this time it was Vale's XO who answered more clinically. Coordinates for the system historically identified as Sol were sealed by treaty at the war's end. No survey or contact has been authorized in 3 centuries. We have no current data. Sealed, not destroyed, sealed. Reyes turned that word over like a stone with something sharp underneath. It meant something, that particular choice. It meant someone somewhere had decided Earth was dangerous enough or important enough to lock away rather than erase. She looked around her bridge at Tors, barely 26 years old by the ship's chronometer, who had never known a version of the universe where the war was already over. At Osai, whose grandmother had died in cryo 2 rotations ago, still believing she'd wake up to a victory parade. At every soul aboard the Kentaurus who had spent their entire lives, some of them their entire lives, full stop, inside 300 years of a war that had ended before they were even born. "Commander," Vale said carefully, "I don't know what to offer you except the truth and time to process it. But I need to ask, are your weapons still hostile toward anyone who approaches?" Reyes looked at the tactical display. At the alien ship that had not fired, had not fled, had simply told her the truth even though the truth clearly cost them something to deliver. "Stand down targeting," she said quietly, and felt the words land in her own chest like a door closing on a room she'd lived in for 300 years. "Stand down, all of it." The bridge crew hesitated, a heartbeat, no more before obeying. For the first time in 3 centuries, the Kentaurus was no longer at war. Reyes just didn't know yet what that meant she was supposed to be instead. They gave her 3 days before the questions became formal, and Reyes spent every hour of them in the ship's archive room, rebuilding the shape of what her crew had actually survived. The Kentaurus ran on a rotation system devised in the war's final desperate years, a compromise between necessity and cruelty. With no relief fleet coming and no safe harbor to return to, Fleet Command had authorized an unprecedented order: staggered cryogenic rotation, indefinite duration, crew cycling through active duty and stasis in overlapping shifts, so the ship was never fully unmanned and never fully awake. A skeleton crew of 40, drawn from an original complement of 300, keeping the lights on, the engines idling, the weapons charged, generation after generation, waiting for a recall signal that Reyes now understood would never come. She pulled up personnel files and watched her crew's whole hidden history unfold. Osai's grandmother, Chief Petty Officer Amara Osai, had entered cryo 60 years into the patrol and never come out. Her rotation slot lost to a stasis pod malfunction nobody discovered until the pod was opened for a routine seal check. Tor's parents had both served aboard, had married in the ship's cramped chapel during a joint waking cycle, had raised her in the 18 months allotted between rotations before returning to cryo themselves, entrusting her to whichever crew happened to be awake. An entire childhood spent being raised, in shifts, by whoever the ship's schedule put on duty. This was not a crew, this was a lineage, a closed ecosystem of duty and sacrifice that had calcified into something almost religious. The Long Watch, they called it in the ship's logs, capitalized like a proper noun, like a doctrine. We hold the line until relieved. We hold the line until command says otherwise. We are the last word of the Terran Union, and the last word does not go silent. Reyes had inherited command 14 years into her own rotation cycle, promoted after Commander Ewan's stasis pod failed during the ship's 41st waking. She remembered vividly, painfully, standing in the observation deck the night she took the chair, staring out at unfamiliar stars and making herself a promise. She would not be the commander who broke faith with the order. She would not be the one who decided unilaterally that 3 centuries of sacrifice had been for nothing. Now an alien captain with kind eyes was telling her that faith had already been broken, a long time ago, by people who never told them. "You're angry," said Vale, who had come aboard the Kentaurus alone and unarmed on the 2nd day. A gesture Reyes suspected was either extraordinary courage or extraordinary confidence in her own ship's ability to retaliate if things went wrong. "I'm doing the math," Reyes said, not looking up from the archive terminal. 40 active crew, 11 rotations of cryo casualties, 206 souls who never woke up again, who died in stasis holding a line that stopped existing before their pods even sealed. She finally looked at Vale. "I need you to understand something about my people, Captain. We don't do this because we're stubborn. We do this because it's the only structure any of us have ever known. Take away the Long Watch and you're not liberating my crew. You're leaving them with nothing to stand on." Vale was quiet for a long moment, choosing her next words with visible care. "Then perhaps," she said, "the answer isn't to take the structure away. Perhaps it's to give it something worth standing for again." Reyes almost laughed, a short, bitter sound, such as, "I don't know yet," Vale admitted. "But Commander, your crew held a line for 300 years without orders, without relief, without even knowing if anyone remembered you existed. The Assembly is currently arguing about whether that makes you a threat or a miracle. I'd like to help make sure they land on the right answer." Reyes turned back to the archive, to the long, silent list of names who had never woken up, and made a second promise, quieter than the first, but just as absolute. Whatever came next, it would mean something. She would not let it be for nothing. The Sovereign Assembly chamber on Thren Prime had not hosted an emergency full session in over 40 years, and the last one had been about a resource dispute, not the reappearance of a species most delegates had genuinely believed extinct. Delegate Coram Vashti of the Outer Systems bloc rose first, and his opening words set the tone for everything that followed. "The historical record is not ambiguous," he said, his translated voice carrying an edge of practiced alarm. "The human wars killed an estimated 400 million sapient beings across 19 star systems before the species turned that same ferocity on itself. We did not lose track of humanity, honored delegates. We sealed them away, by unanimous treaty, because every serious military analysis of the era concluded the same thing. Humanity was not simply dangerous. It was unpredictable dangerous. A species that adapted faster than any doctrine could account for, that treated total war as an engineering problem to be solved rather than a horror to be avoided." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. Captain Vale, seated in the observer's gallery with authorization to testify but not to vote, felt the weight of 3 centuries of institutional fear pressing down on the room like gravity. "With respect," she said when recognized, "the ship we encountered has fired on no one. Its commander stood down weapons the moment she understood the war she believed she was fighting had ended. That is not the behavior of an unpredictable threat, delegate. That is the behavior of a soldier who has been alone for 300 years and still chose restraint the instant it was offered to her." "A single data point," Vashti countered. "One commander, one moment of restraint against a documented history of—" "A documented history that ended before that commander was born," Vale cut in, sharper than diplomatic protocol technically allowed. "Delegate, I've reviewed the Kentrus's personnel records. Every soul aboard that ship was born after the war it supposedly represents. They are not the architects of the human wars. They are its last orphans." The chamber's mood didn't shift so much as fracture. Some delegates visibly moved by the argument, others visibly unmoved. A handful whispering urgently to aides about defense contingencies should the vote go the wrong direction. Delegate Haas-Farron of the Vashti Science Coalition raised the point that carried the most weight in the end. The Kentrus's technology, though scarred and centuries obsolete by galactic standards, represented weapons doctrine and engineering philosophy the Assembly's own military had no modern equivalent for. Humanity had, according to every surviving analysis, fought a war of total resource mobilization and rapid tactical adaptation that made even the era's advanced powers look sluggish by comparison. "That is precisely my concern," Vashti said. "A single obsolete warship is not the threat. What that warship represents, a species capable of that kind of adaptability, returning to a galaxy that has grown comfortable, cautious, and technologically stagnant by comparison. That is the threat worth debating." Vale saw where the room was heading before the final vote was called, and it turned her stomach. Not open hostility, the Assembly wasn't willing to authorize an attack on a ship that had done nothing but ask for information. But something colder, quarantine, restricted contact. The Kentaurus would be permitted to exist, monitored indefinitely, denied full diplomatic status, its crew treated less as returning citizens of a lost nation and more as a contained variable in an ongoing risk assessment. "You're going to lock them in a different kind of cage," Vale said quietly, to no one and everyone, as the vote tally lit the chamber's display in the pale amber of qualified restriction. "After 300 years of holding a line for a country that forgot them, you're going to hand them a leash instead of a homecoming." She thought of Reyes standing in that archive room, promising herself that the long watch would mean something. Vale had no idea yet just how soon the galaxy would need exactly what humanity had spent 3 centuries becoming. But she suspected, watching Vashti's faction claim their cautious victory, That fear this deep rarely stayed satisfied with caution for long. Somewhere out past the Assembly's borders, in the dark between the stars, the Council no longer bothered to patrol. Something was already moving that would make their quarantine irrelevant within the season. The restrictions, when they arrived, stung worse than Reyes expected. Limited contact zones. A designated escort whenever the Kentaurus moved beyond a bounded patrol radius. Formal denial of Terran Union sovereign status pending. Further evaluation. A phrase that, translated out of diplomatic softness, meant we don't trust you yet and may never. She read the full ruling twice, alone in her quarters, then folded the datapad shut and went to find her crew, because someone needed to explain it to them in language that didn't sound like a sentence. What she found, instead, over the following weeks, surprised her more than the ruling itself. Ensign Torres, 26 years old, raised across 18 scattered months by whichever adults happened to be out of stasis, had taken to spending her off hours in the Accord's shared data terminals, absorbing 3 centuries of galactic history with an appetite that bordered on hunger. She came to Reyes one evening practically vibrating with the discovery that music still existed, that entire civilizations had risen and evolved and argued about art and philosophy, while the Kentaurus sat frozen in its long, silent vigil. "Commander, they have symphonies with 7 tonal registers we can't even hear without augmentation," Torres said, eyes bright in a way Reyes hadn't seen since before the last rotation. "And Captain Vale says the Thren have this entire art form built around bioluminescent projection." "Ensign," Reyes said, not unkindly, "we're technically under restricted movement status right now." "I know, I don't care. Commander, we've been alone for 300 years. I don't want to be quarantined. I want to know things." Reyes let her go and found, watching her walk away, that some small lockdown part of herself envied the ensign's ability to feel wonder before she felt grief. The clash wasn't only cultural, it was doctrinal, and it surfaced hardest in the joint training exercises Vale arranged over considerable Assembly objection as a goodwill gesture. Assembly military doctrine, Reyes learned quickly, was built on centuries of stable peace, rigid command hierarchies, extensively pre-planned engagement protocols, and almost superstitious deference to established procedure. Her own officers, trained in a doctrine forged by desperation and total war, improvised constantly, reworked tactics mid-engagement, cannibalized damaged systems to reinforce critical ones, treated every plan as a starting point